Chapter 10:28. Ever since the news of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations spread, the situation in heaven and earth had become much calmer. All the perfected immortals who were about to face the tribulation entered seclusion with all their might to accumulate their foundation, hoping that they could successfully transcend the tribulation. This way, the conflicts between the 10,000 clans naturally decreased. In the following period of time, Qin Shujian traveled among the 10,000 clans. He couldn't remember clearly. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, or 30 to 40,000 years had passed. In any case, there were almost all traces of Qin Shujian in the inner world. Among the 10,000 clans, as long as it was a race that had not been wiped out, even if it was a very weak race, he would place a weapon there and let the worshippers of the small race cultivate it into a powerful divine weapon. However, there were also some small clans that were unwilling. However, as soon as Qin Shujian displayed his abilities, those small clans that were unwilling all bowed their heads and kowtowed. After all, the reason why small clans were small clans was because of the possibility of being weak. A small lower 3 perfected immortal was no different from an ant in front of a Dao fruit. In addition, Qin Shujian had given some promises, those small clans had no possibility of refusing. In the end, to be able to establish a relationship with a mysterious and powerful existence was a great blessing for those small clans. Now, the 10,000 clans in the world have their own Zhu Bing. No, it's still too early to talk about ancestral armaments. For some races, they have only just started to consecrate their ancestral armaments, and have yet to transform their ancestral armaments. However, for those divine armaments that were placed there earlier, they have already started to transform. Qin Shujian had a faint smile on his face. He had left a wisp of his consciousness on those divine weapons. Therefore, he would immediately know if there were any changes to the divine weapons. After a long period of time, some of the divine armaments would receive an enormous amount of faith power. Thus, it was extremely normal for them to become ancestral armaments. Not to mention anything else. Just the Qian Shanxue placed in Eldar had broken the limit of a Dao artifact a long time ago and become a powerful Zhu Bing. Moreover, they were connected according to their thoughts. Qin Shujian discovered that Qian Shanxue was not far from becoming a second tribulation Zhu Bing. He retracted his thoughts. Then, he looked at the scene in front of him. After traveling to the 10,000 races, he settled down in a human tribe. No matter what. He was also a member of the human race, so he would feel a sense of belonging if he stayed with the human race. In the human race, there were a large number of tribes. Some of these tribes were strong, while others were weak. Most of the tribes would build their own cities for the humans of other tribes to trade with and so on. In the end, all the tribes were under the rule of the human emperor. This was the current state of the human race. Qin Shujian was now a bookstall owner in a tribal city. It was worth mentioning. Originally, the human race did not have written records or paper. Later on, some humans created words and invented paper, leading to the prevalence of literature. In view of this, Qin Shujian also learned some of the existing languages of the human race. These words were slightly different from the words of the Great Thousand World, but they were ultimately the same, and there wasn't much of a difference. "Boss, are there any new books recently?" A young man came to the front of the bookstall and asked the person who was basking in the sun. Seeing that there was a customer, Qin Shujian's attitude was also a little warmer, and there was a smile on his face. "Yes, a new batch of books just arrived a few days ago, but the price is a little more expensive. 1 spirit stone per book. 1 spirit stone per book." The young man was shocked. Spirit stones were the current currency of the human race. There were mines that produced spirit stones, and there were also experts who condensed the spirit energy of heaven and earth to produce spirit stones. Each spirit stone was a collection of abundant spirit energy. Although the spirit energy of heaven and earth was tyrannical, 1 spirit stone was also a considerable expense. A god martial arts realm cultivator. After a month, he could only condense a few spirit stones. Qin Shujian chuckled. "You get what you pay for. This batch of books is good stuff. I heard that after an expert traveled the world, He recorded what he saw and heard. There might be a secret method left by the expert, waiting for the fated person to cultivate it. Think about it, 1 spirit stone in exchange for a chance to get a secret method. Isn't it a great deal? You have to know that the secret method of that expert might lead to the true immortal realm. That's not necessarily the case. After hearing these words, the young man's mood was surging. True immortal. That was the top expert of the human race. There were tens of thousands of tribes in the human race, but there were only a few tribes that could have a true immortal. The goal of every human was to break through to the true immortal realm. Qin Shujian's words had undoubtedly moved him. However, the price of 1 spirit stone per book was not low. The young man hesitated. Mr. Qin, is there really a secret method recorded in it? I'm not sure if there is. If I'm sure, I'll sell it for more than 1 spirit stone per book. I'm just saying that it's possible. It's up to you whether you want to take the risk or not, Qin Shujian said with a smile. Seeing this, the young man stood in place and hesitated. In the end, he gritted his teeth, took out a spirit stone from his arms, and handed it to Qin Shujian. Give me 1. Good courage. Qin Shujian gave him a thumbs up, then took the spirit stone in his hand, turned around, found a book, and handed it to him. Take a good look. Maybe you'll be the first true immortal of this tribe. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Qin. If I can really become a true immortal, I won't forget you. The young man left with a smile. Looking at his back, Qin Shujian shook his head slightly, then casually crushed the spirit stone in his hand to absorb the pitiful spirit qi. I've given you the opportunity. It's up to you whether you can grasp it or not. He wasn't lying. There was indeed a secret method left by an expert in that book. It was just that the secret method was very obscure. Without enough opportunity and comprehension, it was impossible to comprehend it. However, no matter how obscure the secret method was, it couldn't hide from Qin Shujian's eyes. I wonder which true immortal is so bored that he actually left his Tao in the books. Moreover, he left it in so many books at once. What a weirdo. Qin Shujian shook his head. It was not right to call the things left in the books secret methods. Strictly speaking, they were Tao. However, every true immortal's Tao was their own foundation and would not be spread out casually. Besides, it was almost impossible for others to use the same Tao to become an immortal. Therefore, even if someone comprehended the Tao in it, it was unlikely for them to break through to become a true immortal. However, even if they didn't break through to become a true immortal, it wouldn't be a big problem for them to become a celestial being. 1 spirit stone. In exchange for an opportunity to break through to become a celestial being, it was not a loss. Chapter 1029. It's about to begin. Qin Shujian turned his head and looked in a certain direction with a faint smile on his face. He had been in the inner world for a long time. Including the support of the time array in the past, hundreds of thousands of years had passed in the inner world. Hundreds of thousands of years. It was almost time for the first batch of living beings to transcend the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations. Now, he could sense the aura of the calamities and tribulations leaking out. Regarding this, Qin Shujian didn't need to think to understand that someone must be preparing to transcend the tribulation. If I'm not wrong, the person transcending the tribulation should be Zhenmu. He didn't try to calculate, nor did he use any divine abilities to spy on it. Because there was no need for that. Qin Shujian staying in the inner world was equivalent to turning into a mortal and entering the mortal world. He could comprehend different things in the human race and make his Tao heart more perfect. Not when it was necessary. He didn't intend to use his own strength. After looking at the vibration in the void, Qin Shujian withdrew his gaze. Although the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations were powerful, there was no possibility of Ling Huang failing the tribulation. After all, no matter what, he was the first living being born in the world. He had a very deep foundation and was not comparable to other powerhouses. Under such circumstances, it would be a little funny if he failed the tribulation. The first 3 calamities and 6 tribulations are not difficult. The real difficulty is the subsequent 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. However, compared to the great wide world, the true immortals of the inner world are already very lucky. At the very least. Although the true immortals of the inner world had to face the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, it was still an opportunity. As long as they transcended it, they would be qualified to live another life. However, the true immortals of the great wide world could only die when their time was up. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't change anything. Because this was the law of heaven and earth. There were often cultivators who clamored to defy the heavens and change their fate, but in fact, the changes in heaven and earth were not constant. The so-called change of fate was under the control of heaven and earth. If they really reached the bottom line of the law, even a 9th heaven immortal didn't have the right to disobey. Unless you could break the limits of heaven and earth and get rid of the shackles of the law of heaven and earth. Otherwise, as long as you were restricted by the law of heaven and earth, you wouldn't be able to defy the heavens and change your fate. Heavens! It wasn't so easy. To tell the truth, Qin Shujian really wanted to know which genius was able to make the world set down such a rule. One had to know. Although the laws of heaven and earth were formed naturally, they could still be affected by external forces. If an expert spoke his voice, it would be recorded by the heavens and earth. He believed it. At the beginning of the great wide world, the laws of heaven and earth were definitely not like this. It was a pity. The last time he traveled the long river of time, he did not reach the end of the great wide world. Otherwise, he would definitely know who had done such a heartless thing. However, Qin Shujian was basically certain. A powerhouse who made the heavens and earth set such a rule would definitely not have a good ending. The other true immortals, it was enough to eat him alive. In comparison, I'm much more benevolent. I've never laid down any rules for the world. The 3 calamities and 6 tribulations are also naturally formed tribulations. If you want to live forever, you have to have the means to live forever. Qin Shujian smiled. At this moment, another person came to the bookstall. Mr. Qin, is there anything new today? A batch just came. 1 spirit stone for 1 book. Take a look and see if you want it. Qin Shujian dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind and looked at the person in front of him with a smile. Eldar Mountain Range. In the main hall, Ling Huang sat on the main seat. His body was motionless. An aura seemed to suppress the world and ancient times. There was also a Dao rune circulating. After a long time, there seemed to be something surging in the main hall. In an instant, Ling Huang opened his eyes. A ray of golden light shot out as if it could tear the void apart. It's here. At this moment, he felt something in his heart. He knew that the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations that he had been waiting for had finally arrived. However, before Ling Huang could react, he felt something surging into his 7 orifices. In an instant, his soul trembled. His qi and blood declined. The aura that had suppressed the world had already weakened to the extreme. Ling Huang's eyelids kept trembling. He sat on the seat and couldn't do anything. He could only use his powerful foundation to resist this sudden calamity. After a long time, the astral wind subsided. Without waiting for him to recover, another nameless karmic fire surged from within his body, as if it was going to devour him completely. Ling Huang couldn't care less. After his body recovered, he immediately used his immortal essence to suppress it in an attempt to completely extinguish the flames. Then, the scene in front of him changed. He didn't know when he was already in another place. The imperial court was vast. There were immortals worshipping. He sat on the throne and looked down at the thousands of races in the world. Without waiting for him to hesitate, a message surged into his mind. I am the Emperor of Heaven. I already have an immortal body. Ling Huang's eyes flickered. A sense of satisfaction surged in his heart as he controlled the fate of all living beings. It was as if as long as he willed it, he could destroy all living beings. That power. It made him a little addicted. All of a sudden, his soul throbbed violently, causing Ling Huang to wake up from this state. No. Everything in front of me is fake. It's just an illusion. I am now the Emperor of the Eldar. In the future, I will be able to rule the thousands of races with my own abilities and establish the heavenly court. I don't need to be immersed in such an illusion." His thoughts were clear. Instantly, the scene in front of him shattered like a ceramic. When he came back to his senses, Ling Huang found that he was still sitting in the hall. At this moment, the astral wind disappeared. The karmic fire disappeared. All of the illusions disappeared without a trace. "Rule the thousands of races, Emperor of Heaven." Ling Huang recalled the scene he saw in the illusion, and his eyes lit up. The past him. He just wanted to develop the Eldar and become the strongest race among the thousands of races in the world. But to what extent did he have to achieve to be considered the strongest race? In the past, Ling Huang was not clear. But now, he was clear. That was to establish the heavenly court and rule the thousands of races. At that time, the Eldar would naturally be the strongest among the thousands of races in the world. No race could compete with the Eldar, and no race could threaten the Eldar. He figured out the key points. The Spirit Emperor felt as though his spirit had been cleansed, and he had become even stronger. The next moment, a pressure descended between heaven and earth, as if it was going to destroy the entire hall. The legendary 3 calamities and 6 tribulations have finally entered the main event. Ling Huang smiled. The nervousness in his heart about the calamity had now disappeared. He stood up. The next breath, he disappeared from the hall. Chapter 1030. Above the Eldar Mountains, blood-red clouds condensed. All the true immortals raised their heads and looked at the scene in the sky. In their minds, they all had a bad premonition. Heavenly tribulation. Why would a heavenly tribulation appear in the Eldar Mountains? After a moment of hesitation, some Eldar true immortals came to their senses. When they looked at the blood-red clouds, their faces were filled with shock. 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. If there was a heavenly tribulation that was most likely to appear in the Eldar Mountains, it would be the legendary 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. It had been more than 100,000 years since Ling Huang became a true immortal. According to the rumor, the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations would appear once every 129,600 years. Combined with the time when Ling Huang became a true immortal. In this way, it went without saying what the blood-red clouds above their heads were. 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, a tribulation that all true immortals had to face. Hearing this sentence, all the true immortals' expressions changed. At this moment, in the void, a person suddenly appeared. All the Eldar true immortals noticed that that person was Ling Huang. "My emperor has appeared. My emperor has appeared at this time." It seems that it really is the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Rumor has it that as long as a true immortal survives the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, he can live for another 129,600 years. I wonder if it's true. The hearts of the true immortals of the spirit race trembled. All of their attention was focused on the Spirit Emperor. 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. It was not a tribulation for one true immortal, but for all true immortals. Observing Ling Huang's tribulation was also to prepare themselves so that they would not be unprepared when their own 3 calamities and 6 tribulations descended in the future. 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Come, let Ben Huang see how powerful the legendary 3 calamities and 6 tribulations are. Ling Huang looked at the sky. There were blood-red thunderbolts lingering there, as if they were about to destroy the world. The powerful pressure descended, but it did not make him change his expression at all. Boom! An equally powerful aura erupted, resisting the heavenly tribulation. It did not show any signs of falling behind. It was as if he had been provoked. The heavenly tribulation was finally enraged. Blood-colored lightning of destruction came crashing down, as if it wanted to destroy the life form that had provoked it. Good timing. Ling Huang smiled proudly and threw out a punch with unparalleled dominance. Boom! The void was annihilated. The blood-red thunder calamity collapsed, and the 2 forces both dissipated. In the meantime, a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions with the 2 of them as the center. The faces of all the experts who felt this fluctuation changed drastically. So powerful. They would not deny Ling Huang's strength. What truly shocked them was the strength of the heavenly tribulation. This was merely the first lightning tribulation, and it already possessed such a terrifying might. How strong would the later ones be? 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. In the human camp, Feng's gaze directly pierced through the void, landing on the location of the Eldar mountain range. If you say, if there was anyone in the world who was most concerned about the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, other than Ling Huang, it would be him. The reason was simple. The first true immortal in the world was Ling Huang, and the second true immortal was this human emperor. The arrival of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations was based on the moment of immortalhood. In other words, Ling Huang was the first to become an immortal, so he would be the first to face the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. But after Ling Huang, the next person to face the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations would be himself. Hearing this, Godslayer said, "You don't have to worry too much about the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Although the tribulation is powerful, it's still judged by the cultivator's realm. Ling Huang is an upper 3 true immortal, so the lightning tribulation he faces will be powerful. Although you're also an upper 3 true immortal, there's still some room for improvement above the 7th true immortal. After a period of time to build your foundation, it shouldn't be a problem for you to face the tribulation. If there's really a problem, I can lend you a hand once. But let's make it clear, this one time will offset one of the 3 times I'll help you." According to the promise, the human race worshipped him, and he would help them 3 times. Although no matter how powerful Zhu Bing was, without the support of any power, he wouldn't be able to play a big role. However, if Feng borrowed his power, then even an 8th true immortal would have the qualifications to kill him. It could be said bluntly, if there were no restrictions, the human race could almost rely on themselves to sweep through all the races in the world. However, Godslayer also understood that Qin Shujian wouldn't let him act recklessly. Doing so would definitely destroy the balance of the world. Hearing this, Feng smiled slightly. "You're too kind, but I plan to rely on my own strength to face the tribulation. As you said, even if you help, I only have 3 chances. Then after 3 times, I still have to rely on myself to face the tribulation. At that time, if I can't pass it, I'll still die." In his opinion, there was no difference between dying early and dying late. More importantly, as a dignified human emperor, why would he need to rely on others to face the tribulation? If Ling Huang was confident in facing the tribulation alone, then he could do the same. As a top expert, no one would think that they were inferior to others. Feng expressed that he also had dignity. Subsequently, Feng's expression became strange again. Speaking of which, in these tens of thousands of years, there seems to be traces of mysterious experts in all the races in the world, asking them to worship treasures. Is that the sovereign's doing? He had always thought that only the human race was valued by the other party, so they were qualified to worship the Godslayer. But now it seemed, not only the human race, but almost all the races in the world had a divine weapon, and each race had their own divine weapon to worship. For a moment, Feng felt that the Godslayer was a bit unattractive. There was no need to think. Since the human race worshipped the divine weapon and received 3 chances to save their lives, the other races wouldn't be any worse. If he had it and others didn't, then it must be extremely precious. But if he had it, and others also had it, then the preciousness would drop a lot. Godslayer said disdainfully, "What qualifications do those divine weapons worshipped by all the races have to compare with me? Those are all trash. Even if they were added together, they wouldn't be able to compete with me." Divine weapons are also divided into ranks. Do you think that a powerful divine weapon can really be used by everyone? Being looked down upon for no reason, he was also a little angry. Zhu Bing also wanted to save face. After all, his god-slaying saber was a famous divine weapon in the Great Thousand World. Now, it was an unprecedented 8th tribulation ancestral weapon. Other than the heavenly cycle star map and the Sanhua sword, who else could contend against him? At most, there was Chu Kuangtu's shocking hibernation saber. Godslayer felt insulted that Feng thought that other trash divine weapons could compete with him. "Your Excellency, You misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Feng was stunned for a moment, then he immediately explained with a smile. At the same time, he also felt that he agreed with Godslayer's words. Indeed, divine weapons were hard to find. He had seen the power of the God-slaying saber. It was almost impossible to mass-produce a divine weapon of this level. Chapter 1031. The Three Calamities and Six Tribulations. It was a great threat to ordinary true immortals. This calamity represented whether a true immortal was qualified to live another life. However, for the first batch of living beings like Ling Huang, the Three Calamities and Six Tribulations were not a big problem at all. Soon, under the gaze of many true immortals, Ling Huang had successfully passed the tribulation. In the sky above the Eldar Mountains, the blood-colored tribulation cloud had already disappeared, but the remaining lightning tribulation aura was still there, making people's hearts palpitate. After the tribulation, Ling Huang returned to the main hall. At this moment, the aura on his body had become even more vigorous. After passing the tribulation, I can already live for another 129,600 years. If I can break through the limit of the 9th level true immortal within this time limit, then I won't be affected by the Three Calamities and Six Tribulations anymore. Thinking back to what Qin Shujian said, Ling Huang had an idea in his mind. Although he had successfully passed the tribulation, the problem was that the power of the Three Calamities and Six Tribulations was indeed terrifying. Even if he succeeded the first time, he was not confident that he would succeed every time. The best way was to avoid the troubles of the Three Calamities and Six Tribulations. Only this way. Only then could it truly exist forever. Only those above the 9th level true immortal would not be affected by the Three Calamities and Six Tribulations. Right now, he was only at the peak of the 7th level true immortal. However, Ling Huang was already confident that he could break through to the 8th level true immortal. When I break through to the 8th level true immortal, the Eldar will officially start a conflict. At that time, he will suppress the 10,000 races and gather the luck of the 10,000 races to establish the heavenly court. At that time, I will be the Emperor of Heaven and can break the limit, no longer being troubled by the Three Calamities and Six Tribulations. He secretly made a decision in his heart. The tribulations of the Three Calamities and Six Tribulations might threaten him. However, among them, it also allowed him to understand the path he should take in the future. The heavenly court, the Emperor of Heaven. Right now, Ling Huang already had an idea in his heart. However, although he was strong now, he was only at the 7th level true immortal realm. There was no lack of experts of this realm in the world. No matter how strong he was, he could not defeat all the 7th level true immortals. To put it simply, he could suppress one Black Tiger Emperor, but he did not have the confidence to suppress several Black Tiger Emperors working together. However, if Ling Huang broke through to the 8th level of the celestial realm and stood above the other true celestials, then he would have absolute confidence that he could suppress all the powerful enemies in front of him. At that time, only Eldar was honored. Ever since the first Three Calamities and Six Tribulations appeared, all the true immortals of the myriad races understood how powerful they were. After Eldar made no moves, the experts of the various clans began to prepare for the tribulation. After an unknown period of time, very soon, another heavenly tribulation descended. However, this time, the target of the heavenly tribulation was not Eldar, but the human race. Since Ling Huang had overcome the tribulation, the attention of the heavens and earth was focused on him once again. In the human race, Feng stepped into the air. He faced the heavenly tribulation head-on and punched it with his fists. Boom! The Three Calamities and Six Tribulations are starting to appear one after another. The great tribulation of heaven and earth is probably not far away. A faint smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face as he looked at Feng, who was facing the heavenly tribulation. The person standing in front of him had a puzzled look on his face. Boss Qin, what's going on? Nothing. Qin Shujian came back to his senses and shook his head slightly with a smile. He was still the bookstall owner, but the difference was that the place where he sold books was no longer the original tribe. After all, Ordinary people could not live for tens of thousands of years. Even a celestial cultivator would die early after tens of thousands of years. Only a true immortal could live for tens of thousands of years and not die. However, if an unknown true immortal appeared in a tribe, it would definitely attract the attention of other human experts. Therefore, in order to avoid trouble, Qin Shujian would disappear every once in a while and go to other tribes to settle down. He did not have any other hobbies. It was good to be a bookstall owner. Some of the experiences of the human clan experts were also interesting reading materials for him to relieve his boredom. He did not travel the world himself. Naturally, there would be other experts who would travel and record everything they saw and heard. They would read about it and be able to immerse themselves in it. The heavenly tribulation came and went quickly. Not long after, Feng had officially passed the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Following the success of the 2 royal families, the killing power that had been stagnant between heaven and earth became active again. The first time the killing power of heaven and earth was triggered, it came from Eldar. The second time was fulfilled by the human race. He shook his head. Qin Shujian had no intention of interfering. On the other side, after Feng succeeded in passing the tribulation, he immediately gathered all the true immortals of the human race. In the human emperor palace, a large number of true immortals gathered here. Feng said in a deep voice, Ben Huang has succeeded in passing the tribulation. If I'm not wrong, the Dragon Emperor is about to pass the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Now, pass down the order of Ben Huang. All human experts gather and immediately attack the dragons, although the dragons did not interfere when he was going through the tribulation. However, Feng also understood why the dragons did not interfere. It was because they were not confident. In addition, the arrival of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations was approaching, and the Dragon Emperor did not want to attract attention. However, the other party wanted to keep a low profile and pass the tribulation in peace. But he did not intend to give the other party this opportunity. The hatred between the human race and the dragons had been established since the beginning. After countless battles, both sides suffered injuries and deaths. Now that he had succeeded in passing the tribulation, in the next 120,000 years, he would no longer be troubled by the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. This was the perfect time to attack the dragons. Even if he could not kill the Dragon Emperor. But as long as the other party was seriously injured and could not pass the tribulation in peace, it would be enough. With the danger of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, if there was no way to pass the tribulation in peak condition, the probability of failure was not low at all. The news spread. In the human race, all the tribes began to move. Attack the dragons. This was not a small matter. Almost the majority of the experts in the human race had to participate in the battle. Desolate God Tribe. Xia Luo frowned, his face full of worry. There is news from the big tribes. This time, to attack the dragons, our tribes need to send at least 10 experts above the 7th level of the Sky Human Realm and 100 ordinary Sky Human Realm experts. But our tribe does not have that many Sky Human Realm experts. Do you have any countermeasures for this? Below. It was the other elders of the Desolate God Tribe. Hearing this, those people's faces turned ugly. The Desolate God Tribe was only a small tribe in the human race. Today's human race was basically born with the spirit martial arts. In some places, the spirit chi was so dense that it could even reach the level of divine martial arts. However, whether it was born with the spirit martial arts or divine martial arts, it was not easy to break through to the Sky Human Realm. If it was in a big tribe, Sky Human Realm experts could be seen everywhere. But in a small tribe, it was not easy to take out a large number of Sky Human Realm experts in one go. But the problem was, if they could not take it out, it would be difficult to explain to the higher-ups. Chapter 1032. After a long time, an elder said hesitantly, our tribe can take out 100 ordinary celestial beings. But if it's a mighty figure above the 7th level of the celestial being realm, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to gather 10 of them. It's just that we can't gather 10 celestial beings under the jurisdiction of the tribe. But if we recruit foreign experts from the tribe, it's possible to gather 10 of them. No matter what, almighty experts were not that rare. If they were placed in a large force, they would be a dime a dozen. In fact, there were quite a number of experts who stayed in the desolate god tribe. If it were an ordinary tribe, they might be worried that those experts would turn against them. But in the human clan, there was no such worry. After all, the human clan was a famous top clan in the world. Except for Eldar, none of the other top clans dared to say that they could suppress the human clan. So, even if the desolate god tribe was just a small tribe, no expert dared to covet it. Not only did they not dare to covet it, it was also because of the human clan's reputation. They sneaked into the desolate god tribe to take advantage of this opportunity to avoid danger. Summon the experts of the other races. Xia Luo pondered and then shook his head. It's a war for the human clan, but we need foreign experts to participate. If this gets out, it'll be a joke. We can't do this. The human clan was attacking the dragons. What did it mean to ask foreign experts to help? Was it telling others that the human clan was not strong enough, so they needed the help of foreign experts? This matter was not a big problem. But if it was used by other people with ulterior motives, it might bring disaster to the desolate god tribe. Although the human clan was a whole, in fact, among the many tribes, it was not really a monolith. Some tribes were secretly hostile. It was just that on the surface, there were human sovereigns in charge. Even if there were any differences between the tribes, they did not dare to say it out loud. They could only do some things in secret. Hearing this, someone else said, in addition to foreign experts, there are also human experts from other places in the tribe. After all, since the establishment of the human clan, some tribes were destroyed and the experts fled to other tribes. There were also human experts who offended people in their own tribes who could not be offended. In the end, they had to leave and go to other tribes. Strictly speaking, these people are the experts of the human clan. If we want to recruit them, there should be no problem. Okay, then we'll do as you say. Xia Luo nodded in agreement. Shortly after, the elders bowed and retreated. This matter could not be delayed. In a few days, the human race would officially attack the dragons. Before that, they must gather enough powerhouses to go to war. Otherwise, the Aragami tribe would be instantly reduced to ashes if the human sovereign were to blame them for stopping the humans from attacking the dragons. After leaving the hall, Xia Pan had a strange expression on his face. As an elder of the desolate god tribe, he did not agree with the decision made just now. How could it be so easy to recruit the experts of the human clan to help? Even if they were all humans, the desolation god tribe did not have the strength to force them to fight. Furthermore, taking a step back, the main reason why those human clan experts left their tribes was that they had caused trouble in their tribes, so they had no choice but to leave. In other words, they just wanted to keep a low profile in the Aragami tribe. If he were to be dragged into the battlefield, he might not be willing. Besides, it's easy to find ordinary celestial beings, but it's not so easy to find almighty beings above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. Sigh. Xia Pan sighed helplessly. If they really had such strength, they would go to the big tribes. How many of them would stay in a small place like the desolation god tribe? To put it bluntly, a tribe with only almighty beings in charge was considered the bottom of the bottom among all the races. Any race would have a true immortal in charge, and the weakest tribe branch within the race would have an almighty cultivator in charge. As for those who were lower than the almighty, they were not qualified to be in charge of a tribe at all. Therefore, the desolation god tribe was a small tribe among all the tribes. No ordinary powerhouse would be interested in it. Wait. Xia Pan seemed to have thought of something. After staying in place for a while, he hurriedly left. In front of the bookstall, Qin Shujian sat there, bored. Although he was in a small tribe, compared to tens of thousands of years ago, the city built by the tribe was no longer made of the original yellow soil. If he did not know that this was the inner world, he would almost think that he was in the Great Zhao dynasty. The so-called bookstall. It was not really a roadside stall. Instead, he bought a shop that was neither big nor small. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian felt something. Looking in a certain direction in the city, he suddenly shook his head and laughed. It seems that I can't stay in the Desolation God tribe any longer. I thought I was low-key enough, but I didn't expect to attract attention, in order to avoid trouble. He showed a part of his strength, pretending to be an almighty cultivator above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. In the world, an almighty cultivator could only be said to be passable. It was not low or high. In a tribe, it would not be an existence that anyone would want to step on. However, Qin Shujian did not expect it. He was just a small celestial being. There would be a day when he would be targeted by the Desolation God tribe. At his level, as long as someone talked about him or thought of something related to him, he would be able to vaguely sense it. After a simple packing, Qin Shujian quietly disappeared. Not long after, Xia Pan walked over. Looking at the empty bookstall in front of him, he could not help but shout, "Boss Qin, is Boss Qin here?" While speaking, he did not spread out his divine thought to sense. Because it was undoubtedly impolite to use divine thought to probe a person without permission. If he met someone with a bad temper, he might even fight because of it. After a few shouts, there was no reply from the bookstall. All of a sudden, Xia Pan had a bad feeling in his heart. Then, he walked in. He could see through everything in the shop. There was nothing left on the bookshelf. Qin Shujian's figure was nowhere to be seen. The shop seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. There was no trace of life. This scene made Xia Pan feel disappointed. He smiled bitterly. Boss Qin is really mysterious. Could it be that he knew I was going to look for him, so he left early? This thought, just as it surged in his mind, it was confirmed by him. Xia Pan actually knew a lot about Qin Shujian. He had been in the Desolation God tribe for hundreds of years. Although he only showed the strength of an almighty, he always felt that he was not simple. The scene in front of him confirmed the guess in his heart. Chapter 1033. After leaving the desolate God tribe, Qin Shujian moved to another place. Anyway, the human tribe was so big that it was easy to change places. The human tribe is going to war with the dragons. That human emperor is bold enough to directly start with the top clans. He had a smile on his face. Originally, Qin Shujian only thought that the human tribe would start with other clans and wait until they were strong enough to deal with the dragons in one fell swoop. But in fact, the human tribe didn't do that at all. That human emperor had just passed the 3 disasters and 6 tribulations and immediately integrated his forces to deal with the dragons. Obviously, he was very confident in his own strength. Zhu Tian's star map asked, "Emperor of Heaven, do you think it's possible for the human tribe to destroy the dragons?" The possibility is not high. After all, the dragons are also a top clan. Even if they are not as strong as the human tribe, the difference between the two won't be too big. If the human tribe wants to destroy the dragons in one battle, unless there are other external forces, or the dragons themselves will be killed. Otherwise, the dragons won't be able to destroy them. Qin Shujian said confidently. The dragons of the inner world were not weak. Otherwise, the dragons in front would not have the courage to directly attack the human tribe. Although they retreated in defeat, they were still qualified to compete with the human tribe. While they were talking, Qin Shujian paused for a moment before continuing. In my opinion, the human tribe attacked the dragons to stop the Dragon Emperor from passing the 3 disasters and 6 tribulations. If the Dragon Emperor fails to pass the tribulation, the dragons will lack a top powerhouse, then the human tribe will have a real chance to destroy the dragons. I see. Zhu Tian's star map understood. Then, he asked again, will the Emperor of Heaven intervene in this war? No, this is a war between the inner world's clans. There's no need for me to intervene. Which clan can survive and which clan can die, it's their own fate. Qin Shujian said lightly. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't interfere so much unless he saw it or wanted to lend a helping hand. Just like how Eldar destroyed the 100 races. Billions of living beings perished in that battle. Even so, Qin Shujian didn't make a move either. On the other side, it took less than 3 days for the experts of the human clan to gather. All the experts were gathered and headed towards the dragons in a grandiose manner. The dragons lived in the sea. 90% of the world was land, and only 10% was sea. In the sea, it gave birth to countless living beings. Furthermore, the dragon clan was the leader of all the sea creatures. It could be said that dragons monopolized the sea, and their strength was very tyrannical. Other than the human race and the Eldar, the dragon's strength was almost unrivaled. Right now, the news of the human race attacking the dragons spread like wildfire. The true immortals of all races immediately looked over. This was a battle between the top clans. There weren't many battles in history. Among them, the battles between the human race and the dragons were the most frequent. But most of the time, it was the dragons who walked out of the sea and wanted to compete with the human race for territory. But this time, it was the complete opposite. It wasn't the dragons who took the initiative to attack, but the human race. The sea. Dragons. A loud voice sounded, and in an instant, it shook the sea. How dare the human race do this? When the news of the human race attacking the dragons came, the Dragon Emperor was furious. He was really angry. In his opinion, when the human emperor was going through the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, the dragons didn't find trouble with him. Now that he had just succeeded in the tribulation, he directly attacked the dragons. It was obvious that he didn't put the dragons in his eyes. In addition to this reason, there was another reason that made the Dragon Emperor furious. And that was, his 3 calamities and 6 tribulations were not far away. He became an immortal not much later than the human emperor. In other words, the Dragon Emperor's 3 calamities and 6 tribulations were coming soon. Under such circumstances, he didn't want to have any disputes with the human race. If something went wrong during the battle, he didn't have the confidence to deal with the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations in the future. Because of this, after receiving the news that the human race was about to attack the dragons, the Dragon Emperor was so angry. After the anger, he quickly calmed down. From the current situation, it was imperative for the human race to attack the dragons. What he could do now was to resist the human race's attack and give himself time to pass the tribulation in peace. After he succeeded in passing the tribulation, even if the human race didn't attack, the dragons wouldn't let the human race go. Immediately, the Dragon Emperor ordered in a cold voice, "Summon all the true immortals of the sea. If anyone dares to not come, the dragons will destroy them." Yes. Several dragon Jinxian accepted the order. Not long after, the sea region shook again. After receiving the order, the races in the sea region didn't dare to disobey the dragons and rushed to the dragon's hall. In the hall, a large number of true immortals gathered here. The Dragon Emperor's true body hovered in the middle. His 1,000,000 feet body gave people a great sense of oppression. You should have received the news that the human race is about to attack the sea region. Since the birth of heaven and earth, our race has always existed in the sea region. Now that the human race is attacking the sea region, it's obvious that they won't give us a way out. This war is not only a calamity for us dragons, but also for all the races in the sea region. Therefore, Ben Huang thinks that the races in the sea region should unite and resist the human race together. The Dragon Emperor's voice was so loud that it reached the ears of all the true immortals. To this, many of the true immortals sneered in their hearts. The human race was clearly attacking the dragons, but in the other party's mouth, it became attacking the sea region. He really treated them as fools to fool them. But needless to say, there were so many true immortals, there would always be a few fools. There were also some races that believed the dragon's words. But even more races snorted in disdain. Although they disdained it in their hearts, they didn't refute anything. All the races in the world cared about who had the biggest fist and who was in charge. The dragons were a top race, and other races couldn't compare to them. Right now, the dragons obviously wanted to pull them together to deal with the human race. At this time, whoever objected would be attacked by the dragons. If they were careless, perhaps it would be the end of their race. It was obviously not worth it to put their own race in danger for one thing. So, even if they knew that the Dragon Emperor's words were nonsense, they could only listen silently. This was the sorrow of the weak. After saying that, seeing the silence of the true immortals, the Dragon Emperor's eyes showed some displeasure, but he didn't flare up on this matter. Instead, he continued, right now, the human army is about to arrive. It's already a matter of life and death for our race. If you don't have any objections, then gather all the forces and fight against the human race with us dragons. Also let the human race understand that the races in the sea region are not at their mercy. After a long silence, finally, a true immortal lowered his head. The Dragon Emperor is right. Our race is willing to help. With a true immortal taking the lead, the other true immortals followed suit. Chapter 1034. All the true immortals dispersed. Only the true immortal of the dragon race remained there. Your Majesty, will they really be willing to help? A dragon Jinxian frowned and asked the doubt in his heart. Hearing this, Dragon Emperor looked calm. Don't worry too much, they know what to do. Now that we dragons are the emperors of the sea region, even if the humans launch a large-scale attack, there is no possibility of destroying us dragons. If they don't help, when we dragons settle the score, no one can bear it. In his opinion, the various clans of the sea region had no choice. From the beginning, Dragon Emperor had the intention of subduing the various clans of the sea region to strengthen the dragon's strength. But, although the individual strength of the various clans of the sea region was not strong, their overall strength was not weak. If the dragons really swallowed them on a large scale, it would definitely cause the various clans of the sea region to join forces to resist. At that time, it would be killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of their own. So, Dragon Emperor had never made such a move. Although the target of the current attack of the humans was the dragons, it was also a potential threat to the various clans of the sea region. He gathered the true immortals of the various clans of the sea region with the purpose of borrowing the pressure of the humans to gather the strength of the various clans of the sea region first. As for the others, they could only wait until after the war. All of you go and prepare, don't worry too much about other things. This time, the humans launched a large-scale attack because they saw that Ben Huang was about to undergo the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, and wanted to make it impossible for Ben Huang to undergo the tribulation in his peak state. Therefore, the goal of the humans in this war is not to destroy us dragons, but if I fail the tribulation, the next attack of the humans will really be to destroy us dragon. Dragon Emperor said lightly. All the dragon Jinxian heard this and bowed and retreated. Immediately after, the true dragon moved, causing slight waves in the sea region. The main hall of the Dragon Palace. A huge true dragon was lying inside, an invisible aura was emitted, causing not a single drop of seawater to enter the main hall. You want to stop Ben Huang from undergoing the tribulation, human emperor, you are dreaming too much. A deep voice rang out in the hall, filled with boundless fury. Although the Dragon Emperor restrained his anger in front of the other true immortals, in his heart, there was no way to quench his fury at the humans attacking the dragons at this critical juncture. 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. That was the great tribulation of all true immortals. Just by looking at Ling Huang and that Ren Huang transcending the tribulation, one could tell how difficult it was to deal with that tribulation. To tell the truth, the Dragon Emperor did not have 100% confidence that he could successfully transcend the tribulation. If it was a physical injury, then it was even more impossible. As such, in this battle, he had to ensure his own safety. Shortly after, the true dragon opened its mouth and a dark blue bead flew out. Rich water spiritual energy lingered around the bead and filled the entire hall. I've already refined the water spirit pearl. The sea region is my home ground. I'd like to see if you, the human emperor, are really that powerful. Looking at the water Eldar in front of him, Dragon Emperor had a satisfied look in his eyes. This was a supreme treasure nurtured by the sea. In terms of grade, it could almost be ranked as a superior grade innate spiritual treasure. Although it was not a supreme grade, in the sea region, its power was not weak at all. In the previous battle against the human emperor, he did not use the water spirit pearl. First, it was not the sea region's home ground. Even if he used the water spirit pearl, its power would be greatly reduced. Second, It was to keep a few trump cards for himself and not expose all of them. Just like now. When the humans attacked the dragons, if he used the water spirit pearl at the critical moment, he could definitely catch the human emperor off guard. At this moment, the water spirit pearl appeared. The water spiritual energy in the sea region seemed to be attracted by a strong force and gathered towards it. The true dragon was sleeping soundly. The water Eldar absorbed the energy to nurture itself. On the other side, the true immortals of the sea region who left the dragon's hall also dispersed. But there were also some who chose to travel together. In the sea region, a sea turtle and a sea serpent could easily travel 1,000,000 miles by riding the wind and breaking the waves. Turtle Emperor, do you have any different opinions about the Dragon Emperor's gathering of us this time? The Sea Snake Emperor's body was like a long mountain range. It was completely different from the Turtle Emperor's mountain-like body. Hearing that, the Turtle Emperor said faintly, "The purpose of the humans is very simple. They are targeting the dragons. The old Dragon Emperor is about to transcend the tribulation. He is not confident in dealing with the humans, so he wants to rope us in. But there is one thing that we have to admit. That is, the sea region clans can develop safely in the sea region because of the deterrence of the dragons. Without the dragons, there are many resources in the sea region, which will definitely attract other clans. Although the sea region clans are not weak, compared to those top clans, there is still a big gap. When that time comes, it will be a disaster for us." With the dragons, no other clans dared to interfere in the sea region. Although the dragons also occupied most of the resources in the sea region, after hundreds of thousands of years, the dragons and the sea region clans had long reached a delicate balance. In the face of this delicate balance, the dragons could develop and grow stronger, and the sea region clans could also slowly grow in strength while preserving themselves. But, if this delicate balance was broken, it was hard to imagine how many sea region clans would be wiped out. Although the Turtle clan was very strong. However, the Turtle Emperor was not completely confident that the Turtle clan would be able to protect themselves under that unknown turmoil. So, although he saw through the Dragon Emperor's plan, he did not object. On the other side, the Sea Snake Emperor side. You are right. The sea region is rich in resources. Those clans on land have long been eyeing the sea region. Although the dragons are domineering now, they have given us space to live. If other clans were to enter the sea region, I am afraid that we would be completely wiped out. The Sea Snake clan did not want to help the dragons. But the problem was, if the Sea Snake clan did not help the dragons, if the dragons were destroyed, then their situation would be very difficult. The Turtle Emperor shook his head. We are not strong enough. Now, we can only rely on the dragons. Unless our strength grows to the level of a top clan, then, we really don't have to rely on other clans. The Turtle clan was good too. The Sea Snake clan was good too. They were all a clan that was neither strong nor weak. Compared to the myriad clans in the world, they could barely make a single bubble. If the dragons were gone, the sea region clans would not have the qualifications to intimidate the myriad clans. At that time, the sea region would be like a big piece of fat meat that would be divided up by the myriad clans in the world. As a clan in the sea region, it was already very fortunate that they were not exterminated. If one of them was not good, that would be the end of the clan's extinction. To this, no one wanted to see this scene. Chapter 1035. In the void. Densely packed human experts flew in the air. Leading them, it was Emperor Feng and many human perfected immortals. Just like how Eldar destroyed the 100 clans, this time, the human race also mobilized almost all their forces. Hundreds of perfected immortals. Among them, there was no lack of perfected immortals in the middle 3 levels. As for perfected immortals below the middle 3 levels, there were even more of them. In addition to that, there were hundreds of millions of celestial beings below the perfected immortal level. Tens of thousands of years of recuperation had reduced the number of battles in the human race. At the same time, due to the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there were almost endless celestial being cultivators. Every human tribe, No matter how weak the human tribe was, they could produce more than 3 digits of celestial beings. If it was a large clan, it was easy for them to produce tens of thousands of celestial beings at once. At the top of the void, Qin Shujian silently looked at the human army below. There was a layer of invisible energy covering his body, hiding his entire body. No matter how many perfected immortals there were, they could not detect him at all. Hundreds of millions of celestial beings. If the celestial origin is more than a few thousand years, hundreds of millions of celestial beings can give birth to at least millions of perfected immortals. Even if the celestial origin is limited now, if these hundreds of millions of perfected immortals do not fall, there will be tens of thousands of perfected immortals in the future. And this is merely a single human. Qin Shujian compared in his heart. How many celestial beings were there in the great wide world? Even if the myriad clans had recovered to their peak, it would be a problem for all the celestial beings to add up to less than 1,000,000. If it was just the human race, there might be at most tens of thousands of celestial beings. In fact, there might not even be tens of thousands of celestial beings. Comparing the two, just how big the gap was could be seen at a glance. The so-called peak of the great wide world is too different from the inner world. If the human race in the great wide world can have hundreds of millions of celestial beings, the power that will be transformed will be terrifying. Qin Shujian sighed. Under normal circumstances, with hundreds of millions of celestial beings, it would not be a problem to give birth to tens of thousands of perfected immortals. If there were enough resources, even hundreds of thousands of perfected immortals could appear. Even if the ratio of hundreds of thousands of perfected immortals was 100 to 1, there would still be a large number of perfected immortals in the future. At that time, the combined power would be terrifyingly strong. And this. Even Qin Shujian felt that the power possessed by the human race alone was enough to make Dao fruit experts fear the power of the 10,000 races in the world. However, I am the ruler of heaven and earth. No matter how strong the living beings in the inner world are, they are no threat to me. On the contrary, the stronger they are, the stronger I will be. Now that tens of thousands of years have passed, my strength has increased by quite a bit compared to tens of thousands of years ago. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. His strength increased. This was the greatest benefit. Tens of thousands of years had passed in the inner world, but only a few months had passed in the great thousand world outside. A few months. It could increase the strength of a Dao fruit. It had to be said. The Dao of heaven and earth was indeed a loophole. However, Qin Shujian also understood. His inner world would not grow endlessly. After all, even heaven and earth would have an end. When the inner world evolved to a peak, it would gradually decline. When it reached a low point, it would return to its peak. When one reaches the pinnacle, one must decline. Extreme misfortune was followed by bliss. This was the principle. Unless I can constantly replenish the inner world and increase the upper limit, then the power of the 10,000 races in the world will not decline. Instead, it will rise step by step and eventually reach a powerful state. Qin Shujian's thoughts changed again. There was only one way to make the 10,000 races in the world break through the peak, and that was to increase the upper limit of the inner world. The rise and fall of the 10,000 races. The reason was that when the upper limit of the inner world was reached, there was no way to advance. At that time, naturally, it could only decline. However, it was not easy to increase the upper limit of the inner world. From the first era until now, the upper limit of the inner world had always been at the level of the great thousand world. Now, the inner world. It was equivalent to a great thousand world. Judging from the situation of the past few eras, the great thousand worlds are the limit that the universe can accommodate. It's almost impossible to break the limit, unless there's external help. For example, the power of the real level. Qin Shujian thought of the player world. Whether it was the inner world or the great thousand world, strictly speaking, they belonged to the illusory level and there was a certain gap between them and the real level. Between the two, the biggest gap was reincarnation. If the inner world did not have reincarnation, it could not be considered real. Similarly, if the inner world gave birth to reincarnation, Qin Shujian believed that the inner world level would very likely break the existing upper limit. Reincarnation. The power of the real level. Soon, when the time is ripe for the Great Thousand World, it will be time to evolve reincarnation. Qin Shujian's thoughts were ethereal. He was increasing his strength now because he was preparing to accumulate strength. Only when he had accumulated enough strength could he break through in one fell swoop in a desperate situation and break the fate that every era had to come to an end. He was thinking about something in his heart. Qin Shujian's attention had always been on the human race. He was originally living in seclusion in the human race tribe, but when he saw the human race working so hard, he could not help but come over to take a look. Of course, it was impossible for him to interfere. Whether it was the destruction of the human race or the destruction of the dragons, Qin Shujian had no intention of directly interfering. He merely wanted to watch the battle between the two clans. At this moment, the actions of the human race also shocked the myriad races. Regardless of whether it was the Spirit Clan or the other top clans, they all turned their gazes to the void and landed on the human race army. After tens of thousands of years of recuperation, the strength of the myriad races in the world had increased to varying degrees. However, there were not many races that could take out hundreds of perfected immortals and hundreds of millions of celestial beings like the human race. The human race is really powerful. Ling Huang looked at the void, his face expressionless. So far, the Eldar and the human race were still considered allies. However, he knew very well, if the Eldar wanted to establish the heavenly court, then the human race would also be a stumbling block on the Eldar's path forward. Moreover, this stumbling block was much bigger than the other stumbling blocks. Even if the Eldar wanted to move it away, it would not be an easy task. However, although Ling Huang was wary of the human race, he did not intend to fall out with them immediately. The myriad races in the world were tyrannical. Although the Eldar was strong, it was not to the point of suppressing the myriad races. Therefore, he still had to have allies. Chapter 1036. The humans are strong, and the dragons are not weak either. I'm afraid that both sides will suffer great losses in this battle. Ling Huang's face was expressionless, but he was smiling faintly in his heart. It was good that both sides suffered great losses. Without Eldar's intervention, the humans would be weakened by a portion of their strength. The weakening of the two top clans was one less obstacle for Eldar in the future. Immediately after, Ling Huang thought of something again, and the smile in his heart disappeared. The humans have some relationship with the Venerable One. If Eldar attacks the humans in the future, will the Venerable One take any action? Thinking of the Venerable One, he felt a strong pressure in his heart. If, facing the human emperor and other top experts of the world, if he had great confidence in suppressing them, then when facing Qin Shujian, Ling Huang had no confidence at all. He was very clear. Before he was born, that Venerable One was already an extremely powerful existence. Now that he had broken through to the upper three levels of true immortal, he still could not see through that person. It was obvious. What kind of strength had the other party reached? If that person was really determined to help the humans, then Eldar's idea of suppressing all clans and establishing the heavenly court was a joke. Impossible. The Venerable One has never interfered too much in the affairs of heaven and earth. Besides, he has a relationship with the humans, but he also values me. Eldar. Ling Huang comforted himself in his heart. Indeed, that person had a good impression of the humans, but he also had a good impression of Eldar. It could be seen from the fact that the other party was willing to preach to him and leave behind a divine weapon. So, to tell the truth, he did not think that the Venerable One would dare to interfere with the affairs of all clans in the world. Looking at the human army in the void, Ling Huang had his own thoughts. The war is about to start. The Black Tiger Emperor looked at the void with a calm expression. It had been tens of thousands of years since the Black Tiger announced the seclusion of the clan. For tens of thousands of years, the Black Tiger's strength had been steadily increasing. However, due to the lack of subsequent resources, the speed of improvement had slowed down. But even so, he had no intention of letting the Black Tiger come into being. The reason was very simple: the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations were about to arrive. The Black Tiger Emperor knew that he had become an immortal relatively late. Until now, he had not reached the limit of 129,600 years. However, in his estimation, in another 10 to 20,000 years, the calamity would officially arrive. To others, 10 to 20,000 years was an extremely long wait. However, to true immortals, although it was not as short as the snap of a finger, it was not too long either. Right now, the Black Tiger Emperor was completely focused on accumulating his foundation. Purpose. He hoped that he could successfully transcend the tribulation. Once I've successfully transcended the tribulation, I'll settle the score with you White Tiger people. The Black Tiger Emperor seemed to have thought of something and shifted his gaze towards the White Tiger people. His eyes were filled with killing intent. For tens of thousands of years, the White Tiger people had sent powerhouses to attack the Black Tiger's array formation more than once. It was just that the Black Tiger's array formation was so strong that no matter how hard the White Tiger people tried, they couldn't break it. That was why the Black Tiger was able to stay safe until now. It could be seen. The White Tiger people were determined to destroy his Black Tiger. The Black Tiger Emperor had never been a soft-hearted person. He wouldn't pretend that nothing had happened when someone came knocking on his door. It was just that he was currently preparing for the tribulation, so he didn't bother with the White Tiger people. If that wasn't the case, he would have long released the array formation and fought with the White Tiger people. However, I still have 10 to 20,000 years to transcend the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. That old thing White Tiger Emperor's tribulation is probably coming soon. Killing intent appeared in the Black Tiger Emperor's eyes. He was currently focused on his tribulation and almost forgot that the White Tiger Emperor was also going to transcend the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Seriously speaking, the White Tiger Emperor had become an immortal before him. Now that he was about to transcend the tribulation, the White Tiger Emperor's tribulation should be even closer. Even so, but the Black Tiger Emperor was still hesitating. After all, if he stopped the White Tiger Emperor from transcending the tribulation, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. If he was seriously injured, the probability of him transcending the tribulation would be greatly reduced. At that time, it would really be killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of his own men. So, the Black Tiger Emperor was considering the gains and losses. On the other side, the army of the human clan had completely arrived in front of the sea. Hundreds of millions of celestials. Hundreds of true immortals. Just their aura alone could suppress the void and crush it, causing the sea level to drop a lot out of thin air. There were no more waves. Feng was wearing a black robe with mountains and rivers embroidered on it. An extremely terrifying aura was emitted from his body. In an instant, it was like a gale, bombarding the sea. Boom. The aura bombarded, causing the clans of the sea to tremble in fear. Feng's voice was clear. Ben Huang is already here. Isn't the Dragon Emperor coming out to meet me? A loud voice. It spread throughout the vast sea. 1 breath. 2 breaths. A few breaths passed, but the dragons didn't respond at all. Seeing this, Feng's expression didn't change. Since the Dragon Emperor isn't willing to come out to meet me, then Ben Huang will invite you to come out. He punched out in the air. In an instant. In the void, a fist mark caved in, and the space within hundreds of millions of miles shattered like a tile. A terrifying force poured down, directly falling towards the sea. The sea shook endlessly. In front of that force, the sea split to the left and right. Roar. An earth-shattering dragon roar was heard, and a huge true dragon darted out from the sea, crushing that force with just a claw. Immediately after, a large number of dragon Jinxian, as well as the true immortals of the various clans of the sea, all walked out from the bottom of the sea, confronting the human clan in the air. The human emperor came to my sea as a guest. Ben Huang naturally welcomes you. But if you come to my sea to behave atrociously, I, the dragons, have never been afraid of any race. In the huge eyes of the Dragon Emperor, a cold expression appeared. His gaze. It landed directly on Feng's body. Although there were many experts of the human clan at the moment, the real threat was only this human emperor. Seeing the various clans of the sea appear, Feng's eyes flickered, and then he calmly opened his mouth. This battle is a grudge between the human clan and the dragons. It has nothing to do with the other clans of the sea. Why do you have to get involved? If you retreat now, Ben Huang can guarantee that we will never touch the clans of the sea. The human emperor must be joking. The clans of the sea are originally a whole. Your human clan attacking the dragons is the same as making an enemy of the clans of the sea. Before the dragon emperor could speak, the true immortals of the sea responded. Hearing that, there was a faint smile on the face of the dragon emperor, as if he was very satisfied with such an answer. Immediately, his face turned cold again. That's right. Your human clan wants to divide the clans of the sea. It's simply wishful thinking. If the human clan retreats now, Ben Huang can treat it as if nothing has happened. Otherwise, Ben Huang will make your human clan unable to return. Chapter 1037. Retreat. The smile on Feng's face suddenly turned cold. In the past, you stopped Ben Huang from creating humans. There's no chance for reconciliation between our races. Today, the goal of the human race is to destroy the dragons. Any race that dares to stop us will be the enemy of the human race. Since we're enemies, we'll fight to the death. A cold voice. The expressions of many sea clans changed drastically. The human race's declaration of war against the dragons was already very firm. If they insisted on standing on the side of the dragons, they would definitely be implicated. Being targeted by a top clan was a terrifying disaster for any weak clan. They wanted to retreat. But there was no way to retreat. If they retreated at this time, not to mention the possibility of offending the human race, the dragons would definitely be offended to death. It would be fine if the human race destroyed the dragons. If they were not destroyed, then what awaited them would be a disaster of destruction. As if seeing that someone's mind was wavering, the Turtle Emperor said in a deep voice, "The sea clans are a whole. If the human emperor wants to attack the dragons, it's equivalent to becoming enemies with the sea clans. Although the turtle clan doesn't want to become enemies with the human race, we're not afraid of becoming enemies with the human race." The Turtle Emperor is right. This is also what the Sea Serpent clan wants to say. The Sea Serpent Emperor immediately echoed. With the emperors of the two clans expressing their opinions, the emperors of the other clans all became firm in their thoughts. The Dragon Emperor was very satisfied when he heard this. Some words. His words were not as effective as those of the other clans when they were spoken by the dragons. On the other side, Feng stared coldly at the Turtle Emperor and the Sea Serpent Emperor. Good, very good. Since you insist on becoming enemies with the human race, then the human race will take it all. Originally, he had planned to divide the sea clans and then deal with the dragons alone. After all, the sea clans were not very strong individually, but when they joined forces, they could not be underestimated. With the addition of the dragons, their strength was extraordinary. However, the words of the Turtle Emperor and the Sea Serpent Emperor had undoubtedly destroyed his original plan. Since that was the case, Feng didn't want to waste any more time talking. In the next moment, the void cracked open. A huge palm seemed to cover the entire sea area as it crushed down from the sky. Good timing. The Dragon Emperor let out a dragon roar, and the sound waves rolled over. A dragon claw shattered the vacuum and collided with the palm. Rip! Destructive waves spread out from between the two, tearing the void apart. In an instant, the earth, water, fire, and wind surged out. Upper three true immortals. In a sense, they already stood at the peak of the world and could easily destroy the world. The moment the two sovereigns made their moves, the true immortals of the human clan and the true immortals of the various clans of the sea region finally moved as well. Instantly, a great battle broke out. The battlefield was divided into 3 areas. The first zone was the battle between the human sovereign and the Dragon Emperor. The second zone was the battle between the human race and the true immortals of the various sea clans. The third zone was where the cultivators below the true immortal realm fought. Boom! Boom! Waves of destruction swept out like a tide of stars, spreading in all directions in a mighty manner. "They're fighting," Some of the true immortal powerful beings who were watching the battle from afar could feel an immense pressure in their hearts. The battle between the human race and the clans of the sea realm had caused the world, which had been peaceful for a long time, to once again be filled with killing. In this battle, no matter who won or lost, it would cause a lot of trouble in the future. When the time came, those who would be affected would not be as simple as the clans of the sea region. For this battle, not a single clan interfered. The sovereigns of the top clans all looked at the shocking battle above the void. Human sovereign, dragon emperor. It was not the first time the two sovereigns had fought, but in the past, it was not a true battle of life and death. But this time was different. The human clan took the initiative to attack the dragons, and their purpose was not ordinary. The battle between the two sovereigns was unprecedentedly intense. Boom! A fist shook the sky, and a dragon's roar broke through the air. A human and a dragon's huge body were fighting endlessly in the void. The Dragon Emperor's claw came down, instantly tearing everything apart, and a terrifying power erupted. Foam did not retreat, and also punched out. The two forces exploded, and both of their bodies shook at the same time, and immediately retreated. Next, the Dragon Emperor opened his mouth, and the water spirit pearl flew out. In an instant, a vast ocean smashed down from the void, and endless water spirit power was emitted. Innate spirit treasure. Foam's expression did not change. He directly reached out and grasped the void, and a long sword broke through the air and instantly fell into his hand. In the next breath, the long sword slashed out, and the sharp aura tore the vast ocean apart. It turns out that the human sovereign also has an innate spirit treasure. In the void above, Qin Shujian hid his figure and silently watched the battle between the two. It was worth mentioning. The evolution of the inner world was very similar to the upper-class world of the previous eras. There was no Zhu Bing. There was no doctrine artifact. It was just an innate spirit treasure born from heaven and earth. Any divine weapon that could step into the innate spirit treasure level was actually not weaker than Zhu Bing. A powerful innate spirit treasure was equivalent to a high-level Zhu Bing. If it was an innate spirit treasure, it was equivalent to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. However, whether it was the water spirit pearl in the Dragon Emperor's hand or the long sword in the human sovereign's hand, they had not stepped into the innate spirit treasure level. Not to mention the innate spirit treasure. Even the supreme grade innate spirit treasure was far from it. In comparison, it was probably equivalent to the supreme grade innate spirit treasure level. However, the water spirit pearl is an innate spirit treasure of the sea area. When it is used in the sea area, its magical power is far greater than usual. It is still a question whether the human sovereign can match it. Unless he uses the Godslayer, but this is also impossible. Qin Shujian secretly shook his head. The Godslayer could not be used by the human clan to deal with the dragons. Similarly, among the dragons, there was also the existence of the Zhu Bing. Tens of thousands of years. In addition to the number of dragons, the Zhu Bing had almost reached the stage of promotion. It was worth mentioning. The heavenly tribulation of the Zhu Bing, no matter which world it was, existed. For tens of thousands of years. For some races, the heavenly tribulation would descend when the Zhu Bing was promoted. In the beginning, some races were very curious about this. But over time, the heavenly tribulation of the Zhu Bing had become a habitual event. In the sea area, the dragons are revered. The Dragon Emperor let out a long roar, and the water spirit pearl blasted down with the power of the sea area. That power. It was enough to shatter the world. Foam's expression changed slightly, but he had no intention of retreating. In front of the human clan, the dragons are not qualified to be revered. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword was drawn. The sword energy tore the sky and split the earth. When it slashed on the water spirit pearl, it was drowned by a strong water spirit power. Seeing that the water spirit pearl was about to fall, Foam's eyes hardened, and the long sword flew out of his hand. At the same time, his body retreated rapidly. Boom. Chapter 1038. The high-grade innate spirit treasure exploded. It was as if an upper-level true immortal had self-detonated. That terrifying wave instantly swept through everything. Although the water spirit pearl was strong, it wasn't a supreme treasure known for its defense. When this destructive wave erupted, it was the first to bear the brunt and shattered into countless pieces. It was also when the water spirit pearl shattered. Dragon Emperor's mind cracked and he spat out golden blood. No, his huge eyes were filled with unwillingness. He never thought that the other party would be so decisive. The innate spirit treasure self-detonated and dragged the water spirit pearl down with it. At this moment, that force had already rushed over. Dragon Emperor didn't have time to think too much and could only retreat helplessly. The human emperor was retreating. Dragon Emperor was also retreating. The self-detonation of the high-grade innate spirit treasure made the two emperors not dare to resist. At this moment, above the sea, a terrifying light burst out. That powerful and terrifying force even exceeded the limits of the void and scattered below the sea, overturning rivers and seas. Stormy waves. Countless aquatic creatures were annihilated in front of this force. After a long time, the aftermath gradually subsided. Feng stepped into the air, ignoring the mental trauma caused by the self-detonation of the innate spirit treasure, directly passing through the self-detonation area and charging towards Dragon Emperor. Kill. With a punch, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Dragon Emperor was shocked and furious. His true dragon body twisted and also erupted with a powerful attack. Rumble. This time, the two emperors didn't use any magic treasures, nor did they use any superfluous methods. They only relied on their own strength to fight. The long river of laws broke through the air. Endless power of laws attached to the two. Every strike fell. It could shatter countless precepts. Dragon Emperor's strength is still a little lacking after all. Looking at the battle between the two, Ling Huang shook his head slightly. Even though they were both upper-level true immortals, there was still a big gap. The gap between Dragon Emperor and the human emperor wasn't big, but there was still a gap. Such a gap. In the beginning, there wasn't any problem. But as time passed, it would slowly expand. From his point of view, it wouldn't be long before the Dragon Emperor was defeated. However, even if they were defeated, it did not mean that the humans could destroy the dragons. After all, if a true immortal of the upper third tier was forced into a corner, no matter how strong the human emperor was, he would not have a good ending. Therefore, in Ling Huang's eyes, what the human emperor was doing now was not really to destroy the dragons, but for other purposes. If Ban Huang's guess is correct, the Dragon Emperor's 3 calamities and 6 tribulations should be coming soon. If the Dragon Emperor is severely injured in this battle, it will be a problem whether he can survive the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Heavily injure the Dragon Emperor. Then, he would make the other party die under the calamity. For a moment, Ling Huang understood the human sovereign's plan. Roar. The furious dragon roar shook the heavens and the earth. The scales on the Dragon Emperor's body were shattered, and he was dripping with blood. Opposite him, although Feng's condition was not very good, he was not as heavily injured as him. You forced me to do this. The Dragon Emperor's eyes were extremely cold. He swung his dragon tail, and the sea below rose into the sky, directly drowning the ground. How big was the sea? It was comparable to 1/10 of the land. The amount of sea water stored in it was not something that could be measured by numbers. The monstrous waves could destroy everything in an instant. Its power was not something an ordinary true immortal of the upper third tier could compare to. Seeing the monstrous waves sweeping over, Feng's face was solemn. He punched out. The void shattered. But it was not able to extinguish the waves. That boundless power swept through the void, causing him to feel immense pressure. Die. All of you, die. The Dragon Emperor spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely crazy. With his strength, forcefully controlling such a large sea was something that exceeded his limit. Once again, it was enough to hurt his muscles and bones. Unless it was a last resort, he would never use such a method. But there was no other way. The humans had obviously come prepared. Although the dragons and the sea clans had joined forces, they did not have a big advantage for the time being. The human emperor's strength was above his. If he did not go all out at this time, the longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. So, the Dragon Emperor was now fighting with his back against the river. Kill. The waves covered the sky, as if dividing the world into two halves. That power made all the human true immortals' faces change greatly. Retreat. Feng roared, but he did not retreat. Instead, he urged all his strength, and his body became hundreds of millions of feet tall. He landed in front of the sea with an indomitable spirit. His hands gathered all the power of the rules and fiercely blasted it out. Boom, the rules collapsed. The sea shook. Two extremely powerful forces bombarded, comparable to the power of two true immortals of the upper third tier. Feng's body instantly cracked. Soon, new energy surged out of his body, repairing the cracks in his body. At the same time, the human true immortals retreated. The true immortals of the sea clans could not be bothered to stop them, and they all retreated. The Dragon Emperor controlled the power of the sea to attack. It was almost indiscriminate, and any living being in front of it was a dead end. In the eyes of all the true immortals, they could see the sea rising into the sky, straight into the blue sky. Another indomitable giant was fighting against the waves that were about to bombard and destroy everything. Time passed. Both sides seemed to be in a stalemate. When the humans had retreated, Feng directly escaped into the void and left. Without support, the sky-high waves came crashing down. At that moment, countless living beings wailed in agony. Countless cultivators were annihilated by this power. There were creatures of the sea clans. There were also creatures of the land. There were even some humans who did not retreat in time. They were all annihilated in the face of this power. The world was silent. All the experts looked at the scene of the sea wreaking havoc on the land, their faces full of shock. What a powerful move. Inside the Black Tiger Emperor felt the waves crashing down. The destructive power made him feel fear even from billions of miles away. He had a premonition. If the target of this power was the Black Tiger's territory, then the array protecting the Black Tiger would definitely not be qualified to resist. Because that power had completely exceeded the limit of what the array could withstand. It was equivalent to the power of a 7th-tier immortal's self-destruction. What right did a single array have to block it? At the same time, the Black Tiger Emperor also had a clear understanding of the human emperor's strength. Very strong, at least much stronger than him. If he faced that power, other than immediately running away, there was no way he could resist at all. However, the human emperor blocked it, and blocked it until almost all the humans had retreated. Such power. It was not something an ordinary 7th-tier immortal could compare to. Chapter 1039. I thought that after I broke through, there wouldn't be many experts in the world who could contend against me. I didn't expect that I was still a frog in a well. The Black Tiger Emperor sighed. The two battles since he broke through could only be said to be barely passable. There was no need to mention the battle with Ling Huang. He was completely suppressed by the other party and had no choice but to escape in the end. The battle with the White Tiger Emperor. He was not in peak condition, so he ended up with a lose-lose situation. Those two battles. It made the Black Tiger Emperor clearly realize that his strength was not truly invincible. Between heaven and earth, there were still many experts who could contend against or even surpass him. At this moment, his originally impetuous heart had gradually calmed down. I still have a long way to go. Even if I grow to the level of Ling Huang in the future, so what? There are still experts like the Emperor of Heaven. Perhaps only when I reach that level will I be qualified to be called an ultimate expert. Thinking of his ignorance in the past, the Black Tiger Emperor could not help but shake his head and laugh. That was because he thought that true immortals were the heavens. But when he really reached the level of true immortal, he realized that true immortal was just another starting point. Lower 3 levels of true immortal, middle 3 levels of true immortal, upper 3 levels of true immortal. It could be said that one step at a time was equivalent to ascending to the heavens. With every breakthrough in realm, one's strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Immediately after, The Black Tiger Emperor's attention fell on himself again. I'm already at the peak of the 7th level of immortal. If I make a breakthrough in the future, it shouldn't be a big problem. It's just that according to the Emperor of Heaven, the first 3 calamities and 6 tribulations are measured by a cultivator's strength. I'm now at the peak of the 7th level of immortal, so the power of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations will be controlled around the 7th level of immortal. But if I break through to the 8th level of immortal, the power of the heavenly tribulation might reach the 8th level of immortal. The greater the power of the heavenly tribulation, the greater the trouble. If it was possible. The Black Tiger Emperor naturally hoped that the heavenly tribulation would be controlled at the level of the 7th level of immortal. This way, as long as he continued to polish himself at the 7th level of immortal and improve his foundation, there would be no problem with transcending the tribulation. After the tribulation, he would use the time to break through his cultivation level. Perhaps this would solve the problem once and for all. Let's wait a little longer. Now that I'm suppressing my cultivation level, they should be suppressing their cultivation level as well. The ones who can really break through to the 7th tier of immortal are probably Ling Huang and the Human Emperor. The Black Tiger Emperor looked in Eldar's direction, then at the humans. Currently, in the world, these 2 rulers were the only ones who had truly overcome the 3 disasters and 6 calamities. As rulers of top-notch clans, it was impossible for them to only want to successfully overcome the 3 disasters and 6 disasters every time. What they wanted was to surpass the disasters and not be troubled by them anymore. The first calamity had arrived. It was because the time given was too short. Most of the time, there was no way to respond. However, after the first disaster was over, the 129,600 years that followed would be the time for the top-notch rulers to start their plans. The Black Tiger Emperor could foresee this. The tribulation of heaven and earth was about to arrive. The tribulation should have come a long time ago, but it was delayed because of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Now that rulers were transcending the tribulations one after another, the Great Tribulation was inevitable. From the fact that the humans were attacking the sea, one could see some clues. There's not much time left for the Black Tiger. I have to transcend the tribulation as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations can't be brought forward or delayed. I can only wait for the tribulation to come. The Black Tiger Emperor took a deep breath. He also wanted to lead the tribulation to come in advance. With his current foundation, transcending the tribulation wouldn't be a big problem. However, there was no other way. There was no way to lead the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations in advance. Perhaps there was a way, but he didn't know, so it was equivalent to not existing. On the other side, the dragons fought with their backs to the wall, and the humans had no choice but to retreat. This battle also alarmed all the races in the world. After retreating from the sea, not only did the human race not rest and recuperate, but they also went on a rampage and attacked the nearby races. Anyone who dared to resist would have their entire family wiped out. On the contrary, if they were willing to submit to the humans, they would be safe and sound. The condition for submitting was that all the powerhouses would be deployed by the humans, and at the same time, they would have to pay the humans every year. In a short period of time, more than 10 races were either subdued or exterminated by the humans. When the news spread, the strength of the humans had imperceptibly increased by a lot. In the human palace, Feng sat there, his aura fluctuating. The injuries he received in the sea wouldn't recover so quickly, but he wasn't too worried. Although the injuries on his body affected his strength, it wasn't too big of a problem. Moreover, combined with the strength of the humans, they didn't need to fear even the top races. My Emperor, our race already has 8 races that have submitted to us. However, the news of our race conquering the other races has spread, causing many small races to be vigilant. Now, those small races have banded together with the goal of resisting our race. Below, many true immortals of the human race stood and reported. Feng said calmly, "The great tribulation of the world is about to arrive. When the time comes, even the top races have the possibility of being destroyed. Our human race has to quickly increase our strength. This matter can't be delayed. If they are willing to submit to us, then we will naturally treat them well. If they become enemies with us, then we will exterminate them all. The Eldar can exterminate hundreds of races. How can we be inferior to the Eldar? The Great Tribulation of the world. That was a monstrous killing intent. The Eldar exterminating hundreds of races was the beginning. The humans declaring war on the dragons was another beginning. Now that the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations had been successfully passed, Feng didn't plan to waste any more time. He swallowed up the small races and let them support the humans, nurturing enough experts for the humans to stand out in the Great Tribulation. Anyone who didn't obey would be directly exterminated. The Eldar could exterminate hundreds of races. The humans could also exterminate hundreds of races. Not only hundreds of races. Even thousands of races and tens of thousands of races could do the same. When the human true immortals below heard this, their hearts trembled. They could hear a strong killing intent from Feng's words. To this, they didn't dare to disobey. We will obey my emperor's orders. Go, before the other big races react, gather the small races and increase the strength of our human race. Yes, the human true immortals accepted the order. Watching everyone leave, Feng recalled the scene when he was going through the tribulation. That scene, although it was a tribulation, it also allowed him to find the future direction of the human race. Only by doing so could the human race truly exist for eternity. All of a sudden, Feng looked at the stone saber that stood in the hall like a dead object and asked calmly, "May I ask if you know what the heavenly court is and what the Emperor of Heaven is?" Chapter 1040. Heavenly Court. Emperor of Heaven. Godslayer was stunned. He did not expect Feng to suddenly ask such a question. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. Just say it directly. What if Qin Shujian was dissatisfied? But if he said no, it would be too deceptive. So, Godslayer chose to remain silent. After a long time, Feng calmly said, "It seems that you really know about the existence of the heavenly court and the Emperor of Heaven." The other party's silence was a disguised answer. When he finished speaking, Godslayer thought for a moment, then opened his mouth to explain, "There are some things that I can't tell you too much. I can only say that I understand. If you have the chance in the future, perhaps you will be able to understand." Seeing this, Feng did not ask anything else. Godslayer's answer had already given him the answer he wanted. There were 9 levels of heaven. Every level of heaven had the existence of the strong wind of heaven and earth, and above the 9 levels of heaven was an endless void. In the void, endless darkness drifted, and an evil and violent aura reverberated. Qin Shujian stepped in, and the drifting darkness seemed to have sensed a terrifying existence and immediately fled in all directions. Heavenly Court. Emperor of Heaven. It seems that the establishment of the heavenly court and the ruling of all races is a necessary process for the evolution of heaven and earth. When Feng asked this question, he already had a feeling in his heart. The other party's question. Not a single one of them was left out, falling into his ears. To this, Qin Shujian did not feel angry, nor did he have the intention to stop the establishment of the heavenly court. Because it was inevitable for the evolution of heaven and earth. Although he was only the Emperor of Heaven of the heavenly court in the great wide world, he did not object to the appearance of the Emperor of Heaven in the inner world. They were both Emperor of Heaven. It did not mean that the two were really on the same level. Qin Shujian was confident. Among all the heavenly emperors in the past few epochs, he should be the strongest. After all, even if he were to face the powerful ancient gods of the First Era, he would not fear them at all. Even the strongest celestial emperors of all eras would not be able to contend against the ancient gods. Withdrawing his thoughts from the human race, Qin Shujian refocused his attention on the void before him. That evil and ruthless aura didn't make him frown. There was a hint of surprise on his face. To tell the truth, Qin Shujian was no stranger to the darkness before him. It was similar to the void demons of the Great Thousand Domains. However, there were still some differences between the void demons and the darkness before him. However, in the Third Era, it would be much easier to explain. Heavenly demon. Extraterrestrial demons. During the Third Era, extraterrestrial demons were born outside the world. Some of these creatures were strong while some were weak. They were the nightmare of all the cultivators in the world. Every time a cultivator was transcending a tribulation, or when they were distracted, the extraterrestrial demons would take advantage of the situation to invade. If a cultivator succeeded in transcending the tribulation, they would be able to devour the extraterrestrial demons and greatly increase their strength. On the other hand, it was the reincarnation of an extraterrestrial demon. It could be said that, in the Third Era, the extraterrestrial demons were existences that everyone hated. However, the extraterrestrial demons were powerful and not weaker than the 10,000 races in the world. However, what Qin Shujian didn't expect was that there would be extraterrestrial demons born in the inner world. Moreover, they were not outside the inner world, but above the 9 heavens. In this way, it was not right to call them extraterrestrial demons. Instead, it was more appropriate to call them extraterrestrial demons. The heaven and earth gave birth to extraterrestrial demons, and the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations descended. This is a method that the heaven and earth evolved on its own. It wants to use the extraterrestrial demons to guide the 10,000 races on the path to take in the future. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered slightly. He only needed to think about it briefly to understand the ins and outs of the matter. Immediately after, he took a step forward and headed towards the depths of the void. Along the way, all the extraterrestrial demons retreated in all directions as if they had met their natural enemy. They didn't dare to approach him. For the extraterrestrial demons, the flesh and blood of living beings should be the most tempting thing. However, in front of Qin Shujian, the extraterrestrial demons felt threatened. He took a few steps forward. He went straight to the depths of the void. There was a palace made of white bones standing there, suppressing the entire void. And in the palace, there was also a powerful aura that was not weaker than the upper 3 true immortals of the 10,000 races. In the next moment, Qin Shujian had already entered the palace. In the palace, there were extraterrestrial demons gathered. Each extraterrestrial demon emitted an aura that was not weaker than the upper 3 true immortals. There were more than 10 of them. When Qin Shujian appeared, the extraterrestrial demons' expressions changed drastically. Then, they bowed to him at the same time. "Greetings, Venerable One." The extraterrestrial demons bowed. The scene was silent. Qin Shujian had his hands behind his back and his expression was calm. "Do you think I am?" The leader of the extraterrestrial demons had a respectful expression. "The Venerable One is the ruler of heaven and earth. We were born from the hands of the heavenly Tao, so how could we not know about the existence of the Venerable One? It's just that we didn't know that the Venerable One had come to the territory of our heavenly demon clan." While speaking, the leader of the extraterrestrial demons carefully observed Qin Shujian's expression, afraid that he would make the other party unhappy. The living beings of the 10,000 races did not understand how terrifying Qin Shujian was. However, the heavenly demon clan was born from the hands of the heavenly Tao. It was a race born from the heavenly Tao, so they naturally inherited a portion of its memories. Therefore, the leader of the extraterrestrial demons was very clear about Qin Shujian's background. The other party was the creator of this world, and his strength was not something that the extraterrestrial demons could understand. Although he was born from the heavenly Tao and his strength was not weaker than the strongest of the 10,000 races, in front of Qin Shujian, he was just an existence that could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. This way, none of the extraterrestrial demons dared to be impudent in front of the other party. Qin Shujian said indifferently, "You are innocent. Speaking of which, I still don't know the status of the extraterrestrial demons. Why don't you tell me about it?" Reporting to the Venerable One, the lowest level of the extraterrestrial demon clan is the ordinary extraterrestrial demons. The next level is the extraterrestrial demon general, then the extraterrestrial demon king, and finally the extraterrestrial demon emperor. The leader of the extraterrestrial demons answered truthfully, "Extraterrestrial demon. Extraterrestrial demon general. Extraterrestrial Demon King, Extraterrestrial Demon Emperor. Qin Shujian nodded. There was nothing special about this division, but it was also very suitable for the extraterrestrial demon clan. How strong is the corresponding strength of each position? Below the true immortal realm, they are all ordinary extraterrestrial demons. The lower 3 true immortals are extraterrestrial demon generals, the middle 3 true immortals are extraterrestrial demon kings, and the upper 3 true immortals are extraterrestrial demon emperors. In that case, the extraterrestrial demon clan's strength is not as good. They actually have more than 10 extraterrestrial demon emperors. Among the 10,000 races, no race can contend against them. Qin Shujian's gaze swept across the many extraterrestrial demon emperors. Among the 10,000 races in the world, the most powerful Eldar was only an upper 3 true immortal. However, there were more than 10 experts of this level in the extraterrestrial demon clan. From this, one could see how strong he was. Chapter 1041. Hearing that, the celestial demon emperor, who was the leader, showed some arrogance on his face, but he immediately lowered his head and looked at the others submissively. Compared to a single race, the Sky Devil clan is much stronger, but in front of the Venerable, we are just ants. We don't deserve such praise from the Venerable. The Sky Devil clan was very strong. It also depended on the person. In front of Qin Shujian, not to mention a dozen Sky Devil emperors, even 100 Sky Devil emperors were not enough. What's your name? My name is Marcus. The Sky Devil emperor in the lead bowed his head and replied. Qin Shujian gave a light hum and remembered it. I have no intention of interfering with the Sky Devil clan. Since the heavenly Tao instinctively let you be born, it proves that the Sky Devil clan is necessary to exist. As long as you don't do anything that breaks the rules, I won't interfere in the slightest. Things that break the rules. Marcus looked startled, and then asked. May I ask the Venerable, what are some of the rules? I won't talk about some of the rules. Think about it yourself. In any case, just follow your heart. Qin Shujian replied ambiguously, and then disappeared from the hall. In less than a breath of time, even Marcus did not react, he was already gone. Suddenly, the faces of all the Sky Devil emperors drooped. Qin Shujian's arrival was inexplicable, his words were inexplicable, and his departure was also inexplicable. Or if someone else dared to talk to the Sky Devil clan like that, they would have long been dismembered by them. However, it could be done to others, but not to the person just now. Strictly speaking, the Sky Devil clan was born from the Heavenly Tao, and the Heavenly Tao was opened up by Qin Shujian. If the Heavenly Tao was compared to the other party's son, then their Sky Devil clan was the real grandson. Not to mention, Qin Shujian's strength was terrifyingly powerful. If the other party wanted to, destroying the Sky Devil clan was simply a matter of a thought. Therefore, although Qin Shujian's words were inexplicable, the Sky Devil clan did not dare to be dissatisfied. Marcus, what does the Venerable One mean? Some celestial demonic emperors looked puzzled. The person who had been talking to Qin Shujian the whole time was Marcus. Since he didn't understand, he could only ask Marcus. Hearing this, Marcus rolled his eyes. You ask me, who should I ask? But the meaning of the Venerable's words is probably to let us follow our hearts, and following our hearts means doing whatever we want to do. That's right, we can do whatever we want. As he spoke, Marcus, on the other hand, believed in his conjecture a little more. When the other celestial demonic emperors heard this, they all looked enlightened. Together. That was what the Venerable One meant. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. There would be no restrictions. Then. The expression on Marcus' face eased a bit, and he continued, the Venerable came to the Celestial Fiend clan, but then left. Clearly, he isn't dissatisfied with my Celestial Fiend clan. If there were any dissatisfaction with the Venerable One's methods, we wouldn't have the chance to stand here. Therefore, there's no need to think too much about the Venerable One for the time being. We might as well think about how to deal with the powerhouses of the 10,000 races. The Venerable One. That was an existence that completely transcended heaven and earth, and had nothing to do with the current celestial fiend clan. On the contrary, the 10,000 races of heaven and earth had a lot to do with the celestial fiend clan. The last time Ling Huang went through the tribulation with the human emperor, you said that you didn't have the confidence to bewitch him, so no celestial demonic emperor took action, and only sent a few ordinary celestial fiends to their deaths. But sooner or later, my celestial fiend clan will occupy a place among the 10,000 races. Not long ago, in the battle between the human race and the dragons, the Dragon Emperor was seriously injured. According to my calculations, he is not far from the tribulation. So I plan to let a celestial demonic emperor take action this time. If we can devour the Dragon Emperor, then our celestial fiend clan can officially take over the lower realm. Marcus said in a deep voice. Although the void was good, it was lacking in resources and was full of loneliness. Although the celestial fiend clan was born in the void, it didn't mean that they were willing to stay in the void for the rest of their lives. In fact, many celestial fiends hoped to enter the lower realm. The mortal world was tempting, how could the void compare to it? But the problem was that the celestial fiend clan was different from the 10,000 races. If they left the void without permission, they would definitely be ostracized by the 10,000 races. In terms of strength, although the celestial fiend clan was stronger than any other clan, compared to the 10,000 races as a whole, there was still a big gap. In this way, if the celestial fiend clan wanted to take over the lower realm, they could only start from other aspects. Seize the body of a true immortal. Sneaking into the 10,000 races and consuming their strength became an inevitable thing. As soon as he finished, a celestial fiend emperor said, "The Dragon Emperor is the first batch of living beings in the world. Even if he is injured, it will not be easy for him to seize the body of the Dragon Emperor. Who here can guarantee that they will be able to seize the body of the Dragon Emperor?" The scene fell silent. That's right. The foundation of the first batch of living beings in the world was not weaker than the celestial fiend emperor present. Forcefully seize the body. Once they failed, they would become the other party's nourishment. To this, no celestial fiend emperor dared to take the risk. Marcus furrowed his brows. The risk of seizing the body of the Dragon Emperor is not small, but we don't necessarily have to seize the body of the Dragon Emperor. In the battle when the human race attacked the sea area, the dragons suffered a lot. That Dragon Emperor must be extremely resentful of the human race. If we, the Celestial Fiend clan, take a step back and cooperate with the dragons, it is not impossible. Cooperation. Many Celestial Fiend emperors were stunned. The Celestial Fiend clan had always directly seized the bodies of the 10,000 races and had never had the experience of cooperating with the 10,000 races. However, Marcus's words were not without reason. If they couldn't seize the body of the Dragon Emperor, then they could cooperate with the Dragon Emperor. Your proposal is indeed good, but whether the dragons are willing to cooperate with us is still a question. Don't worry, the Dragon Emperor is now injured, and his mind must be damaged. As long as we bewitch the dragons and make them cooperate with my Celestial Fiend clan, it shouldn't be a big problem. Marcus smiled confidently. Besides, the advantages of cooperating with my Celestial Fiend clan outweigh the disadvantages. My Celestial Fiend clan borrowed the hands of the dragons to develop our forces in the lower realm. Similarly, the dragons can also borrow the hands of my Celestial Fiend clan to deal with the human race. Now that the human race is powerful and the dragons have retreated to the sea area, the Dragon Emperor will certainly be unwilling. Without the help of my Celestial Fiend clan, it will be impossible for the dragons to deal with the human race in the future. Sometimes, the gap between the top clans is much greater than the gap between the other clans. Setbacks in several battles. It was a fact that the dragons were inferior to the human race. And now, the human race was constantly annexing the other clans, and their strength was growing day by day. Now that the Dragon Emperor was wholeheartedly preparing for the tribulation, he simply did not have the mind to gather the sea clans. As a result, the gap between the two was imperceptibly widening. The dragons were originally weaker than the human race, and now that the gap had widened, there was no possibility of resistance. Chapter 1042. And not only can we work with the Dragon Clan, but we can also work with other races. Some of the myriad races are weak and are persecuted by the various big races. They must desire power, and our heavenly devil clan can give them all. I believe that as long as we give them benefits, it won't be a problem for them to cooperate with our heavenly devil clan or even serve us. The smile on Marcus's face was obvious. He had a thorough understanding of the thoughts of the creatures of the myriad races. As long as they were given benefits, the difference in races was not a problem. Moreover, right now, the heavenly devil clan did not show up much. As long as they did not come down from the void in large numbers, they would definitely not arouse the disgust of the myriad races. If that was the case, as long as the cycle was gradual, they could nibble away at the myriad races step by step, thus making proper preparations for the heavenly devil clan to enter the lower realm. At this point, Marcus also looked at the expressions of the other heavenly devil emperors. Those heavenly devil emperors looked slightly happy, obviously moved by his words. Seeing this, he continued. Now that the news of the heavenly court has gradually spread, the position of the Emperor of Heaven will definitely be coveted by the myriad races. When the myriad races start a dispute, their strength will definitely be greatly reduced. That will be our heavenly devil clan's opportunity. Marcus could almost foresee it. When the myriad races establish the heavenly court, it would definitely be a bloody battle. At that time, who knew how many races would be destroyed? After all, everyone wanted to establish the heavenly court, and everyone wanted to become the Emperor of Heaven who ruled over the myriad races. That was a supreme power. Not a single expert could refuse such an offer. My heavenly devil clan has more than a dozen heavenly devil emperors. Among the myriad races, the Eldar is currently the strongest, but among the Eldar, only Ling Huang is an upper third-level true immortal. No matter how strong his opportunities are, no matter how profound his strength is, fighting against 2 or 3 heavenly devil emperors is already his limit. When the myriad races fight and suffer heavy losses, our heavenly devil clan will descend to the lower realm. What qualifications do the myriad races have to resist us? Right now, if we cooperate with some races, we will definitely be able to speed up the process of provoking the great tribulation of heaven and earth. On that day, my heavenly devil clan will truly dominate the earth and void, and become the supreme race. Marcus's expression was impassioned, and his voice became loud and clear. In his opinion, this was the best opportunity for the celestial demons. The emotions of the other celestial demon emperors were instantly stirred. That was right. This was the best opportunity for the celestial devils. After leaving the heavenly fiend clan, Qin Shujian went straight down to the 9th heaven. In the Sea of Consciousness, Zhu Tian asked about the star map. What did the Emperor of Heaven mean by his last words? Ever since he left the celestial demon clan, he had been thinking about what Qin Shujian had said to the celestial demons. However, no matter how hard he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out the meaning behind it. Hearing this, Qin Shujian smiled faintly. It's nothing, just a casual remark. Ever since the heavenly demons were born, they were destined to oppose the myriad races. Those celestial demon emperors were all ambitious and wanted to enter the lower realm. When the great tribulation of heaven and earth erupts, I think the heavenly devil clan will also interfere. It was predictable. The first tribulation of the world. Just how intense would it be? It wasn't the first time Qin Shujian had heard about the great tribulation of heaven and earth. As early as the Third Era, he had personally experienced the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sat on the throne of heaven and earth in the end. In the Third Era, the first great tribulation of heaven and earth could be said to have been fought until the heavens fell and the earth cracked, almost shattering the vast world. In that battle, 70 to 80% of the myriad races were killed or injured, and only a few races managed to survive in the end. And Qin Shujian, as the emperor of the human race at that time, led the human race out of the Great Tribulation. In the end, it was the establishment of the heavenly court and became the first emperor of heaven. Logically speaking, the position of emperor of heaven should be rotated. However, Qin Shujian had been on the throne for more than 1,000,000 years, And each of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations didn't make him fail. Not only that, but he also directly advanced to the Tao fruit level and became a supreme expert that existed with the era. Therefore, he was not only the first emperor of heaven of the 3rd era, but also the last emperor of heaven of the 3rd era. Ju Tian's star map said, "The heavenly demon clan is tyrannical. If the heavenly demon clan comes down, I'm afraid no race among the myriad races can contend against them." Not necessarily. Qin Shujian shook his head. From the looks of it, there is indeed no race that can contend against the heavenly demon clan. However, the myriad races have huge growth potential, and the heavenly demon clan can't compare to them. If the myriad races are given some more time, more upper 3 true immortals will be born in the future. Moreover, Qin Shujian paused and said again, "The heavenly demon clan is opposed to the myriad races. If they rashly descend to the lower realm, it will definitely cause the myriad races to attack." Although the heavenly demon clan can crush any race now, compared to the myriad races as a whole, the gap is not small. As he spoke, his feet did not stop moving. He had already returned to the human race. Now, the human race attacked the surrounding races, causing many tribes to fall into a state of war. However, for Qin Shujian, this did not affect him much. He still found an unfamiliar tribe, and then gave himself the identity of a wandering daoist. He stayed there for a while, and then bought a shop. He put all the books he had kept in the shop. Just like that. Thus, a new bookstall appeared once again. Sea region. Dragons. The battle with the human race had caused the dragons to suffer a lot. As the Emperor of Dragons, the Dragon Emperor had suffered a serious backlash because he forcefully controlled the power of the sea region. In the deepest part of the sea region, a true dragon was crawling there. The broken scales on its body were slowly recovering bit by bit. However, there was a destructive force lingering, preventing the recovery of its physical body. Faint golden blood seeped out from it and merged into the sea. Human race. Human emperor. There was a tyrannical emotion in the Dragon Emperor's eyes, and his killing intent was almost undisguised. The battle in the sea region. The loss of the dragons was a small matter, but he had suffered serious injuries and even damaged a supreme treasure like the water spirit pearl. Regarding this, he felt extremely angry. The loss of the water spirit pearl had caused the dragons to lose a supreme treasure that could suppress fate. At the same time, it had also caused him to lose a powerful trump card. At the same time, he had suffered serious injuries, and there was no way for him to recover in a short period of time. According to the Dragon Emperor's speculation, his 3 disasters and 6 tribulations would come in at most 100 years. 100 years. There was no way to heal his injuries at all. Regarding the upcoming calamity that he had never experienced before, even the emperors of the top clans had great fear in their hearts. There was even a trace of undetectable fear. If he was in peak condition, the Dragon Emperor would not have been too worried. But now, it was hard to say. Chapter 1043. Boom! An aura crushed down from the sky. The human true immortal stepped into the air and looked down at the races below. All the living beings of the race raised their heads to look at the sky, their faces filled with shock. "I'm here on the orders of the human emperor to give you one last chance. Submit or die. Submit or die." The short words made the hearts of the living beings below tremble. Then, an emperor stepped into the air and appeared in front of the human true immortal. His expression was very ugly. "Our race has already decided not to participate in the disputes of the 10,000 races. Is the human race really going to kill us all?" This was not the first time the human race had come. In order to avoid the human race, he even did not hesitate to lead his race to migrate, but in the end, he could not escape the pursuit of the human race. At this moment, he was already blocked by the human true immortal. Although there was only one true immortal in front of him, this emperor was certain that there would definitely be more human true immortals hiding in the void. Attack. That was courting death. However, he was unwilling to submit to the human race. The human true immortal's expression was indifferent. You were born in heaven and earth, how can you not participate? I'll give you one more chance. If you submit, you will be the vassals of the human race in the future. As long as the human race exists, you will definitely be safe. But if you refuse to submit, I can turn you into ashes in an instant. Hearing this, the emperor on the other side immediately fell silent. Time passed bit by bit. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. The human true immortal raised his hand, and the aura on his body had already become violent. It seems that you have already made a decision. In that case, wait. Sensing the surging killing intent, the emperor was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. However, the human true immortal ignored him and continued to condense his power. In the end, the emperor lowered his head unwillingly. Our race is willing to submit. As soon as he finished speaking, the killing intent disappeared. A faint smile appeared on the human true immortal's indifferent face. A wise man submits to circumstances. Your decision has given your race hope to continue. Since you have submitted to the human race, you have to pay tribute to our race every year. As for the details of the tribute, it won't be long before someone comes to discuss it. Do you have any problems? At your command. The ruler's head was still lowered. He had accepted his fate. Small clans were like this. They didn't have enough strength to control everything. When it came to a crisis, they could only submit to those large clans. The true immortal of the human race glanced at the other party before flying off into the skies. He wasn't worried that this small race would run away. Right now, the power of the human race had already spread out completely. Anyone who dared to go against the orders of the human race would be annihilated by true immortals very quickly. At that time, there was no room for discussion. The reason why the human race is expanding without restraint is that they want to accumulate enough strength to deal with the calamity. Shouldn't we also make some preparations? Within the territory of the Phoenix tribe, the Phoenix Emperor said in a deep voice. She had witnessed the continuous descent of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, as well as the great battle that had taken place between heaven and earth. Although the Phoenix clan had not appeared in the world for a long time, they did not relax at all when it came to matters of the outside world. The Phoenix Emperor shook her head. The human race is expanding now because the human emperor has already passed the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. He wants to find an opportunity to break through the calamity before the next 3 calamities and 6 tribulations comes. The 3 calamities and 6 tribulations of yours and mine haven't arrived yet. It's too risky to appear at this time. The human race could be arrogant. It was because the human emperor was no longer afraid of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. The next 3 calamities and 6 tribulations would happen 120,000 years later. 120,000 years later. A lot of things could happen by then. After all, it had only been a little more than 120,000 years since the birth of heaven and earth. But even so, heaven and earth had already passed the stage of coming into existence from nothing to the current stage of the competition between the clans. During this period, countless clans had been destroyed and risen. And this, it was just something that had happened 120,000 years ago. After a pause, the Phoenix Emperor said, "We don't have to be too anxious. Let's wait a little longer. In a few hundred years, you and I will begin to transcend the tribulation. When that time comes, it will be the opportunity for the Phoenix clan to appear." That's good too. The Phoenix clan has been silent for too long. Perhaps all the clans have forgotten about our existence. The Phoenix Emperor nodded. The Phoenix clan lived in seclusion in the volcanoes and rarely appeared in the world. However, if the great tribulation of heaven and earth really came, as long as they were in heaven and earth, there was no way they could stay out of it. If the Phoenix clan wanted to transcend the great tribulation, they had to find their own opportunity. Or else, when the great tribulation arose, the Phoenix clan might turn into ashes in an instant. Let's wait a little longer. After the Phoenix Emperor said this, he fell silent. Wait a little longer. After he successfully transcended the tribulation, he would think about other things. The human race has subdued the other clans on a large scale. I, Eldar, can't fall behind. Pass down Ben Huang's order. All the small clans within hundreds of millions of miles of Eldar mountain range must either submit or be wiped out, Ling Huang ordered with an indifferent expression. Since the human race had made a move, Eldar had no reason to stand by and watch. Subduing the various clans. It was to strengthen Eldar's strength. At present, only he and the human emperor had successfully transcended the tribulation. For the time being, they didn't have to worry about the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. They could expand their forces as much as possible. On the contrary, the experts of the large clans and the top clans were now keeping a low profile. After all, the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations were right in front of them. If they acted in a high-profile manner and were targeted by other enemies, it would be troublesome. In the hall, many Eldar perfected immortals stood. After hearing Ling Huang's words, they immediately bowed. We obey my emperor's orders. The perfected immortals received the order and left. Then, ever since the destruction of the 100 clans, Eldar, who had been silent for tens of thousands of years, finally moved. Just like the human race, Eldar moved out on a large scale and began to subdue the various clans. Following the actions of Eldar and the human race, the killing intent of heaven and earth became even more intense. Both clans have begun to subdue the small clans in order to strengthen themselves. There's not much time left for us. Inside the Black Tiger Emperor sensed the changes in the 2 clans. His expression didn't look too good. The human race was fine. The Black Tiger didn't have any grudges with the human race. But it had a lot of disputes with Eldar. If Eldar's strength grew, then it was very likely that he would pose a threat to the Black Tiger. Regarding this, the Black Tiger Emperor was also very cautious. However, the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations that belonged to him hadn't arrived yet. In a short period of time, there was no way for him to push the Black Tiger to subdue the various clans. It could be said that, among all the top clans, the Black Tiger's overall strength was the weakest. As for the rest of the top clans, every single one of them was very strong. Only the Black Tiger. The time it took to advance was the shortest, and its foundation was the weakest. Even with tens of thousands of years of accumulation, there was no way for it to compare with those top clans for the time being. When I successfully transcend the tribulation, it will be the time for the Black Tiger to be officially born. Chapter 1044. Desolate Great World. After Zhong Yi advanced to the Celestial Being Realm, the power of the Array faction martial dojo expanded day by day. In a short period of time, the Array faction martial dojo became the top sect in the desolate Great World. The dojo master Zhong Yi. He was both a Celestial Being Realm expert and an Array master. In terms of overall strength, he was not weaker than a Saint Realm expert and might even be stronger. In the secret chamber, Zhong Yi sat cross-legged. After breaking through to the Celestial Being Realm, he could already rejuvenate. Although he did not really do so, compared to his old appearance in the past, his current appearance was undoubtedly younger. Most importantly, that aura that was past its prime had already disappeared. Celestial Being Realm Cultivator. He could live for at least thousands of years. Thousands of years was a very long time for an ordinary cultivator. All of a sudden, the voice of the Emperor of Heaven Incarnation in his mind sounded. Don't contact me for a while, I will also temporarily cut off contact with you. These words directly woke Zhong Yi up from his state of seclusion, and his face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Senior, what do you mean? He was a little panicked. What did he mean by not contacting him? Could it be that the other party was planning to give up on him? Just as this thought arose in his mind, Zhong Yi was even more terrified. He was very clear. The reason why he could have today's achievements was all because of the existence of the Emperor of Heaven Incarnation. If not, he would still be a small dojo master and would not have the chance to break through to the Celestial Being Realm. Although, now that he had successfully broken through, he was already considered a top expert in the desolate Great World. But when he came into contact with Hong Jun, Zhong Yi suddenly realized that the so-called top experts were only relative. Compared to the real experts, he was a joke. So, he was not willing to stop at the celestial being realm. As long as the Emperor of Heaven incarnation was there, he had the chance to break through to a higher realm. What was a celestial being? Even if it was a true immortal, there was a great possibility. But if he lost the Emperor of Heaven incarnation, then he could only stop at the celestial being realm. Zhong Yi did not have much confidence in breaking through again. He was clear about his own matters. In terms of talent, he was definitely not good. Otherwise, in his hands, the Array faction martial arts dojo would not decline so quickly. Because of this, the words of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation caused Zhong Yi to panic. Hearing this, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven said calmly, "There's no need to think too much about it. It's because it won't be long before the Heaven Tao of this world will awaken. At that time, it'll probably notice my existence. I had to sever my connection with you in order to avoid the detection of the Heavenly Tao. Once the Heavenly Tao's investigation is over, our connection will naturally be restored." The awakening of the Heavenly Tao. The panic in Zhong Yi's heart calmed down a little, but a puzzled expression appeared on his face. What does Senior mean? That person won't be able to hide for much longer. The Heavenly Tao has sensed his aura, so it will wake up. However, as far as I know, the Heavenly Tao hasn't fully awakened yet. At most, it will wake up for a while before going back to sleep. If he keeps waking up, we'll be in big trouble. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven said calmly. The person he was talking about was, of course, Hong Jun. To tell the truth, ever since Qin Shujian entered the time formation in seclusion, his connection with the original body had weakened a lot. Until now, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven had no way of contacting Qin Shujian. However, he wasn't too worried. After all, when the original body entered the time formation, his strength would definitely increase greatly. At that time, even if Hong Jun returned, it wouldn't be too much of a threat. Since there was no threat, then everything would be fine. As for the awakening of the Heavenly Tao, it wasn't a big deal. At most, it was just that he was discovered. At that time, what he had lost was merely an incarnation. As for Zhong Yi's life or death, to be honest, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven didn't care. If the other party didn't have him, he would still be a weak cultivator and wouldn't be able to raise his head in the desolate great world. Now that he had his own help, he was able to reach his current position step by step. In short, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven thought that he didn't owe Zhong Yi anything. If it really reached the point of no return, the other party's death was inevitable. Of course, he didn't say anything wrong in front of Zhong Yi, in case Zhong Yi had any thoughts that he shouldn't have. After a simple explanation, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven fell silent. That person. Who was that person? Zhong Yi was now confused. He tried to shout in the sea of consciousness but didn't get any response. Obviously, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven had now cut off the connection with him. For a moment, Zhong Yi felt a little empty in his heart. That person, could it be the Daoist that I met last time? He suddenly thought of Hong Jun. Just as this thought arose, Zhong Yi became more and more certain. But he also understood that an expert of that level wasn't someone he could guess. Even if there was a problem, it had nothing to do with him. But now that the senior has cut off the connection with me, the Array Faction Martial Arts Club has to keep a low profile to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Zhong Yi thought in his heart. In the past, if there was any trouble, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven could still give him ideas and some solutions. Even if he was facing an expert with the backing of a mighty figure, he was confident that he could contend with him. But now it was different. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven had cut off the connection, so he was really just an ordinary heavenly being cultivator. His strength was at most a little stronger than an ordinary heavenly being. But in the desolate great world, there was no lack of mighty figures. Thinking of this, Zhong Yi directly walked out of the secret room. In the inner hall, now all the deacon elders of the Array Faction Martial Arts Club were sitting there, their eyes focused on the person above. Why did the club master suddenly come out of seclusion? Did he succeed in the divine skill? It's a good thing that the club master came out of seclusion. It just so happens that our Array faction martial arts club is preparing to declare war on the Tiani Palace. With the club master here, the Tiani Palace definitely won't be able to resist. Some of them had excited looks on their faces. The Tiani Palace. It was a top sect in the desolate great world, with a heavenly being expert in charge. In terms of strength, it was quite good. But compared to the current Array faction martial arts club, it was a little worse. Especially the sect master of the Tiani Palace, who was only a second-tier heavenly being cultivator. Zhong Yi was a heavenly being and an Array master. His combined strength was not something a second-tier heavenly being could contend with. Declare war. Hearing that, Zhong Yi's expression was indifferent. If it was in the past, he would have agreed. But the current situation was simply the time to declare war. The Tiani Palace alone was not scary. If other forces were involved, it would be a big problem. Chapter 1045. I came out of seclusion this time to announce something. Zhong Yi slowly said. Instantly, the scene quietened down as everyone listened attentively, waiting for the other party's next words. Next, I will enter a long period of seclusion. Before this, all the declaration of war in the Array faction martial arts school will be cancelled and there will be no more actions. During this period, you need to keep a low profile and not cause any trouble for the martial arts school. Otherwise, this old man will definitely take action to punish him. As his words fell, everyone looked at each other. Zhong Yi's words were beyond their expectations. At this time, the Array faction martial arts school was in the limelight, but they did not take this opportunity to expand their forces. Instead, they hid like a turtle, which made many people puzzled. Some people showed dissatisfaction on their faces. Schoolmaster, our Array faction martial arts school is now very powerful. Even if you are in seclusion, there are not many forces that can compete with us. Why give up such a good situation at this time? He is right. Schoolmaster, we can take this opportunity to expand the strength of our Array faction martial arts school. It will not be long before our Array faction martial arts school can truly rise to the top in the desolate great world. Schoolmaster, everyone tried to persuade him, but Zhong Yi only looked at them coldly. Gradually, the voices of the people who spoke became low. They could also see that Zhong Yi's state was not right today. Inexplicably, these people all felt some kind of death threat. Are you done? If you are, then it is my turn to speak. Zhong Yi looked around. His cold eyes were like ice blades, scraping everyone's cheeks, making them feel a faint pain. I am not discussing with you, nor am I listening to your opinions. I am giving you an order. The Array faction martial arts school cannot cause any trouble and all existing troubles must be solved. But at the same time, you must not make a big deal out of it. If you violate this order, you will not be let off easily. Do you understand? Cold words. It made those people's hearts tremble involuntarily, then they hurriedly responded. We understand. That's for the best. Zhong Yi nodded his head and said, the peace will not last long. When I come out of seclusion, it will be the time for the Array faction martial arts school to rise to the top. Prepare well. Remember, keep a low profile. After finishing, Zhong Yi did not wait for their reply and directly got up and left. The Purple Cloud Palace. In the main hall, Hong Jun sat cross-legged on a futon. The jade pendant was already full of cracks, as if it would break at any time. In front of him, there were a few other Taoists sitting as well. I have a premonition that a great calamity is coming. When the time comes, I will ascend and leave. The Purple Cloud Palace will also cease to exist. Pack your things immediately and leave with the Purple Cloud Palace's inheritance. I don't wish for the orthodoxy of the Purple Cloud Palace to be destroyed when I leave. A calm and gentle voice rang out in the hall, causing the expressions of the few young Taoists to change. Master. In their eyes, their master was an omnipotent god. It was said that the strongest person in the desolate great world was the celestial being. However, in the eyes of these Taoists, Hong Jun was the most powerful expert of the desolate great world. Moreover, He was an existence that surpassed the Deva level. True immortal. Perhaps he was the only true immortal in the world. Some Taoists were in disbelief. Master's cultivation is number one in the world. What kind of calamity could make Master immortalize? No one in the world can do it, but what if it's not a human? Hong Jun smiled faintly and said meaningfully, "Not a human?" The Taoists looked at each other. Hong Jun did not say much about this matter. Instead, he changed the topic slightly. "When I ascend and leave, I hope that the orthodoxy of the Purple Cloud Palace will not be destroyed. In addition, I also hope that the orthodoxy of the Purple Cloud Palace can spread and grow in the desolate great world." At this point, he paused for a moment. Hong Jun said, "You once wanted the Purple Cloud Palace to accept disciples. I didn't agree at that time, but now I don't have such scruples. Remember, after I ascend, you will need to preach to the world. At that time, even if the Purple Cloud Palace is destroyed, the orthodoxy will continue to be passed down." "Master, there's no need to say anything more. Do you remember what I said?" "We remember." The Taoists lowered their heads in response. Hearing that, Hong Jun had a gratified smile on his face. "All right, then you can leave." After that, he waved his sleeves, and in an instant, the stars moved. The disciples didn't even have time to react before they disappeared from the hall. Outside the hall, before the disciples could come back to their senses, they saw the hall door close with a bang. At the same time as the hall door closed, an ethereal voice sounded from within. "Let's go. Leave immediately. Don't waste any time." Hearing that sentence, the disciples kowtowed in front of the hall. Then, they stood up. After taking a deep look at the closed hall door, they began to organize the others to leave. In the hall, Hong Jun retracted his palm. The gentle smile on his face was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by indifference. It was an indifference that did not belong to living beings. He took out the jade pendant. It had already begun to crack inch by inch. His expression was calm as he watched the jade pendant shatter. He did not do anything. "Very well. Let me experience how strong the heavenly Tao of this world is." His calm voice sounded in the hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the jade pendant completely shattered, overflowing from the gaps of his fingers like fine powder. The next moment, heaven and earth shook. The sky that should have been clear was filled with endless lightning. All the cultivators in the desolate great world felt their hearts palpitate. Then, they looked up at the sky with a horrified expression. What happened? No one knew. The changes in heaven and earth made them feel the threat of death. At the same time, in the secret chamber, Zhongyi also felt the palpitating aura. He instantly understood that this was the awakening of the heavenly Tao that the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation had mentioned. He did not dare to make any strange movements. Even Zhongyi was afraid that the heavenly Tao would sense the fact that he was a world traitor. At this moment, he held his breath as if he had met his natural enemy. He trembled there. Purple Cloud Palace. Hong Jun seemed to have unlocked some seal. The aura on his body became ethereal and vast. The entire hall could not withstand this aura and quietly collapsed. Then, in the sky, when countless lightning bolts lingered, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the void. A terrifying eye appeared from within. Its eyes were indifferent as it looked directly at the Purple Cloud Palace. Boom! A destructive force erupted and blasted toward the Purple Cloud Palace. Hong Jun floated up and struck out with his palm without changing his expression. It collided with the destructive force. Chapter 1046. Buzz. The two forces collided, and the void was destroyed silently. Great sound void. That was it. All the experts in the desolate great world looked at the void that was constantly being destroyed in the sky with a shocked expression. It was as if they had seen the end of the world, and endless despair rose in their hearts. They wanted to escape. However, they were shocked to find that they were in the world, and there was no way to escape. And if they wanted to resist, that force was too strong, and it was not something an ordinary celestial could compare to. Is the world going to be destroyed? Some celestial experts were horrified. Ever since he became a celestial, he had never experienced the feeling of death so vividly in the past thousands of years. Even though he had seen top-notch experts fight in the game, he had never seen them fight before. But a game was a game after all. No matter how strong the power was, one would not really die. Compared to the current situation, it was a completely different feeling. At the same time, either in the mountains, in the bustling city, or inside the imperial city, all the experts who were cultivating in seclusion woke up. Without exception. Their faces were filled with despair. Strong, terrifyingly strong, just the aura that leaked out from the battle between the two unknown powerhouses was enough to shock everyone. The void was being destroyed. The mountains were disappearing. The traces of the original existence of the Purple Cloud Palace were disappearing bit by bit. Some disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace who had not gone too far saw the place they had been staying for a long time disappear with their own eyes as if it had never appeared. The shock in their hearts could be imagined. In the void, Hong Jun took a step into the air and directly attacked the heavenly Tao. According to normal logic, he should have left the moment the heavenly Tao was about to awaken. However, as the Tao ancestor of the First Era, Hong Jun also had his own dignity. In the First Era, although the heavenly Tao was strong, it was not qualified to make him flee. Right now, it was the same. So, from the beginning to the end, he had never thought of fleeing without a fight. Even if he wanted to retreat, he had to fight before retreating. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the Tao ancestor. Billions of years have passed in the blink of an eye. I also want to see what the real heavenly Tao is. Hong Jun had a faint smile on his face. He took out a horsetail whisk from somewhere and waved it casually. A large number of white threads were like living rules. They intertwined into a torrent and bombarded the heavenly Tao. At his level, he had long surpassed the limits of the previous rules. What were the rules of the world? What myriad Tao laws? It was easy enough for him to take it over and use it for himself. Facing Hong Jun's attack, a cold glint appeared in heavenly Tao's eyes. Immediately, blood-colored lightning shot out. When the two forces collided, they both disappeared into nothingness. Thunder magic. It just so happens that I'm also good at thunder spells. Let me see if my purple heavenly thunder is more powerful than your apocalyptic thunder. Hong Jun smiled. He did not move at all. With just a thought, a purple thunder sea was born in the void of heaven and earth. In the sea of thunder, the purple thunderbolts transformed into ferocious beasts, tearing the void apart with ease. Boundless lightning overflowed, looking like a gorgeous destruction. Destroy. Hong Jun spat out a word and waved his horsetail whisk. Instantly, the sea of thunder rose and swallowed everything. The eye of heavenly Tao did not have any extra work. Only the blood-colored lightning struck down and fought with the sea of thunder. Rumble. The huge desolate ancient great world was directly covered by the earth-shaking sound of thunder. All beasts prostrated. They did not dare to move at all. Thunder was a natural threat to beasts. Apart from that, those cultivators who were about to break through the tribulation were all hiding in their own places, trembling. How could this be? My thunder tribulation clearly seems to take some time to come. Why do I feel like it will come at any time? When immortals fight, mortals suffer. In the past, those high and mighty cultivators were all wailing now. When it was normal, cultivators did not have thunder tribulation. But when some key realm breakthroughs, there would be thunder tribulation. Apart from that, cultivators who walked the physical sage system would also have thunder tribulation. However, the arrival of the thunder tribulation had a time pattern and would not strike randomly. However, amidst the rumbling of thunder that covered the world, those cultivators felt that the thunder tribulation that should not have come was about to descend. That terrifying feeling. It made many cultivators feel the threat of death. In the secret chamber, Zhong Yi directly woke up from his state of seclusion. He raised his head and looked up. That was the ceiling of the secret chamber, but his gaze directly penetrated the obstruction of the secret chamber and saw the thunder gathering in the sky. My heavenly tribulation. It's coming. With this thought in mind, Zhongyi's face was full of astonishment. Impossible. Didn't I just pass the heavenly tribulation? Why is there another one now? It shouldn't be. Although he walked the physical sage system, every time the heavenly tribulation came, it was because he had accumulated enough foundation in his original realm, and then it would trigger the thunder tribulation. But now, how long had it been since he broke through? He had just stabilized his realm in the first level of the celestial being realm, and there was still a huge gap between him and the second level of the celestial being realm. Unless he was given a few more years of accumulation, or even more than 10 years of accumulation. Otherwise, there was no possibility of triggering the heavenly tribulation. Just as Zhongyi was wondering if he had sensed wrongly, thunder rumbled in the sky again. Not long after, a bolt of lightning struck down, directly in the direction of the Array faction dojo. The top of the secret room exploded. Zhongyi was caught off guard and was directly hit by the lightning, and his whole body emitted black smoke. F***ck. No matter how well-mannered he was, he couldn't help but curse. That's not right. It's impossible for me to pass the heavenly tribulation so quickly. If the interval between the heavenly tribulation was really so fast, then wouldn't the other people who walked the physical sage system all die? Foundation was not allowed to accumulate. The heavenly tribulation would strike again after a short interval, and it didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand such frequent thunder tribulations. At this moment, the second heavenly tribulation was about to come. Without much time to think, Zhongyi could only leave the secret room and step into the air to go somewhere else. He couldn't pass the heavenly tribulation in the Array faction dojo. Otherwise, if the heavenly tribulation was concentrated, it would affect others. The Array faction dojo. It was his own painstaking effort. If it was destroyed by the heavenly tribulation, then he would be ashamed of the ancestors of the Array faction dojo. Just as Zhongyi left, the other members of the Array faction dojo finally regained their senses from the deafening roar that had just occurred. Looking at the secret room that was emitting black smoke, and thinking back to the blinding lightning just now, many people's faces were first filled with shock, but it quickly turned into surprise. The dojo master broke through again. Chapter 1047. If not for the breakthrough, why would there be a thunder tribulation? Thinking of Zhongyi saying that he was going into seclusion and looking at the current heavenly tribulation, many people understood. On the other side, Zhongyi was already surrounded by the heavenly tribulation. When the first heavenly tribulation came, he was caught off guard and was hit directly. However, his foundation was not weak and he did not suffer any serious injuries. However, now that the heavenly tribulation was concentrated, its power was getting stronger and stronger. For a cultivator who had just broken through to the celestial being realm, the pressure was not ordinary. What is going on? Why did the heavenly tribulation come at this time? Zhongyi's face was gloomy and there was a trace of panic. The heavenly tribulation came, but its power was much stronger than before. However, the heavenly tribulation kept bombarding and he did not have time to think so much. At this moment, the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation that seemed to have disappeared in his sea of consciousness suddenly spoke. That is because there is an expert who is fighting with the heavenly Tao and is good at using thunder techniques, causing the heavenly tribulation to come early. In addition to the thunder techniques, the power of the heavenly tribulation will increase. You have just broken through to the first level of the celestial being realm and your foundation is not enough. Whether you can survive the heavenly tribulation will depend on your luck. Originally, the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation did not want to contact Zhongyi to avoid being detected by the awakening heavenly Tao. But what he did not expect was, Hongjun was so stubborn that not only did he not leave when the heavenly Tao awakened, he also wanted to fight with it. In this way, the attention of the heavenly Tao was completely attracted by Hongjun. It was not a big problem for him to take this opportunity to wake up. Hearing that, Zhongyi did not feel happy about the awakening of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation. He understood the meaning of the other party's words. The power of the heavenly tribulation increased. His foundation was not enough. Tribulation. It was very likely that he would fail. As for the consequences of failure, there was no need to say more. Senior, doesn't that mean I'm dead for sure? Zhongyi expressed that he did not want to die. He had just started and the Array Faction Martial Arts Club had not reached the top level of the desolate great world. Moreover, he had a great future. If he died like this, he was really unwilling. So, Zhongyi could only place his hopes on the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation, hoping that the other party would save him. He's dead for sure. Not necessarily. The Emperor of Heaven's avatar spoke first, then fell silent. On the other side, Zhongyi, who was currently resisting the heavenly tribulation, was almost anxious to death. If you have something to say, then say it quickly. Don't say half of it and leave me hanging. You're making me anxious. After a long time, the Emperor of Heaven's avatar seemed to come back to his senses and continued to speak. Right now, you should undergo your tribulation first. Naturally, it would be best if you can succeed. Logically speaking, this heavenly tribulation is not your normal heavenly tribulation. So, even if you succeed, you will only be at the first level of the sky human stage. But on the other hand, while others could only go through the tribulation once at the first level of the heaven tier, you could go through the tribulation twice. The accumulated foundation would be of great benefit to you. Even in the future, his chances of breaking through to the true immortal realm would be slightly higher than others. After all, the heavenly tribulation doesn't come just because you want to. Every time the heavenly tribulation comes, it's both dangerous and an opportunity. Danger. Opportunity. Zhongyi calmed down a little. Then, he thought of something else and couldn't help but be distracted and ask, what if I fail to transcend the tribulation? If you fail to transcend the tribulation, then you will naturally die. However, I can use some means to preserve a part of your soul and then be reborn in the great thousand world. But in that case, you will have completely abandoned your current body. At that time, the nature of your life will be the same as the people of the great thousand world. The same as the people of the great thousand world. In other words, he would become an NPC. Zhongyi found it hard to accept this result. Although there didn't seem to be much difference between the game and reality at the moment, he didn't want to become a person in the game. If I enter the great thousand world, what will be the difference from now? To a certain extent, there won't be any difference. But in terms of essence, you can compare the great thousand world to an illusion and the world you are in now to reality. And the level of reality is higher than the level of illusion. The Emperor of Heaven's avatar said calmly. The level of reality had always been higher than the level of illusion, but it wasn't absolute. After reaching a certain level, illusion could also surpass reality. Just like now. Hong Jun was an illusion of life, but he could rely on his own strength to fight with the way of the heavens in reality, although from the current situation, the other party was at a disadvantage. However, compared to other creatures of the real level, the Tao ancestor could easily crush them. Just as Zhongyi was hesitating, the Emperor of Heaven's avatar said, whether it's the level of reality or the level of illusion, it's all about one's own strength. For example, the Taoist you met earlier is an existence of the level of illusion. But in front of him, do you have the confidence to fight against him? I understand. Zhongyi took a deep breath and understood the key point in his heart. Yes. The essence of life wasn't important. What was important was the strength. As long as one had enough strength, it didn't matter what level of life it was. Recalling the feeling of being like an ant in front of that Taoist, Zhongyi understood for a long time. Immediately, he stopped thinking about it and began to focus on facing the heavenly tribulation in front of him. Even if there was a way out now, Zhongyi didn't want to give up easily. Reality was good. Illusion was good. According to what the Emperor of Heaven's avatar said, it didn't matter much. But he still wanted to struggle. Come on, let me see if the second heavenly tribulation has the qualifications to make me feel despair. Zhongyi's aura surged and he punched out. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. When he was transcending the tribulation, There were also many cultivators who were affected by the heavenly tribulation. Originally, there hadn't been a single heavenly tribulation in several years. In the end, in one day, people transcended the heavenly tribulation one after another. Such an unforeseen event. It also shocked some experts. No, I can't accept it. Give me a few more years and I will definitely succeed in transcending the heavenly tribulation. Why did the heavenly tribulation come in advance? Heaven wants to destroy me, but I can't accept it. Below the heavenly tribulation, wails and roars were endless. Not everyone had the confidence to face the heavenly tribulation without being prepared. So, many cultivators died under the heavenly tribulation. Such an unforeseen event made more cultivators who didn't understand the reason tremble, afraid that the heavenly tribulation would strike their heads for no reason. When the heavenly tribulation came, the battle between Hong Jun and Tian Dao was not over. The power of destruction. It was still raging. Chapter 1048. Heaven and earth were trembling. The divine wind was howling. There were also shocking thunderbolts that destroyed everything. Hong Jun waved the horsetail whisk with one hand and controlled the sea of lightning with the other. Endless rule power was born and extinguished with his every move. Purple heaven godly thunder. It was the supreme thunder technique that he had comprehended when he achieved Dao in the first era. It was only slightly weaker than the strongest Du Tian godly thunder in the first era. Then, he looked at the heavenly Dao. The destructive thunderbolts were getting more and more intense, as if the entire world was about to come to an end. Boom! Boom! Two terrifying forces were constantly colliding with each other. The destructive fluctuations made one's heart palpitate. Die! A majestic voice rang out, and the apocalyptic lightning tribulation suddenly became even more terrifying. The extremely dense blood color bombarded, and the purple sea of lightning was instantly torn apart. At the same time, thousands of white threads of the horsetail whisk broke, and the rule power was also destroyed. Heavenly Dao voice. Hong Jun's calm expression finally turned serious. Heavenly Dao voice. It meant that the heavenly Dao of this world had officially awakened. The heavenly Dao that fought with him earlier could only be said to be the instinctive consciousness of the heavenly Dao. It was not a true awakened state. As the heavenly Dao truly awakened, an aura that was several times stronger than before suddenly erupted. The sky collapsed. It was as if there was a terrible storm raging there. All the cultivators in the desolate great world looked at the fluctuations in the sky in horror, and they no longer had the slightest thought of resisting. When the heavenly Dao was completely awakened, outside the desolate great world, a fleet broke through the sky and stopped in the void. In the fleet, there were old men and young men and women. However, no matter who it was, when they looked at the floating continent in front of them, their faces became extremely solemn. The heavenly Dao of this world has actually awakened. What exactly happened in that world? Should we go over and take a look? No, the heavenly Dao has awakened. Its strength is not something that ordinary cultivators can contend with. If we get involved, we will definitely die. When the young men and women spoke, the old man shook his head and refused. He had traveled in the void for so many years and had a good understanding of the heavenly Dao. When it was normal, the heavenly Dao was in a state of hibernation. It would only occasionally show some of its methods when something major happened. But in general, normally, the heavenly Dao would not truly awaken. However, as long as they were to awaken, the power that they would erupt with was definitely not something that ordinary people could withstand. Subsequently, the old man's eyes flickered as he looked at the sky. There's a decaying aura on the continent. That's a world that's about to reach its end. Now that the heavenly Dao has awakened, perhaps it's because the world is heading towards its end. Under such circumstances, the heavenly Dao is the craziest. We can't provoke it. However, when the heavenly Dao is destroyed, we can go and take a look. Speaking of which, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. The heavenly Dao was destroyed. It was as if there were no experts in that world. One had to know. A world, no matter how weak it was would contain a large number of treasures. If he and the others could go deeper, they would definitely reap great rewards. In that case. Thus, there was no need for them to wander around in the void. They could return with a full load. When the others heard this, they also understood the old man's plan. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at the continent. Elder Chen, I heard that there are many resources in this world. Now that the heavenly Tao has awakened, will it attract other experts? Someone looked worried. Hearing this, the smile on the old man's face faded a little. The void is boundless. What's happening here might not be discovered by others. Moreover, we're not weak. If someone really discovers us, we can just kill them. If they can't kill them, they could only think of another way. He didn't say this out loud. He only thought about it in his heart. On the other side, with the awakening of the heavenly Tao, the battle between the two had officially entered a white-hot stage. Boom, the two forces collided. Hong Jun patted the top of his head. Suddenly, a medium-sized jade butterfly floated up. The jade butterfly was completely white. It looked pure white and flawless. However, it seemed to contain endless daoist rhymes. It gave people a kind of vast pressure. Go. With a thought, he directly commanded the jade butterfly to attack. The jade butterfly flew up and overflowed with daoist rhymes. All the blood-red lightning that bombarded it was swallowed by the daoist rhymes. Next, the jade butterfly shook. Blood-red lightning shot out from the jade butterfly and bombarded the eye of the heavenly Tao. Crack, it was as if something had broken. Tiny cracks appeared on the eye of the heavenly Tao. The cracks appeared very quickly. They also disappeared very quickly. Only a drop of golden blood dripped from the eye and landed on the ground below. Boom. The heavenly Tao was furious at this moment. It was injured. It was injured. Ever since it was born, no one had ever been able to hurt it. Even if the heavenly Tao didn't take the initiative, it still had an instinctive impulse. Now that it was injured, it completely aroused the anger of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, the terrifying attack came again. Hong Jun's expression was solemn. He directly controlled the jade butterfly to block it. Boom. The void collapsed. The jade butterfly trembled. The daoist rhymes on it were constantly destroyed and reborn. Gradually, the daoist rhymes on the jade butterfly dissipated more and more. Even the subsequent rebirth couldn't keep up with the consumption. Soon, slight cracks appeared on the jade butterfly. Hong Jun's expression changed slightly. He shook his head helplessly. Without the real Powang, there is still a gap with the real level. Forget it. Today's battle will end here. When the Powang battle comes in the future, this poor daoist will learn from you again. After saying that, he pushed his palm forward. Purple lightning was born in the palm of his hand. A thunder flower formed by thunder bloomed. It directly crossed the jade butterfly and bloomed above it. The thunder flower bloomed. On the condensed petals, there were terrifying daoist patterns engraved. When the apocalyptic thunder struck down, the thunder flower trembled. The daoist patterns on it faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Hong Jun's expression was normal. He put away the jade butterfly with one hand. Then, after taking a deep look at the heavenly Tao's eye, his figure disappeared into the void. He left from the void. He went directly to a city, found the game cabin, and lay in it. When Hong Jun entered the game cabin, the surrounding void shook as if it was about to split open at any time. At the same time, the thunder flower bloomed to the point of covering a city. No matter how the heavenly Tao attacked, it couldn't immediately break the seal of the thunder flower. Not long after, a crack appeared in the void and swallowed the body in the game cabin. When the body was swallowed, the thunder flower in the sky seemed to have lost its support and was directly destroyed in front of the apocalyptic thunder. Chapter 1049. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation continued to bombard. A black tiger bathed in the lightning tribulation. No matter how the lightning tribulation bombarded it, it did not suffer much damage. Gradually, the tribulation clouds dissipated. The roar of the tiger shook the sky. All the black tiger powerhouses congratulated in unison. Congratulations to my emperor for successfully transcending the tribulation. Congratulations to my emperor for successfully transcending the tribulation. Hearing that, the black tiger emperor transformed into his human form with a faint smile on his face. You may all rise. Thank you, my emperor. In the main hall, the black tiger powerhouses were all gathered here. On the main seat, the black tiger emperor transformed into his human form. The reason for transforming into his human form was not to imitate the human race, but to get closer to Qin Shujian. In his opinion, since that supremacy traveled the world in such a form, then this form must have its benefits. So, the Black Tiger Emperor also followed suit. As for the other powerhouses of the Black Tiger tribe, they also followed suit after witnessing the actions of their sovereign. It was not only the Black Tiger. Nowadays, the powerhouses of the various clans liked to travel in human form most of the time. To put it bluntly, they were all influenced by Qin Shujian. The Black Abyss said in a deep voice, "My emperor has successfully transcended the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. It is time for the Black Tiger to be officially born. The White Tiger people have been rampant recently. This matter cannot be tolerated. When our clan is born, we will definitely declare war on the White Tiger people." Many true immortals were filled with righteous indignation. The White Tiger Emperor was the first to successfully transcend the tribulation, so the White Tiger people were also much more rampant. They attacked the Black Tiger's protective array several times. If it wasn't for the powerful protective array, it would have long been broken by the White Tiger people. Therefore, the Black Tiger was very dissatisfied with the White Tiger people. But because the Black Tiger Emperor had not transcended the tribulation before, the Black Tiger endured this anger. But now, there was no need to endure anymore. How many true immortals does my clan have right now? The Black Tiger Emperor asked the true immortals with a calm expression. Hearing this, the Black Abyss cupped his hands and said, "My tribe has 273 true immortals. Among them, there are a total of 5 middle-level true immortals. The only upper-level true immortal is my emperor. 273 venerables cherish them, 5 mid-tier true immortals." The Black Tiger Emperor nodded. He was quite satisfied with this answer. They had been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. This made the Black Tiger's foundation much stronger than it had been tens of thousands of years ago. Several tens of thousands of years ago. Although Black Tiger also had true immortals, there was only one true immortal in the middle 3 levels, and the number of true immortals in the lower 3 levels could be counted on 2 hands. Look at the present. The number of true immortals increased by several times. In this way, the Black Tiger's strength could be considered to have increased substantially. The Black Tiger Emperor's expression was indifferent. With such strength, there is indeed no reason for us to fear the White Tiger people. From today onwards, the Black Tiger will officially be born. Remove the clan protection array and send our clansmen to inquire about the strength of the White Tiger people. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Although we are not afraid of the White Tiger people, there is no reason for us to rashly start a war. Starting a war was fine. He had long wanted to declare war on the White Tiger people. However, after tens of thousands of years of accumulation, the Black Tiger's strength had increased greatly. The strength of the White Tiger people would not be much weaker if they started a war directly. If the White Tiger people were strong, both sides would suffer heavy losses. One had to know. The current situation of the myriad races was not optimistic. If the Black Tiger and the White Tiger people suffered heavy losses, then the Tiger people would be considered as toothless tigers. It was very likely that they would become the prey of other top clans. For this, the Black Tiger Emperor did not dare to be too rash. The Black Tiger has been born among the White Tiger people. The moment the Black Tiger Emperor successfully transcended the tribulation, the White Tiger Emperor had already understood. To be honest, the Black Tiger was a threat. There was no doubt about that. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to eliminate this threat and then unify the Tiger people. In the beginning, He did not transcend the 3 disasters and 6 tribulations. The White Tiger Emperor did not want to cause too much trouble. As for later, because the Black Tiger's clan protection array was too powerful, the White Tiger people had no way to break through the array. Until now, he could only watch helplessly as the Black Tiger Emperor successfully transcended the tribulation. It would be a lie to say that he did not feel uncomfortable. However, the Black Tiger Emperor's success in transcending the tribulation was already a foregone conclusion. The birth of the Black Tiger was also something that could not be stopped. Regarding this, the White Tiger Emperor had to consider the follow-up problem. Right now, the Eldar of the human race has wantonly annexed various small races and integrated his own strength. The other top races are also unwilling to be left out. Only the White Tiger people have been restrained by the Black Tiger and have been unable to show their strength. If this continues, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. His eyes were cold. The great tribulation of heaven and earth was getting closer and closer. Or rather, the great tribulation of heaven and earth had already begun. It was just that it was still in the early stages, so the myriad races had not erupted into a true war. But once the great tribulation began, there was no possibility of it stopping. The myriad races had not completely gone to war at the moment, but it did not mean that it would be the same in the future. To put it bluntly, races that were not strong enough would eventually become the vassals of other races in the future. If they did not become vassals, they were destined to be destroyed by other races. No matter what the outcome was, it was not something that the White Tiger Emperor could accept. The White Tiger people's hundreds of thousands of years of foundation absolutely cannot be destroyed just like this. The White Tiger Emperor took a deep breath. He looked in the direction of the Black Tiger and had already stepped into the air, instantly disappearing from where he stood. The Black Tiger territory. Just as the clan protection formation was removed, a terrifying aura immediately crushed down. Boom! Space shattered. The sun and moon lost their light. In that instant, all the Black Tiger people raised their heads to look at the collapsed space, as if the end of the world had arrived. Immediately after, a calm voice rang out from below. Since the White Tiger Emperor has come, why is there a need to cause such a huge commotion? The voice was calm and light. But the collapsed space seemed to have been flattened by an invisible force, and all the commotion disappeared without a trace. Instantly, the White Tiger Emperor's figure appeared from the void. Looking at the Black Tiger below, he did not have any fear and directly entered. On the mountain peak, the two of them stood facing each other. Although the two races had many grudges, they had no intention of fighting. It was as if they had been old friends for many years, chatting casually. White Tiger Emperor, for you to have the time to come to my Black Tiger territory, I wonder what business you have. Our two races are both branches of the Tiger people. This time, Ben Huang has come to discuss something with you. The White Tiger Emperor said calmly. Discuss? There was a faint smile on the Black Tiger Emperor's face, looking rather mocking. Ben Huang didn't mishear, did he? Last time, you secretly ambushed Ben Huang, and Ben Huang has yet to settle this matter with you. Later on, you attacked my Black Tiger's clan protection formation, and Ben Huang has yet to settle this matter with you. Now, do you think that my Black Tiger has something to discuss with your White Tiger people? Chapter 1050. Laughable. Extremely laughable. The Black Tiger and White Tiger people had long been at odds with each other. He hadn't made a move yet because the other party was also an emperor of a clan. That was why he gave him some face. Otherwise, the Black Tiger Emperor had already gathered all the experts of the Black Tiger clan to forcefully hold the White Tiger Emperor back. It wasn't impossible. After all, although the White Tiger Emperor was strong, he was only a level 7 immortal. He didn't think that he would be weaker than the other party. If he really pulled all the power of the Black Tiger Emperor, the White Tiger Emperor would be nothing more than a joke. Of course. If it really came to that. The counterattack of the White Tiger Emperor before his death wasn't something that the Black Tiger Emperor could withstand. Because of this. This was the biggest reason why the Black Tiger Emperor hadn't made a move yet. In the face of ridicule. The White Tiger Emperor didn't get angry. He only looked at the other party with a calm gaze. Ben Huang naturally understands your words. But Black Tiger Emperor, you should know that there are no eternal enemies or eternal friends in this world. There are only benefits. Although there is enmity between our clans, in the face of benefits, it's not like we can't put it aside. Benefits? The Black Tiger Emperor raised his eyebrows. This time, he didn't mock the White Tiger Emperor anymore. Instead, he waited for the other party to continue speaking. I believe that you know the current situation of the world better than I do. The humans and Eldar are annexing various small clans. The other top clans are also expanding their power. Only we, the Tigers, have been making no headway. To put it bluntly, the Tiger people are in their current situation because our clans are at odds with each other. If our clans can temporarily put aside our previous enmity, there are very few clans in the world who can contend against the Tiger people. The White Tiger Emperor's eyes burned. He voiced out all the thoughts in his mind. Right now, the strongest among the myriad races is Eldar, but so what? Eldar only has Ling Huang, an upper-level true immortal. If you and I join forces, the Tiger people will have 2 upper-level true immortals. At that time, even if we can't deal with Ling Huang, the Tiger people will be a top clan comparable to Eldar. Tiger people are very strong. That was in the case of integration. After all, judging from the current situation, none of the major clans possessed 2 upper third-level true immortal level experts. If the Tiger people could have them, their strength would increase exponentially. Hearing this, the Black Tiger Emperor did not reply. Instead, he fell into deep thought. A moment later, he regained his senses. It's not impossible for our 2 clans to join forces, but the Tiger people will eventually be unified. When that time comes, our 2 clans will have to compete. That's a matter for the future. Besides, Ben Huang would rather the White Tiger people be annexed by a branch of the Tiger people than the White Tiger people be annexed by a foreign clan. The White Tiger Emperor said seriously. Whether it was the White Tiger people or the Black Tiger people, strictly speaking, they came from the same source. On this point, this was something that the other clans did not have. The Black Tiger Emperor was thinking. There was indeed nothing wrong with what the other party said. A single branch of the Tiger people was very strong, but it could not completely compare to those truly top clans, unless it could break through to the 8th level immortal realm. However, if it could break through, then the emperors of the other top clans could also break through. In terms of foundation, the innate advantages of the first batch of living beings were not something that he could compare to. Therefore, this so-called advantage would soon be evened out. In other words, now, the real possibility was to join forces with the White Tiger people. In that way, only then could the strength of the Tiger people rise to an unprecedented peak. At that time, whether it was the Eldar or the human clan, they might not be able to threaten the Tiger people. Because no clan could have 2 upper level 3 true immortals. Similarly, if the 2 clans joined forces, the number of true immortals of the Tiger people would also increase to a terrifying number. If our 2 clans join forces, which clan will be the leader? If the 2 clans join forces, there will be no distinction between the 2 clans. Our 2 clans will still do our own things, but if any clan starts a war, the other clan will have to go all out. There must not be any prevarication. The White Tiger Emperor said in a deep voice. In addition, the Tiger people have many branches now, and the strength of the Tiger people is too divided. Therefore, Ben Huang thinks that our 2 clans should each subdue a part of the Tiger people's branches and completely integrate the Tiger people. At that time, you and I will each occupy half of the Tiger people, and our strength will definitely increase greatly. Long before he came, he had already figured out the key points. Joining forces. That was inevitable. Then, there was the problem of subduing the other Tiger people's branches. Originally, whether it was the Black Tiger or the White Tiger people, although they had the strength to subdue the Tiger people's branches, they did not have a way to do so. To put it bluntly, if any clan made a move, the other clan would definitely stop it. In view of this, the Tiger people had been unable to integrate. But if the 2 clans joined forces, there would be no such problem. The Black Tiger also seriously considered the pros and cons of the White Tiger Emperor's suggestion. According to his plan, he wanted to find out the strength of the White Tiger people and then find an opportunity to start a war. But, to be honest, the Black Tiger Emperor did not have much confidence that he could destroy the White Tiger people. Even if he really destroyed the White Tiger people, the Black Tiger himself would be seriously injured. So, he did not make a move. Although the true immortals in the clan were clamoring to declare war, they were only temporarily gathering information. In the end, they still did not have the confidence to protect themselves after destroying the White Tiger people. Now that the White Tiger Emperor had come looking for them, the other party's suggestion was indeed very beneficial to the Black Tiger in the long run. After a long time, the Black Tiger Emperor looked calmly at the person in front of him. The White Tiger Emperor's suggestion is indeed not bad. Ben Huang can't find any reason to reject it. But if our two clans join forces, if it's just a verbal agreement, I'm afraid that we might not abide by it. If you really have such a plan, our two clans will swear an oath of the rules. No problem. The White Tiger Emperor nodded in agreement. An oath of the rules. It was definitely going to be sworn. Unless the two clans were not sincere in their cooperation, if there were no restrictions at all, this cooperation was destined to be useless. The oath of the rules was sworn. It was just a matter of a moment. After the oath of the rules was sworn, the White Tiger Emperor left. At this moment, under the gaze of the Black Tiger Emperor, most of the tiger people's originally scattered luck had already gathered together. However, there were still obvious cracks in it, and there was no way to truly merge them together. 80% of the tiger people's luck is on my clan and the White Tiger people. Now that the two clans are in an alliance, the luck of the tiger people is temporarily integrated. The remaining luck is swallowed up by the other tiger people's branches. The luck of the tiger people is not as scattered as it is now. However, it won't be so easy to merge them together without a single crack. Unless the tiger people no longer had any branches. They had completely merged into one entity. However, if it really reached that step, the Black Tiger and the White Tiger people would definitely submit to one another. Chapter 1051. When the 10,000 races of the inner world were in turmoil, the upper-class world fell into silence. The demon abyss was destroyed. The heaven and earth passageway was sealed. It almost eliminated the connection between the upper-class world and the outer realm. At the same time, in the astral wind layer of heaven and earth, the heavenly court suppressed the 10,000 races and did not allow any major disputes between the 10,000 races. Even though the Emperor of Heaven was in seclusion at this time, there were 5 imperial emperors overseeing it. As a result, no one dared to act rashly. The 10,000 races were peaceful and entered a state of stable development. Among the 4 continents, the North, South, and West have existed for a long time. Only the Eastern continent was reborn after it was shattered. In addition, the human race monopolizes the Eastern continent, so the spiritual energy here is very rich. Speaking of which, the grotto heavens of the various continents are not as rich as the spiritual energy of the Eastern continent. Yin felt the spiritual energy of the Eastern continent with a smile on his face. He was not used to staying in the heavenly court. After all, after staying in heavenly abyss for so many years, the lunar star lord hated staying in one place. So, after Qin Shujian went into seclusion, he and Yang left the heavenly court to travel among the 10,000 races. The 4 continents. For a half-step Dao fruit expert, it was just a matter of thought to go anywhere. However, neither Yin nor Yang had any intention of using their divine abilities to travel. Instead, like ordinary cultivators, they slowly arrived at the Eastern continent. Yang said, "It's normal for the spiritual energy of the Eastern continent to be rich. I heard that before the Emperor of Heaven became the Emperor of Heaven, he was still the Emperor of the human race. He destroyed several large races, took away their spirit veins, and buried them all in the Eastern continent. In addition, the spiritual energy is richer than that of the other 3 continents. TSK, the human race is really lucky." Yin clicked his tongue. In his opinion, the human race had picked up a huge bargain. If not for such an expert reincarnating into the human race would not have been able to turn the tables 1,000,000 years later. In terms of foundation, the human race could not be compared to the other large races. In the end, the reason why the human race could reach this stage was all because of Qin Shujian. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Emperor Zhongyuan was, it would have been difficult for the human race to grow to their current level in such a short period of time. Right. While enjoying the scenery of the eastern continent, Yang seemed to have thought of something. Earlier, you said that you were comprehending yin-yang integration and celestial transformation. Have you made any progress so far? Hearing this, the smile on Yin's face stiffened. Then, he shook his head and sighed deeply. I do have some ideas about yin and yang integration, but I don't have any clue about celestial transformation. Sigh, let's talk about it later. We've been like this for hundreds of millions of years, so time won't make a difference. Give me another 1,000,000 or so years, and I might have even more clues. Yin was not in a hurry either. Anyway, he had a lot of time. As the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth, there was no limit to his lifespan. There was no lifespan limit. That meant that he had a lot of time to waste. If he couldn't comprehend it in 1 year, then he would spend 2 years. If 2 years wasn't enough, then he would spend 10 years. If 10 years wasn't enough, then he could spend 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000,000 years. To ordinary true immortals, 129,600 years was the limit. They could either reincarnate and cultivate again, or they could just die quietly. However, for the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth, 10,000,000 years was just a matter of a snap of a finger. Time couldn't leave any mark on them at all. At this point, Yin paused for a moment and then continued. Besides, how can it be so easy to break through? Haven't you seen that up until now, only one heavenly emperor has successfully stepped into the Tao fruit realm? The Tao fruit that fought against the Emperor of Heaven is rumored to be an existence left behind by another era. Even so, there were only 2 Tao fruits in total. Right now, the 2 of us are the strongest experts in the world after the Emperor of Heaven. Even if we count the Tao fruit that is isolated in the void outside, we can still be ranked in the top 4. Hundreds of millions of creatures. If they could be ranked in the top 4, then they were definitely top existences. Now that the Emperor of Heaven had not come out, the other Tao fruit was hiding in the void outside. It could be said that, in the great wide world, the 2 of them were the strongest existences. Even Niu Dali and Chu Kuangtu might not be able to compete with them. Since they were both the strongest experts, it didn't seem to matter whether they were Tao fruits or not. Just as the 2 of them were talking, all of a sudden, there was an inexplicable vibration in the void. Then, one could see that the originally clear sky was unknowingly covered by purple qi. The purple qi was vast and mighty, as if it was welcoming some supreme existence. It was vast and mighty, as if it was the might of the heavens. In the middle of all the purple qi, a purple lotus flower condensed. In the next breath, a crack appeared in the void. A white-haired Daoist walked out of it and landed on the purple lotus flower. In an instant, heaven and earth shook. Tens of thousands of Daos roared. The hidden mother stream of laws also appeared out of nowhere. Various laws surged, and extremely rich Daoist runes turned into purple flowers and fell. At that moment, the 4 continents were all covered by a huge phenomenon. What's going on? Could it be that an expert has broken through? Hiss. All the powerhouses of the myriad races were incomparably shocked. In their line of sight, everything was covered by purple. At the same time, a supreme pressure spread out from it. Even the perfected immortals couldn't help but have the urge to kneel down and worship it. The East Continent. The Great Zhao Imperial Palace. As the Emperor of Zhongyuan, Emperor Zhao's expression was solemn. His eyes seemed to be able to barely see through the cover of the purple qi and see the purple lotus flower condensed on the purple qi. On the lotus flower, there seemed to be a figure there. When their gazes met, the figure seemed to have sensed something and looked over as well. At that moment, Emperor Zhao's heart trembled. He instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, His eyes were already a little bloodshot. So powerful. The Zhao Emperor was greatly shocked when he recalled what he had seen just now. With his current means, it was hard to imagine. What kind of expert could make him unable to withstand the other party's gaze? Instantly, two words appeared in Emperor Zhao's mind: Dao fruit. Only an existence at the Dao fruit level could make him feel such a powerful pressure. Father. Shi Yang looked anxious. The appearance of an unknown and mysterious expert might be a great disaster for the human race. Emperor Zhao waved his hand and calmed the shock in his heart. Don't worry. Although the person who came is strong, the heavenly court still has heaven and earth guarding it. It's not impossible to resist. The heavenly court. In the palace. Niu Dali sat cross-legged. However, just as the laws manifested and the purple flower floated down, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock. Worship of the myriad Daos. Chapter 1052. The worship of all Daos. Over the course of a few eras, only a single person had been able to make all Daos bow to him. The Dao ancestor. Niu Dali uttered those two words solemnly. One could imagine how shocked he was. Why? Why would the Dao ancestor appear at this time? Or could it be that a new Dao ancestor was born in this era, so it triggered the worship of all Daos phenomenon? He wasn't sure. The worship of all Daos was too mysterious. Apart from the Dao ancestor, no one else at the Dao fruit level could make the worship of all Daos. Not in the first era. Not in the second era. Not in the third era either. However, Niu Dali wasn't sure if such a powerhouse would appear in this era. However, even among all the powerhouses in the great wide world, no one could suddenly achieve the step of worshipping 10,000 Daos. Qin Shujian was the only one who had such a possibility. However, he looked in the direction of the heavenly palace, but there was no movement there. Obviously, the worship of all Daos had nothing to do with the Emperor of Heaven. Could it be that those two star lords have broken through? No, it's impossible for them to break through. There are rules and restrictions, so they will only be at the half-step Dao fruit level for the rest of their lives. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Niu Dali shook his head. However, if it wasn't for yin and yang, there wouldn't be any half-step Dao fruit powerhouses in this world. Not to mention half-step Dao fruit. There wasn't even a 9th level immortal. In this case, it was impossible for a native creature to advance to the worship of all Daos. His thoughts were in a mess. Niu Dali couldn't calm down anymore. He walked out of the palace and saw Chu Kuangtu walking towards him. Something happened. This was the first thing Chu Kuangtu said after meeting him. He didn't understand what the worship of all Daos was. However, he could feel a terrifying threat from it. Without a doubt, a new Dao fruit had definitely appeared in this world. Niu Dali's face was solemn when he heard this. I know, that's the worship of all Daos. The worship of all Daos. When the Dao ancestor preached in the Purple Cloud Palace, there was a phenomenon of the worship of all Daos. I don't know if the Dao ancestor has returned or if a new Dao integration cultivator has appeared, but the one who triggered the worship of all Daos is definitely not simple. Niu Dali's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Ever since the phenomenon appeared, he felt a lot of pressure. He was suspicious. It was very likely that the Dao ancestor had come into being. After all, if Rahu could not die, how could a Dao ancestor die? Moreover, Daoist and demonic Dao restrained each other. Since fiend ancestor Rohuo had been reborn, it was only natural that Dao ancestor Hongjun appeared. Opposite him, Chu Kuangtu's face was also solemn. You mean to say that the Dao ancestor has come out? Although he was an expert from the second era, he was very familiar with the reputation of a Dao ancestor. When he was at his peak, there was quite a gap between him and that Dao ancestor. Niu Dali shook his head. It's hard to say. It's very likely that a Dao ancestor has appeared. However, if a Dao ancestor has appeared, it's impossible for the Qin Emperor to not sense it. Next, we'll have to see how he deals with it. The Dao ancestor was born. This might not necessarily be a good thing. Now, Qin Shujian reigned supreme in the great wide world. If a Tao ancestor came into being, some conflict might erupt between the two sides. To tell the truth, he didn't think that Qin Shujian could compete with Dao Zhu, even though Dao Zhu had defeated the reborn Luo Hu. After all, although Luo Hu was strong, compared to that Dao ancestor, there was still a big gap. Chu Kuangtu looked at the heavenly palace, where there was no movement from beginning to end. I wonder what the Qin emperor plans to do now. There was no movement from the other side, and he didn't know what exactly they were planning. Anyway, when it came to matters of that level, it was not something that he, who had not recovered his peak strength, could participate in. Subsequently, Chu Kuangtu retracted his gaze and looked at Niu Dali. If the Qin emperor really falls out with the Dao ancestor, which side will you side with? If I remember correctly, strictly speaking, you're also part of the Dao ancestor's line. As early as the end of the First Era, there was no such thing as the Dao ancestor's line. I'm only part of the Taiqing holy man's line, but I have nothing to do with the Dao ancestor. This can't be confused. Niu Dali glanced at him. Early after the Dao ancestor's Dao integration, the Dao sect had already split. Later, when the First Era was destroyed, the Dao sect fell apart. There were many disciples of the Dao ancestor, and each disciple represented a line. It was said that they were of the same root, but in fact, there was no big relationship. Furthermore, even if the Qin emperor falls out with the Dao ancestor, what can you and I do? You and I may be able to fight against a half-step Dao fruit now, but in front of a real Dao fruit, we're no different from ants. Niu Dali looked a little unwilling. They were both Dao fruits. They had also experienced the end of an era. Some people could protect themselves. Even if an era was destroyed, their strength would not drop much. Some people reincarnated and cultivated again, and in a short time, recovered to their peak, and even reached another level. Some people could only climb up with difficulty, hoping that one day, they could recover their former cultivation. The gap between the three was not ordinary. As a Dao fruit, he also had his own dignity. But the truth was in front of him, and Niu Dali could not help but be convinced. Whether it was Hong Jun or Qin Shujian, his foundation was much worse than the two of them. Thinking of this, when he looked at Chu Kuangtu, there was a touch of sympathy. Fortunately, this blade master was as useless as him. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be? What are you thinking about? Chu Kuangtu looked at Niu Dali's eyes and felt uncomfortable all over. He suddenly felt very dissatisfied. Nothing. I'm just a little emotional. Niu Dali shook his head. We're both Dao fruits, but why is the gap so big? You and I have reincarnated and cultivated again, but we still haven't recovered the cultivation of our previous lives. Look at the Qin emperor, he's stronger than before. The Dao ancestor and the others are ancient gods of the First Era. Their foundation is not comparable to others. Hearing this, Chu Kuangtu's face darkened. What do you mean by this? Alas. Niu Dali just sighed and did not answer. Since they were all in the same boat, there was no need to say so much. But his silence made Chu Kuangtu even more upset. The other party's words touched his soul. There was no harm without comparison. Now, compared to other reincarnation Dao fruits, the two of them were really a little miserable. But on second thought, he could not be blamed. After all, it had only been a few decades since the reincarnation. A few decades. It could be said that they had a strong foundation to reach this point. But compared to Qin Shujian, the gap was ridiculously big. Chapter 1053. Above the Purple Lotus. The rules appeared as if the living beings were worshipping. Hongjuan's expression was calm. Purple clouds formed under his feet as if they covered the entire world. I haven't been back for a long time. So this is the boundless world of this era. It's still a lot worse than the First Era. He was different from other people who entered the player world. He didn't enter by possessing a player's body. Instead, when the Third Era was destroyed, he directly entered the player world with his true body. Then, he hibernated step by step, waiting for an opportunity to enter another era. Until now, Hong Jun had truly returned. All Daos worshipped. His divine telekinesis swept across. Everything in the boundless world was easily sensed by his divine telekinesis. The 10,000 races in the world are weak. The strongest is only a middle 3 true immortal, and there are so few true immortals, however. There are 2 half-step Tao fruit existences. So they are the embodiment of the rules of heaven and earth. No wonder. Although the desolate great world was connected to the boundless world. However, Hongjun couldn't learn too much about the boundless world from the players. According to his guess, in the great wide world, there should be many powerhouses. No matter which era it was, there were countless experts in the boundless world. Even if the Tao fruit was limited, there were countless true immortals below the Tao fruit level. It had never been as scarce as it was now. Just as his divine telekinesis expanded and touched the astral wind layer. All of a sudden, the array set up in the sky above the heavenly court shook. San Hua, who was at the center of the array, emitted a shocking sword chi and slashed in a certain direction. With the heavenly court as the foundation of power, even without the support of a cultivator, a carnate cardinal treasure could unleash great power. That sword. It cut through the void and crossed the barrier of time. Hongjun didn't move. The purple lotus under his feet trembled. A petal detached and blocked in front of the sword chi. Boom, the 2 forces collided. The petal withered. The sword chi disappeared. Carnate cardinal treasure, I think that's where the heavenly court is. Hongjuan's eyes flickered. There was a heavenly court in every era. However, the difference was that the strongest experts of the heavenly court in each epoch differed in strength. Just like the first era. There used to be several heavenly courts. Some heavenly courts were very strong, while others were weak. There was no way they could fight against the Tao fruit. However, he had once fought Qin Shujian's incarnation in the desolate great world and understood that the other party was already a Tao fruit level existence. In other words, although the 10,000 races of the great wide world were weak, they still had Tao fruits to hold down the fort. Recalling the sword chi just now, Hongjun pondered for a moment and understood the origin of the sword chi. There was no other way. There were only a few carnate cardinal treasures in each epoch. As for sword-type carnate cardinal treasures, they could be counted on one hand. It's not the 4 immortal exterminating swords. Although that sword energy is heavy, it's not as powerful as the 4 immortal exterminating swords. Looks like it's the second era's essence scattering. Hongjun smiled. He had some understanding of the sword master's scattering essence. It was a true top-notch divine weapon. Although the immortal exterminating 4 swords were very powerful, when they were first born, there was no way for them to match the level of primordial cardinal treasures. It was only through continuous nurturing that he reached the peak step by step. However, scattering essence was different. It was a supreme treasure that gathered the essence of the second epoch and was born from it. It was at the level of a carnate cardinal treasure. However, he did not expect scattering essence to exist in the heavenly court. In this case, there were only 2 possibilities. Either the swordmaster had joined the heavenly court, or the swordmaster had been killed. That was why scattering essence fell into the hands of the heavenly court. He calculated in his mind. Hongjun sighed, the end of the epoch didn't kill you, but you died here. It's really unexpected. The swordmaster had really died. He also felt a little emotional about the death of a Tao fruit expert. But it's fine. If he died, then so be it. Now that he's inferior to others, it's natural that he lost. Hongjun's expression returned to calmness. At this moment, the purple chi within hundreds of millions of miles was destroyed. 2 tyrannical forces rushed over and stopped in front of him. Who dares to cause such a commotion in the great wide world? Tell me your name. A cold voice sounded. Yin and Yang looked at the person in front of them and felt deep fear in their hearts. As soon as the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared, they had headed in the direction of the source of the phenomenon. They were the heavenly court star masters. Now that an unknown expert had appeared, there was naturally no reason to retreat. Although the aura on Hongjun's body was as frightening as an abyss, the 2 of them were also the embodiment of the heaven and earth law. Their strength was close to the Dao fruit level and was not much weaker. The supreme Yang law, the supreme Yin law. Hong Jun looked at the two of them with an indifferent expression. He had already noticed their existence from the very beginning. The two of them could not hide their roots in front of him. Immediately after, Hong Jun's indifferent voice sounded, his eyes calm as if he was indifferent to everything. Since you are the embodiment of the laws, why don't you bow when you see me? What a joke. Since we were born, how many people are worthy of our bow? Where did you come from? How dare you be so rampant? Yin laughed in extreme anger. Bow! Bow my ass. Before Qin Shujian appeared, he was the supreme expert in the world. Even after the other party was born and he submitted to the heavenly court, he was still a top existence. Apart from the Emperor of Heaven, no one else was worthy of his bow. Even the heavenly Tao. It was the same. Yang's expression was indifferent, and his tone was cold. Where exactly are you from? Why are you causing such a commotion? Do you know that the heavenly court is now the ruler of the great Kiliakasm? The heavenly court has records of all the powerhouses. Anyone with an unknown background who tries to cause chaos in the world will die. The scene. It became solemn. Hong Jun put his hands behind his back, his expression still terrifyingly indifferent. All right. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this. I am the Tao ancestor. If you don't bow to me, you don't respect the world. Anyone who doesn't respect the world should be killed. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out with his palm. It was originally a simple palm, but it caused the Tao of heaven and earth to descend. At that moment, the sky caved in. The void collapsed. In front of that palm, Yin and Yang's hair stood on end, as if they had encountered something terrifying. They did not dare to hesitate. The two of them looked at each other and directly erupted with all their strength. In an instant, the supreme Yang law broke through the sky. The supreme Yin law descended like a river of stars. Two forces that represented extreme Yang and extreme Yin gathered and intertwined, finally evolving into an even more terrifying force that blasted toward the palm that contained the Tao of heaven and earth. Boom! The void exploded. That terrifying force erupted, and the world was almost pierced through. P.S. It's the end of the month. I'm begging for a monthly vote. Chapter 1054. Hong Jun had a strange expression on his face. So you're on the path of yin and yang integration. Unfortunately, you're still a little lacking and can't truly integrate yin and yang. And, so what if you can really integrate yin and yang? In front of me, you're just like an ant. As he spoke, the palm that contained the laws of 10,000 Tao did not stop at all and continued to suppress the two of them. In an instant, the laws of yin and yang collapsed. In front of the myriad Taos, even the powerful sun and moon rules of order appeared weak. There was no way they could fight back. In the end, the two forces were destroyed. Both yin and yang's bodies exploded, and they plummeted into the void below. With just one palm, two half-step Tao fruit experts had been defeated, and they had almost died. Not dead. Seeing that his palm did not kill the two of them, Hong Jun's face seemed to darken slightly. Then, another palm print was launched and fell into the void below. All of a sudden, there was a terrifying heavenly might erupting. A figure in a green robe appeared there. When the palm that contained 10,000 Tao fell, the other party only threw a punch and destroyed both forces. They're just two juniors. Tao ancestor, why do you have to lower yourself to their level? Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. Hong Jun's appearance also surprised him. Logically speaking, it should have been some time before the other party appeared, but he did not expect him to appear so soon. More importantly, the strength that Hong Jun displayed was not something that an ordinary Tao fruit expert should have. In the beginning, he was curious about how Hong Jun went to the desolate ancient world. However, now that he saw it, Qin Shujian understood. Qin Emperor. Hong Jun was not surprised to see the person who had appeared, and his tone was still calm. Since you don't respect the Tao ancestor, you should be punished, but since you've spoken, I'll give you face and let it go for the time being. Thank you. Qin Shujian nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene calmed down again. The two of them looked at each other silently and did not speak. After a long time, Qin Shujian said slowly, I want to ask you, Tao Ancestor, what are your plans for coming to the great wide world this time? Preach to the world, accumulate resources, and wait for the start of the Great War. There's no problem in accumulating strength and waiting for the start of the Great War. However, I'm afraid it's impossible for me to preach the Tao to the world. Qin Shujian shook his head with a faint smile on his face. Now, the heavenly court is the most respected in the world. The thousands of races in the world have their own heavenly court to preach the Tao, but there is no need for the Tao Ancestor to interfere. If the Tao Ancestor is willing, I can make the decision to leave a blessed grotto heaven for you so that you can recuperate. The Qin Emperor is very confident. Of course I'm confident. Otherwise, I wouldn't be qualified to reach my current level. It's good to be confident, but if you're overconfident, you'll become arrogant. Hong Jun said calmly. Hearing this, Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Whether I'm arrogant or not, I'm afraid it's not up to the Tao Ancestor to decide. Speaking of which, some time ago, the fiend ancestor Rahu was reborn in the outer realm void and wanted to wreak havoc in the world. Demon ancestor Rahu. Hong Jun's expression changed slightly. Obviously, Rahu's existence was a big deal to him. Qin Shujian said, the fiend ancestor is indeed the fiend ancestor. His escaping methods are indeed top-notch. I was careless and couldn't make him stay. However, if I meet him next time, I'll definitely kill him. I underestimated the Qin Emperor. Hong Jun looked at him deeply. To be able to defeat the fiend ancestor Rahu, Qin Shujian was indeed very strong. At the very least, he was not weaker than the ancient gods of the First Era. However, he did not feel much fluctuation in his heart. I admire your strength for being able to defeat Rahu, but I preach the Tao to the world in accordance with the will of the heavens. If the Qin Emperor stops me, it will be a heaven-defying act. The heavenly Tao cannot be defied. The Qin Emperor, don't get yourself into trouble. The heavenly Tao cannot be defied, but you, the Tao Ancestor, can. Qin Shujian looked straight at him. Since he had already said that, there was no need to cover it up. Long ago, he had already made up his mind. If the Tao Ancestor returned, he would have to do something. After all, no matter what. As the Tao Ancestor of the First Era, it was impossible for him to willingly submit to the heavenly court. However, if he did not submit to the heavenly court would have to give up some of the benefits. However, in that case, it would not be in line with Qin Shujian's expectations. Therefore, no matter what, in the end, he had to rely on strength to speak. Alright, I also want to see what kind of realm the Qin Emperor of the Third Era has grown to. I'll wait for you in the void outside the realm, Hong Jun said faintly, then his figure disappeared. In the next breath, he had already appeared in the void outside the realm. Although the great wide world was obstructed by the heaven and earth barrier, it was useless for an expert of Hong Jun's level. Not long after he appeared, Qin Shujian's figure appeared there as well. The two of them looked at each other and did not speak. However, they tacitly headed towards the depths of the void outside the realm. Since they were going to fight, it would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. If the battle was too close, it would affect the great wide world. Whether it was Hong Jun or Qin Shujian, they did not want the great wide world to be damaged. To put it bluntly, a great wide world was quite important to a Tao fruit. The two of them moved and traveled through hundreds of millions of miles of void. In less than a few breaths, they could no longer see the shadow of the great wide world. Then, the two of them stopped. Hong Jun did not say anything else and directly struck out with his palm. The 10,000 Tao rules in the void were instantly controlled by him. That was the power of a Tao ancestor. As long as he was in the void world, he could directly control the rules that existed there and then use the power of the rules for his own use. As expected of a Tao ancestor, Qin Shujian also praised him, which was rare. The power of the 10,000 Tao rules made him feel great pressure. However, Pressure was pressure. However, it did not mean that he could threaten him. He punched out. The 10,000 Tao collapsed. That was the most primitive power, the power that contained a part of heaven and earth. No matter how vast the 10,000 Tao rules were, he could break them with his own strength. One force to break 10,000 Tao. That was it. The Qin Emperor is also on the path of breaking 10,000 Tao with one force. This is something that I did not expect. Well, let me see how far you have gone on this path. Hong Jun finally became serious. Breaking 10,000 Tao with one force was a supreme technique in the First Era. However, there was only one person who could break 10,000 Tao with one force in the First Era. Even in the other eras, he had almost never seen one. Now, Qin Shujian was the second. Chapter 1055. In the void of the outer realm. Two terrifying figures were fighting against each other. As a Tao ancestor, Hong Jun could control the laws of all Tao. The many laws in the void of the outer realm were all under his control. The power of every strike seemed to be able to use the power of the void, making people feel despair. Any cultivator who achieved the Tao through laws, in front of the other party, they would be innately weaker. However, Qin Shujian was different. He did not achieve the Tao through laws, but by opening up a world on his own. He did not need to be troubled by the laws of all Tao at all, and his strength would not be suppressed. Although until now, Qin Shujian had not cultivated in the time array for long. However, in the face of a time flow that was 200,000 to 1, even if it was only a few months, it would allow many tens of thousands of years to pass in the inner world. Tens of thousands of years. With the abundant spiritual energy in the inner world, countless perfected immortal experts were born. The laws of heaven and earth were also developed to a powerful extent when the perfected immortals were born. At the same time, more and more laws were born in the world. Tens of thousands of years was a blink of an eye for ordinary Tao fruits, but for Qin Shujian, tens of thousands of years was enough for his strength to rise to a higher level. Breaking all laws with one force. No matter how terrifying Hong Jun's attacks were, he remained unmoved. Every punch that he threw out had no laws flowing, but he could destroy tens of thousands of Tao laws. The Vietnam War. Hong Jun's heart became more solemn. The path of breaking all laws with one force was very difficult. For several eras, many experts had tried, but only two people had succeeded. One was Pangu of the First Era. The other was Qin Shujian in front of him. The path of breaking all laws with one's strength is difficult. I once wanted to try it, but in the end, I found another path. I never thought that there would be a powerhouse like you in the universe. Well, I also want to see how strong it is to break all laws with one's strength. Hong Jun's expression was indifferent as a horsetail whisk appeared in his hand. As he waved it, the thousands of threads of the horsetail whisk turned into thousands of torrents. Qin Shujian's expression did not change. He stretched out his hand and the scattered splendor that existed in the heavenly courts tore through the air and landed in his hand. In an instant. As the long sword slashed down, all Taos were destroyed. The horsetail whisk was a powerful carnate spirit treasure, but the radiant sword was an even more powerful carnate spirit treasure. Originally, he had no intention of using his numinous treasure. However, Hong Jun had already used his horsetail whisk. If he did not use his treasure, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Battles between Tao fruit experts were fought over a single moment. The appearance of any disadvantage could determine the collapse of the situation. Therefore, it was only natural that Qin Shujian would use the Sanhua sword. Faced with the sharpness of the primordial cardinal treasure, Hongjuan's expression changed slightly. With a thought, he unfolded a scroll. The yin-yang fish pattern engraved inside seemed to come alive. The power of the primordial chaos destroyed everything and easily blocked the sword chi. Taiji diagram. Seeing the scroll appear, Qin Shujian's expression changed. From what I know, the Taiji diagram was in the hands of the Grand Pure Holy Man. Now that it has appeared in your hands, it seems like the fall of the Grand Pure Holy Man has something to do with you. The Grand Pure Holy Man was a top-notch Tao fruit. Even now, he might not dare to claim that he could suppress the Taiching holy man. As for the Taiji diagram, it was a top-tier primordial cardinal treasure. In terms of power, it was not weaker than the Sanhua sword. Furthermore, the power of the primordial chaos of yin and yang could destroy everything. The grand pure holy man is my disciple and the Taiji diagram was given to him by me. What's wrong with taking back the Taiji diagram? Hong Jun said plainly. As he spoke, the Taiji diagram had already suppressed him. The power of the primordial chaos of yin and yang made Qin Shujian's heart palpitate. Without hesitation, the Sanhua sword slashed out abruptly. The sword chi tore through the yin and yang in the void and smashed onto the Taikai diagram. Two powerful forces exploded. The two of them did not retreat, but the void behind them was destroyed silently. The Sanhua sword is indeed a top-tier divine weapon of the second era. I did not expect the sword master to die in your hands. Anyone who goes against me must die. The sword master died because he took the wrong path. Dao ancestor, don't take the wrong path. Qin Shujian laughed coldly. Although the sword master had a divine weapon, he was not strong enough. Hong Jun not only had a divine weapon, but he was also terrifyingly strong. This was the most difficult battle he had ever fought after breaking through to the Dao fruit realm. Even facing Luo, who did not have such great pressure. Boom! Boom! Two powerful forces were raging in the void. The power of yin and yang suppressed the void. The unparalleled sword chi shattered everything. While the two were fighting, Luo who was sitting cross-legged in the deepest part of the void. All the dark side forces in the void were attracted by a powerful force and gathered toward him. When the extremely dense power of the dark side gathered together, it formed an overwhelming black fog. All of a sudden, the black fog dispersed. Luo who opened his eyes, and a strand of shocking killing power shot out from his eyes, instantly disappearing into the void. In an instant, the void cracked. Any power that stood in the way of the killing intent was shattered. That's Qin Shujian's power. And the Taiji diagram's power. Who is he fighting? Wait, that force is Hong Jun. Luo whose terrifying power surged, shattering the void within hundreds of millions of miles. But he did not care. The scarlet in his eyes grew more intense. Hong Jun. How could it be Hong Jun? Luo who had always thought that Hong Jun had fallen in the tribulation of the Third Era, but he did not expect to sense Hong Jun's power at this time. Hong Jun. He was incomparably familiar with him. At the beginning of the First Era, it was Hong Jun who defeated him and then became the Dao ancestor who controlled the heavenly Dao. If it was not for Hong Jun Luo who believed that he was the one who suppressed the heavenly Dao, he would not be like now, struggling at death's door and then fleeing after being beaten by other Dao fruits. Hong Jun. It is unexpected that you are still alive. Good, it is good that you are still alive. This venerable self finally has the chance to personally take revenge for the First Era. If it were not for you, the world would not have experienced the rise of Dao and the disappearance of demons. You destroyed my Dao path. This hatred is irreconcilable. Luo whose face was ferocious. Compared to Qin Shujian, who had forced him to flee, he hated Hong Jun even more. It was because of Hong Jun that he ended up in such a situation. He suppressed the hatred in his heart. Luo who looked in the direction of the fluctuation again. Hong Jun is now fighting with Qin Shujian. Well, Qin Shujian is very domineering. Hong Jun is a Dao ancestor, and there is no possibility of him being under others. It is normal for the two of them to fight. However, Hong Jun is powerful and now has a carnate cardinal treasure. Whether Qin Shujian can be a match for him is still a question. As the saying went, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. For a moment, Luo who had made a decision. Chapter 1056. In the Void. The two of them continued to fight. Hong Jun waved his horsetail whisk to attack with one hand and controlled the Taiji diagram to suppress with the other. The superposition of the two treasures made Qin Shujian feel a great deal of pressure. A battle between cultivators. It was a battle of abhinas and magic treasures. This was especially true when the difference in strength between the two was not too great. However, even though the pressure was immense, Qin Shujian was now continuously using the power of his inner world for his own use, and he did not show any signs of defeat. Not to mention defeat. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he did not fall. Qin Shujian's eyes were cold. When he slashed out with his sword, countless sword qi broke through the void and surrounded Hong Jun like a sword domain. In the next instant, it was sword qi strangling. Seeing this, Hong Jun flipped his palm and a small banner appeared. When the small banner appeared, monstrous killing power erupted from it and destroyed all the sword qi in an instant. Next, the small banner expanded in the wind and many carnate sword qi shot out. The killing power made Qin Shujian's expression change. Pangu banner. He did not expect Hong Jun to have another carnate treasure. The Jade Clear Holy Man's Pangu banner is also in your hands. The Shangqing Holy Man's Taiji diagram was in his hands. It could be said to be a coincidence. But the Jade Clear Holy Man's Pangu banner was also in his hands. However, Qin Shujian did not have time to think so much. The Taiji diagram was already very stressful for him. Fortunately, he had Sanhua. Otherwise, he would have been at a disadvantage. After all, the Taiji diagram was a supreme treasure of the first era. And it was a treasure of the creation of the world. That kind of power. It was not something that an ordinary carnate treasure could possess. Of course. In terms of power, Sanhua was not an ordinary carnate treasure and was not weaker. But now, under the premise of the Taiji diagram, there was another carnate treasure. And compared to the Taiji diagram, the Pangu banner was more inclined towards killing. It was a supreme existence that contained the killing power of heaven and earth. Its attacking methods were more powerful than the Taiji diagram. He activated the two supreme treasures to suppress it, and in addition, the horsetail whisk evolved into 10,000 Dao. Hongjuan's expression was indifferent. Why struggle, Emperor Qin? There is a huge difference in our strength. Why don't you just admit defeat? You and I have worked together to fight against the enemy. There is no need to embarrass yourself too much. Admit defeat. Qin Shujian was so angry that he laughed. If he really couldn't defeat Hong Jun, he would accept it. However, his strength was not weaker than Hongjuan's. It was entirely because of the two carnate cardinal treasures that he had the upper hand. Now, Hong Jun's words could be said to have completely angered him. With a thought, Zhu Tian no longer hid his star map. A supreme treasure appeared out of nowhere. Vast stars hung down, and a large array was set up in an instant. Hong Jun, since you are the Dao ancestor, I have always kept some tricks up my sleeve. Since you don't want to be shameless, don't blame me. Today, I will let you experience the Zhu Tian star formation of the first era. Qin Shujian's cold voice sounded. Instantly, the stars swayed. The stars in the sky hung down, and there was a terrifying crisis in their brilliance. Zhu Tian star formation. Hongjuan's expression finally changed. It was impossible for him to say that he didn't know anything about the supreme array of the first era. However, what he didn't expect was Qin Shujian actually had Zhu Tian star map, and it was such a high-level Zhu Tian star map. In this way, the power of the Zhu Tian star formation that was set up could not be underestimated. Emperor Qin, good move. The Zhu Tian star formation of the first era in Di Jun's hands actually reappeared in your hands. However, Di Jun died when he controlled this array. Now, how can you do anything to me with this array? As soon as he finished speaking, the Taiji diagram covered the sky, and all the falling stars were suppressed and stagnated in mid-air. Then, the Pangu banner waved, and the carnate sword qi destroyed everything. The collision of the two forces caused the massive heavenly cycle star formation to tremble slightly. Qin Shujian smiled disdainfully. Hong Jun, let's talk about it when you can break this array. Do you really think the Zhu Tian star formation of the first era can be compared to this? What a joke! In order to refine the Zhu Tian star map, he had killed countless star beasts. Even a half-step Dao fruit beast emperor could only turn into nourishment for the Zhu Tian star map. Besides, The heavenly cycle star map had followed him into the inner world and was constantly nourished by the power of the inner world. The power of this supreme treasure was no longer comparable to what it was in the past. The array was set up. It wasn't that easy to break. In an instant. With a thought, Qin Shujian changed the array. The stars fell and turned into extremely powerful star beasts, constantly attacking Hongjun. The carnate sword Qi waved. All the star beasts that touched it were destroyed. However, in the Ju Tian star formation, the star beasts were immortal. No matter how Hongjun killed the star beasts, they would be resurrected by a mysterious force in the next breath. I'd like to see how much power you have to maintain the array. Hongjun was a little angry. As a dignified Dao ancestor, he was now trapped by an array formation. Even though this array formation was the supreme heavenly cycle star array, so what? As far as he was concerned, even the Ju Tian star formation was not qualified to trap him. Hongjun activated the power of the supreme treasure. Destructive ripples continued to bombard the massive heavenly cycle star formation. From the outside world, the array kept trembling. However, Qin Shujian was not afraid. The power of the Ju Tian star formation came from two sources. One was the power of the environment, and the other was the power of the person who set up the array. It was obviously impossible to rely only on absorbing the power of the current void. On the other hand, the power he possessed could be said to be endless. There was no other way. There was a world inside. It was so capricious. Unless Hongjun had the absolute power to break the array in an instant, otherwise, if he wanted to rely on time to wear it down, he would definitely be defeated in the end. For this, Qin Shujian had absolute confidence. After all, his inner world was already very powerful. When he had just advanced to the Great Thousand World, his foundation was too weak and could not be compared to the current Great Thousand World. Then after so many years of evolution, his inner world was no weaker than the Great Thousand World. A Dao fruit. No matter how strong the power it contained was, it could not be compared to a perfect Great Thousand World. Even if the other party was Hongjun, it was the same. Of course, this did not mean that the Ju Tian star formation was really invincible. Any array had an upper limit to the power it could withstand. But unfortunately, the power that Hongjun displayed now was not enough to directly break the Ju Tian star formation. Chapter 1057. In the end, the massive heavenly cycle star formation was no longer something that the massive heavenly cycle star formation of the First Era could compare to. The Ju Tian star formation of the First Era. At its peak, it could also contend with experts of the Dao fruit realm. However, the current massive heavenly cycle star formation could completely suppress an ordinary Dao fruit. This was the difference. In the void, Luo who watched the battle between the two with a strange look in his eyes. When did Hongjun become so weak? Yes, he had become weak. In his sight, even though Hongjun was holding two carnate cardinal treasures, he was suppressed by Qin Shujian's Ju Tian star formation. There were no signs of him leaving the formation at all. According to Luo whose guess, what he saw should be Hongjun suppressing Qin Shujian. When that time came, he would help and join forces to fight against Hongjun. Then, he would take the opportunity to enter the upper-class world. Everything. He was confident that he had thought it perfectly. But he had misjudged the strength of both sides. Which side should he help? Luo who was confused now. In the current situation, he didn't know if he should help. If he did, which side would he help? If he helped Qin Shujian, the other party was now suppressing Hongjun. Even if he helped, the Emperor of Heaven would not appreciate it. But if he helped Hongjun, as soon as this thought arose, Luo who dispelled it. He would be crazy to help Hongjun. Although he had a feud with both of them, he had a small feud with Qin Shujian. He had an irreconcilable feud with Hongjun. So, even if he stood by and did nothing, there was no reason to help Hongjun. Let's wait and see. Hongjuan's strength is definitely more than that. Unless he has not recovered his strength at his peak, It will be very difficult for Qin Shujian to resist. Luo, who watched the battle between the two seriously. He was almost certain that the power that Hong Jun was displaying now was definitely not at his peak. There was no other reason. If one were to say who understood this Tao ancestor the most in the universe, if Luo who claimed to be second, no one would claim to be first. It was precisely because he understood Hong Jun very well that he was certain that the power Hong Jun displayed now was not the power he had at his peak. Even with his current strength, it was already much stronger than the vast majority of Tao fruits. But one had to know. He was a Tao ancestor, the ancestor of all Taos. That was a supreme existence that truly stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Among the ancient gods of the First Era, there was almost no one who could stand up to them. Aside from a few ancient gods, no ancient god was Hong Jun's opponent. At this moment, Rahu retracted his aura and didn't get too close. A Tao fruit's perception was powerful. If he got too close, it would be easy for the other party to sense him. Boom. With a wave of the Pangu banner, terrifying innate sword chi burst out and killed many star beasts. At the same time, the Taiji diagram suppressed the universe and turned into a golden bridge, wanting to break through the entire Ju-Tian Great Astral Formation. However, there was a world inside the Ju-Tian Great Astral Formation. Every time the Taiji diagram expanded, the space inside the Ju-Tian Great Astral Formation would also expand. Could it be that a dignified Tao ancestor only has such means? Qin Shujian's mocking voice rang out. Hong Jun's face was filled with anger. Although he was extremely well-mannered, he couldn't let others step on his face and still be indifferent. Moreover, he had attacked the formation several times without breaking it, which had already made him angry. Good. What a great Ju-Tian Great Astral Formation. Then I'll see if it can really trap me. Hong Jun slapped the back of his head, and a bright moon rose. Looking at it seriously, one would find that the bright moon was actually a jade butterfly. The jade butterfly was resplendent, and there were fine cracks on it, causing the original flawless appearance to have a few more flaws. The jade butterfly appeared. 10,000 Taos shook. The power of the rules of the universe was greatly drawn in, and a terrifying power of the heavens descended from the darkness, directly tearing apart the massive heavenly cycle star array. At that moment, a gap appeared in the formation. Creation Jade Disk. Creation Jade Disk. When Qin Shujian lost his voice, Luo who also exclaimed, Creation Jade Disk. If the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner were carnate cardinal treasures, then the Creation Jade Disk was a carnate cardinal treasure that was about to transform. Like the god-slaying spear in his hand, it was an existence at the top of the universe. However, Hong Jun hadn't used the Creation Jade Disk, and Luo who almost thought that the other party had lost it. But he didn't expect. The other party had always had the Creation Jade Disk, and only now did he really use it. While Luo who was shocked, Qin Shujian's face was also gloomy. The Creation Jade Disk. I remember that when the Third Era was broken, the Creation Jade Disk was already broken. I didn't expect it to be repaired by the Tao ancestor. When he saw the jade butterfly appear, he already felt a lot of pressure. There was no other reason. The Creation Jade Disk was a supreme treasure at the top of the universe. Whether it was Sanhua or Ju-Tian's star map, they were inferior to the Creation Jade Disk. Luo who had the god-slaying spear in his hand, and he could defeat him because Luo who was not strong enough. But now, was Hong Jun not strong enough? Obviously. This Tao ancestor's strength was unparalleled. With the Creation Jade Disk and the help of two carnate cardinal treasures, Qin Shujian felt that he was likely to fail. There was no other way. The Creation Jade Disk was too strong. Unless he had a third carnate cardinal treasure, he might have a chance to fight. But the problem was, the God-Slayer in his inner world was still in the transformation stage. If he took it out now, it wouldn't be of much use at all. 8 tribulations Zhu Bing. Only 8 tribulations Zhu Bing. Even if it was only a hair's breadth away from 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, the difference was like heaven and earth. When the Creation Jade Disk appeared, a gap directly appeared in Ju-Tian's star array, and then the power of the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner burst out, quickly tearing the array into pieces. The array shattered. Zhu Tian's star map flew out. Qin Shujian reached out and grabbed the array map in his hand. The luster on it had dimmed a lot. Obviously, the shattering of the array just now had caused some damage to this cardinal treasure. On the other side, Hong Jun had the creation jade disc above his head, the Taiji diagram under his feet, the Pangu banner in his left hand, and the carnate horsetail whisk. He was armed to the teeth. There was a faint smile on this Dao ancestor's face. It seems that I'm slightly better in this battle. Qin Shujian was speechless. He had always thought that he had enough treasures in his hands, but compared to the real players, he was still far behind. If they continued to fight, defeat was certain. However, Qin Shujian wasn't too worried. Defeat didn't mean death. Hong Jun didn't have the qualifications to completely suppress him. It was no big deal. He just had to extract the power of the living beings in his inner world and make both sides suffer. At this moment, a person stepped on the air and came over. A monstrous killing intent swept through the void. Chapter 1058. Hong Jun. His angry roar shattered the void, and in the next moment, a shocking massacre broke out. Hong Jun was shocked. He directly activated the creation jade disc to resist. In an instant, the sharp tip of the spear fell, and thousands of Daos shattered. Terrifying fluctuations erupted with the two as the center. In the end, Hong Juan's body shook slightly, and the tip of the spear disappeared. Unknowingly, a person had appeared in his line of sight. Luo Hu. Hong Jun, you didn't expect me to be resurrected in this era, did you? Although your creation jade disc is strong, so what if I've refined the god-slaying spear for countless years? Luo Hu laughed wildly. Although he was the one who was at a disadvantage in the previous confrontation, he did not have any regrets. As early as the first era, he was no match for Hong Jun. Hong Jun had become a Dao master and was firmly above him, the demon ancestor. However, now, not only were the two of them in the void, but they also had a powerful helper. If they really wanted to join forces, Hong Jun might not be their match. Luo Hu. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered when he saw the other party. He had expected the other party to make a move. After all, the outer realm was only so big. How could the fluctuations of the battle between two Dao fruits be hidden from the other Dao fruits? The difference was, he was Luo Hu's enemy, and Hong Jun was Luo Hu's enemy. If Luo Hu made a move, it might be to deal with him, or it might be to deal with Hong Jun. At the same time, he might also stand by and watch them suffer. There were three possibilities. Qin Shujian was ready. If it was the former, he would immediately return to the great wide world. As the Emperor of Heaven, even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be able to kill him in the great wide world. At most, it was just that the great wide world would be divided and no longer be dominated by the heavenly court. However, in that case, it was inevitable that he would be seriously injured. As for the latter, it would be much better. At this moment, Luo Hu also looked at Qin Shujian and restrained his wild laughter. Qin Emperor, how about we join forces to deal with Hong Jun? He's a Dao ancestor, and the great wide world will definitely not be willing to let go. Now that he has the good fortune jade disc in his hand, although you are strong, you may not be able to contend against him. You and I will work together. After that, you will give me a piece of land in the great thousand world. I promise that I will not be your enemy. How about that? He had had enough of the desolation of the outer realm. This was a completely different concept from the void he had learned about in the first era. Living beings were scarce. Moreover, they were all extremely weak. After spending so much time in outer space, Rahu had only managed to capture a few true immortals of the lower three levels. He had even reached the point where he could not be picky about the devas. It could be said that he really did not want to stay here any longer. Being able to enter the great thousand world was undoubtedly a good thing. I don't want anything else. At least it wouldn't be as depressing as this place. Furthermore, where there were living beings, there would be more negative emotions, which would be of great help to one's cultivation. Hearing this, Qin Shujian pondered for a moment and then nodded. Sure, if the demon ancestor is willing to join forces with me, the heavenly abyss in the western prefecture of the Great Thousand World can be yours. The heavenly abyss was originally a place where yin remained. It was a place where killing power was condensed. Even the people of the demon clan could not withstand that power. It would be a waste to keep it. Since they all wanted to return to the Great Thousand World, then let them all go. If he let Hong Jun enter the Great Thousand World alone, then there would only be two forces fighting against each other, which was not conducive to development. If Luo who was also involved, then the three forces would balance each other out. Moreover, the demon ancestor's hatred for Hong Jun was much stronger than he had imagined. Since that was the case, it might not be a bad thing to let him enter the Great Thousand World. More importantly, now that Hong Jun had returned, it wouldn't be long before the other powerhouses from the player worlds returned as well. Qin Shujian felt that it was impossible for him to monopolize the Great Thousand World. Originally, he still had some confidence. However, after fighting with Hong Jun, he understood a principle. The ancient god of the First Era was the ancient god of the First Era. He was much stronger than the other Dao fruits. Hong Jun, it was already too much for him to bear. If he added the other Dao fruits, even if he guarded the Great Thousand World and relied on the luck of the Heavenly Court, Qin Shujian was not too confident. He had an idea. However, he did not intend to retreat immediately. It was time to fight. He still had to have a good fight. Now that Rahu had appeared, he could join forces with him. Even if he could not kill Hong Jun, he could still teach him a lesson. If he could take this opportunity to injure him, that would be even better. The enemy's strength would weaken. In other words, it was equivalent to a breakthrough in his strength. Hearing that the two of them were discussing how to deal with him, although Hong Jun's expression was indifferent, he felt that it was troublesome. Qin Shujian's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. If he did not have the creation jade disc, he might not be able to deal with him with his current strength that had not recovered. If he added Rahu, Hong Jun felt that he might really fail miserably. Emperor Qin, Rahu is cunning and cruel. If you cooperate with him, it will be tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. I won't say much. Give me a region to preach the Tao, and I won't interfere with the rest. How about that? Between the lines, it was clear that he was admitting defeat. Hearing that, Qin Shujian sneered. No. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sanhua sword had already slashed out. A shocking sword chi appeared and tore through the void. Admit defeat. That was because Rahu was there. That was why the other party would admit defeat. If he did not agree to cooperate with Rahu now, it would be equivalent to offending Rahu again. Next time, Rahu might not cooperate with him so directly. At that time, he did not have enough strength to suppress Hong Jun, so there would definitely be more trouble. Therefore, Qin Shujian had already made up his mind. There were some things. Either don't do it, or don't hesitate once he decided to do it. Haha, Hong Jun, you still want to deceive people. You're such a hypocrite. How many people will believe your words now? The Taiji painting and the Pangu banner are in your hands. I think Taiching and Yuqing died in your hands. You even killed your own disciple. You're really ruthless. Rahu laughed wantonly. The moment Qin Shujian attacked, he also attacked. The god-killing spear shattered the vacuum. An earth-shattering killing power erupted. The power swept out like a tide of stars, causing Hong Jun's expression to change slightly. Without hesitation, the Taiji painting turned into a golden bridge to protect him. The space that was originally just a foot away instantly extended to an infinitely long state. At the same time, the Pangu banner shook, and the carnate sword chi shot toward the two of them. Chapter 1059. Kill. The Pangu banner focused on killing. The god-slaying spear also focused on killing. As the supreme treasure of the Second Era's sword master, the Sanhua sword was also in existence with extremely powerful killing power. The three earth-shattering supreme treasures erupted with power at the same time. The power gathered together and changed the color of the universe. The river of time fell. Then, it was shattered by a shocking power. The next moment, the creation jade butterfly emitted a dense light, and 10,000 Dao laws descended. Suppress. Qin Shujian roared. Jutian's star map flew out and turned into a starry universe that crushed down, forcefully shattering the 10,000 Dao laws. The current Jutian's star map. Even if it didn't set up the Jutian star array, it was still a powerful carnate supreme treasure. It had fused with countless star beast star cores and stars star cores. The power of those star cores gathered, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a starry sky. That power. Even the laws couldn't withstand it. The 10,000 Dao laws collapsed, and Jutian's star map collided with the creation jade disk. In an instant, Jutian's star map was pushed back. The light on the creation jade disk dimmed a little. Hong Jun's expression was cold. The Tai Chi diagram shook again, and the golden bridge dissipated, turning into the yin and yang energy that destroyed everything. The yin and yang energy strangled. Qin Shujian's body shook, and cracks appeared on his indestructible body. But soon, an even more powerful force emerged from his body, dispersing the yin and yang energy and repairing the damage on his body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo, whose spear pierced through the void and was already stabbing toward Hong Jun's face. The creation jade disc spun and blocked in front of the god-slaying spear. Boom! The two forces collided, and the creation jade disc dimmed a lot. The subsequent impact made Hong Jun's body shake, and he couldn't help but groan. To be serious. The creation jade disc wasn't a defensive supreme treasure, but mainly used to enlighten all living beings. It could only control 10,000 Dao laws, so its defense was unparalleled. However, the 10,000 Dao laws had just been shattered by Jutian's star map, and they hadn't had time to recover yet. They couldn't resist the god-slaying spear's attack again. Boom! Boom! The three Dao fruit level experts were fighting in the outskirts of the void. None of them hid their skills, and they used almost all of their strength. That kind of vast power fluctuation. Even the great thousand world was affected by it. The Taiching Holy Man, that's the power of the Taiching Holy Man. In the heavenly court, Niu Dali's heart was filled with sorrow, and tears actually flowed down his cheeks. He had been by the Taiching Holy Man's side for countless years and was extremely familiar with his powers. However, Niu Dali was very clear. If the Taiching Holy Man was still alive, he would have sensed something. Furthermore, it was impossible that the other party would not come to see him. The fact that they hadn't come was enough to explain the problem. Looking at Niu Dali crying, Chu Kuangtu's expression was a little strange. Ever since he met this bull, he had never seen it in such a state. All of a sudden, sympathy welled up in his heart. Brother Niu, there's no need to be sad. If the Grand Pure Holy Man is dead, why can you sense his power? I can sense the aura of the Taiji diagram. Niu Dali shook his head, and the tears that he had shed were now gone. At his level, some of the emotions that ordinary people would have would rarely appear. It was like crying. It was even more impossible. It was just that when he sensed the power of the Taiji diagram, Niu Dali was a little distracted, which was why he shed tears. But now that he had calmed down, he returned to normal. However, the sadness in his heart was still there. Niu Dali said, "The Taiji diagram is the protective treasure of the Taiching Holy Man. If the Taiching Holy Man is dead and the aura of the Taiji diagram appears, the Taiji diagram must have fallen into the hands of the Dao ancestor. If that's the case, the Taiching Holy Man's death must have something to do with the Dao ancestor." Murderous intent surfaced in his eyes. He recalled what the Taiching Holy Man had said to him in the past, and what he had instructed him to do. Suddenly, Niu Dali silently chanted an incantation. The incantation was extraordinarily mysterious, and even Chu Kuangtu couldn't quite understand it. Just as the incantation was being chanted, in the void outside the outer realm, the Taiji diagram that was originally protecting Hong Jun suddenly shook, and a powerful illusory figure emerged from it. When the illusory figure appeared, it directly struck a palm at Hong Jun. It was caught off guard. Hongjun was sent tumbling by the palm. I'm returning this palm to you. As the ethereal voice fell, the illusory figure disappeared, turning into a mysterious yellow power that wrapped around the Taiji diagram and directly escaped toward the greater world. Soon, the heavenly barrier was torn apart. The Taiji diagram broke into the heavenly court and directly landed in front of Nyodali. Taiji diagram. Seeing the familiar Taiji diagram in front of him, Nyodali was shocked. He didn't expect the incantation that the Taiching holy man passed on to him in the past to be really useful. As for Chu Kuang-tu, at this time, he was completely stunned. The Taiji diagram really appeared, and this bull could even summon the Taiji diagram back from Hongjun. Such a method. It might not be too shocking. After all, it was very difficult to snatch a carnate ultimate treasure from the hands of the Tao ancestor. However, compared to Nyodali's method, Chu Kuang-tu was more shocked by the Taiching holy man's method. Obviously, Nyodali was not qualified to make the Taiji diagram return, and it was all because of the method left behind by the Taiching holy man that caused the Taiji diagram to return. Suddenly, a mysterious yellow light appeared on the Taiji diagram. In the next breath, a figure could be seen emerging from it. The moment he saw the figure, Nyodali immediately knelt down and said, "Greetings, holy man." "Greetings, Taiching holy man." Chu Kuang-tu also bowed and greeted. Although he didn't kneel down like Nyodali, bowing now was already a great show of respect. Whether it was in his previous life or in this life. Towards the Taiching holy man of the first era, this blade master had a great deal of respect, or rather, reverence. One had to know. There were many Tao fruits in several eras, but even so, the Tao fruits were divided into different grades and grades. Among them, the Taiching holy man was obviously the most superior existence. Among the three pure ones, his methods were the most unfathomable, and it was rumored that his methods were not inferior to Hongjuan's. Although Chu Kuang-tu didn't dare to be sure, it was evident that he could retrieve the Taiji diagram after his death. "Dispense with the formalities," an ethereal voice sounded. Both of them stood up. Nyodali looked at the familiar face in front of him and was very emotional. "Holy man, you have already, he wanted to say that he had died. However, it was not very appropriate to say that in front of the Taiching holy man. Chapter 1060. Yes, I've already died. The Grand Pure Holy Man smiled warmly. Hearing this, the joy on Nyodali's face disappeared and was replaced by sadness. Then, Nyo, you don't have to worry. If you hear the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening. I have already seen the path of the future. Even if I die, I won't regret it. It's just that the first era has collapsed. You are the only one who will follow me. This is just a strand of my consciousness and I can't maintain it for too long. I'll leave the Taiji diagram in your care and use it as a protective treasure in the future. You can't let the Taiji diagram fall into the hands of the Tao ancestor. Furthermore, the Grand Pure Holy Man paused and his expression was a little complicated. Furthermore, pass this Taiji diagram to Father if you see him in the future. There's something I left for him inside and the Taiji diagram will belong to you completely from then on. Father. Nyodali's expression changed. There was only one person in history who could make the Taiching holy man address him as Godfather. Just as he was about to say something, the Grand Pure Holy Man waved his hand. I don't have much time left. Remember, the Taiji diagram can't fall into the hands of the Tao ancestor. Also, tell Father that everything he lost is in Hongjuan's hands. After he finished speaking, the Xianhuang aura dissipated and the Grand Pure Holy Man disappeared without a trace. Holy Man. Nyodali wanted to touch it but he couldn't touch anything. When the Grand Pure Holy Man completely dissipated, the Taiji diagram fell into his hands. The Taiji diagram. Nyodali wasn't happy at all as he looked at this famous carnate treasure of the first era. If he had a choice, he would rather use this treasure in exchange for the Grand Pure Holy Man's rebirth. However, things that were already set in stone couldn't be changed. Experts at the Tao fruit level could jump out of time. Once they died, not a single trace of them would be left behind in the long river of time in the past and future. He died. In other words, he had truly died. Hongjun. Nyo Dali looked at the Taiji diagram in his hands and a murderous look appeared on his face. It was obvious. The Grand Pure Holy Man's death definitely had something to do with Hongjun. It wasn't as simple as being killed by real power. However, even if he had some guesses in his heart, there was no way he could put them into action. A deep sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. Hongjun was too strong. He was so powerful that even when he was at his peak in his previous life, he was only a little green ball in front of him. He did not have the qualifications to fight back at all. However, as soon as this feeling of powerlessness appeared, it quickly disappeared. I don't have a way to deal with you, but that doesn't mean that others don't have a way to deal with you. Moreover, now that I have the Taiji diagram, when I recover my peak cultivation in the future, my strength will definitely be stronger than before. Nyo Dali made up his mind. Then, he put away the Taiji diagram and looked at the void. Although there was a heaven and earth barrier there, one could clearly feel a terrifying wave of energy spreading over. This fluctuation, this proved that there were experts fighting. As for the people who were fighting, it went without saying. Boom. Hongjun coughed out blood and retreated. His Taoist robe was already stained with blood. When he lost control of the Taiji diagram and was hit by the Grand Pure Holy Man's backup plan, Qin Shujian and Luo who did not let go of this opportunity. They took advantage of the fact that the other party was distracted to suppress him with all their might. They lacked a carnate cardinal treasure. In addition, they were hit by the Grand Pure Holy Man. Even with the creation jade disc, Hongjun could not withstand that power. It was normal for his physical body to be injured. Haha, Hongjun old man, I didn't think that even though the Grand Pure Holy Man had fallen, the backup plan he left behind could still make you suffer. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Luo who laughed out loud. Seeing Hongjun in such a sorry state was his greatest joy. Boom. At this moment, a powerful force exploded from Hongjun's body. The various rules of the universe seemed to be pulled by something. A vast force of pressure descended. At this moment, Hongjun's expression was indifferent. He held the creation jade disc in one hand and was like a supreme god that appeared in the mortal world. The terrifying force of pressure was unstoppable. That force of pressure, Qin Shujian and Luo whose expressions changed. Tao integration. Luo who spat out two words. Tao integration was Hongjun's most powerful technique. The reason why he was a Tao ancestor was that he could use the power of the universe to fight against his enemies. Although the Tao fruit was strong, it was not to the extent of transcending the universe. Therefore, Hongjun, who was in the Tao integration stage, was also the strongest. Qin Shujian's expression changed slightly. Looking at Hongjun, who was about to reach the Tao integration stage, he felt a strong pressure in his heart. Obviously, once Hongjun reached the Tao integration stage, even if Luo who joined forces, it would not be of much use. He would have to use all his trump cards to have a chance of resisting. But in that case, it would really be a lose-lose situation. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian immediately said, "How about we give the Death Sea domain to the Tao ancestor? Since Qianyuan was given to Luo Hu, then the Death Sea domain could be given to Hongjun. Anyway, those two places were not of much use, so it was better to take them out and temporarily stabilize the two Tao fruits." There was a slight change in Hongjun's indifferent expression, and he temporarily stopped the Tao integration. "I want 2 continents. Originally, he only wanted 1 continent, but now he wanted 2 continents. Obviously, he saw that Qin Shujian had given in, so he asked for an exorbitant price. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's face darkened. He directly connected with his inner world. At that moment, the time in his inner world instantly stopped, and the power of all the living beings was instantly extracted and gathered into his physical body. In an instant, boom, a force that seemed to be able to shatter the universe erupted from his physical body. The void within hundreds of millions of miles was shattered. All the rules also collapsed. Luo Hu, who was standing at the side, was forced to retreat a distance by the impact of this force. He looked at his ally with horror in his eyes. The power that Qin Shujian displayed was already shocking enough. But compared to now, it was a far cry from now. The aura that erupted from his body was much stronger than that of Hong Jun, who was about to reach the Dao integration stage. Ignoring Luo, whose horror, Qin Shujian's expression was cold as he looked at Hong Jun, who was unable to maintain his calm. Do you want the Death Sea domain or not? It's your choice. I know that you will definitely have a lot of future troubles if you reach the Dao integration stage in your current state. And my methods will also have future troubles. But if you really want to fight to the death, I'm not afraid. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Otherwise, let's fight. Threatening words. He was no longer hiding it. Hongjuan's expression was ugly. This was the first time he had been threatened, and he had no way to refute it. Chapter 1061. Fight. That was impossible. Just by looking at the aura emanating from Qin Shujian, it was stronger than him who was about to reach Dao integration. Even if he had reached Dao integration, he might not be able to fight against it. Moreover, he had not fully recovered yet. If he rashly reached Dao integration, he would be in danger of being counterattacked by the laws of the universe, or even assimilated. For a moment, Hong Jun fell silent. It seems that the Dao ancestor has made a choice. Qin Shujian raised his hand, and the void collapsed silently. His every move seemed to affect the life and death of the universe. Seeing this, Hong Jun frowned, and then his expression became indifferent again. Okay, from today onwards, the Sea of Death belongs to me. As soon as he finished speaking, that terrifying aura instantly dissipated. The power that had gathered in his body returned to the living beings in his inner world under Qin Shujian's control. The time and space that had been still also returned to normal. Feeling the disappearance of the aura, Luo who heaved a sigh of relief. Although the enemy now was Hong Jun, the aura that Qin Shujian had just revealed made him feel a great threat. He was a little worried that Qin Shujian would not even let go of his allies. That would be awkward. After all, the two of them were allies, but it was just a verbal agreement. As early as in the front, they were still enemies. It was just that they had temporarily joined forces to deal with Hong Jun. Hong Jun gave in. A smile appeared on Qin Shujian's indifferent face. A wise man submits to circumstances. Since the Dao ancestor has agreed, I will naturally fulfill my promise. From now on, the Sea of Death belongs to the Dao ancestor. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Luo who again. I will not go back on my promise to the demon ancestor. Tianyuan will be the demon ancestor's dojo in the future. However, there is one ugly thing that I will say first, that is, I will not interfere in the affairs of the 2 dojos. Similarly, I do not want the 2 of you to interfere in the affairs outside the dojo. Otherwise, it would not be good if there is any unhappiness. The threat in his words was obvious. To this, Luo, whose expression did not change. Don't worry, Emperor Qin. I naturally understand this. Hong Jun did not reply. He just nodded in agreement. The 2 of them agreed. Qin Shujian didn't say anything else. Shortly after, the 3 of them headed to the Great Thousand World together. This is the Great Thousand World. As it was Luo whose first time in the Great Thousand World of this era, he looked a little emotional. He scanned the area with his divine sense. Soon, he took in everything in the Great Thousand World. Subsequently, the fiend ancestor frowned. Why is the strength of this Greater Thousand Worlds so weak? That's right. Weak. It was much weaker than he had expected. When the Great Wide World attacked the Demon Abyss, the demon ancestor was still asleep, so he did not know much about the Great Wide World. When he woke up, all the living beings in the Great Wide World had retreated. For a moment, Luo, who did not know that the Great Wide World had become so weak. Among the living beings of the 10,000 races, the strongest were only true immortals, and they were only middle 3 true immortals. There was not a single upper 3 true immortal. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's face darkened. A million years ago, the demon abyss attacked the Great Thousand World once, causing many cultivators of the Great Thousand World to fall. Later on, an expert cut off the rules of heaven and earth, causing no true immortals to be born in the Great Thousand World. It was not until a few decades ago that the broken rules were repaired. It is normal for it to be weaker. When Luo Hu heard this, he did not look embarrassed at all. The demon abyss attacking the Great Thousand World was their business. The Great Thousand World could not stop them. To put it bluntly, it was still too weak. However, Hong Jun caught the meaning behind Qin Shujian's words. Emperor Qin, are you saying that the Great Thousand World has only developed for a few decades? That's right. A few decades ago, the true immortals were cut off. Later on, true immortals were born. The evolution of the Great Thousand World is not simple. Hong Jun's face twitched. Yes, the Great Thousand World was indeed very weak, but it was relatively weak. Among the 10,000 races, there were more than a few hundred true immortals. Among them, there were even some middle three true immortals. If they had reached this stage in just a few decades, it would be a little shocking. Luo Hu now understood the meaning behind Qin Shujian's words and felt a little shocked. I moved the power of the stars in the outer realm to irrigate it. It's normal for the strength of the 10,000 races to increase quickly. However, this move is not conducive to future development. However, the time given to us now doesn't allow us to think too much. Qin Shujian said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a deep look at Luo Hu. Hong Jun was an expert who dared to face death and life. However, whether this demon ancestor was one or not was still up for discussion. If not, then it would be their true enemy. Noticing Qin Shujian's gaze, Luo Hu's expression did not change. Emperor Qin, you don't have to think too much. Falsehood and truth cannot coexist. How can I be willing to stay in this world? If a war breaks out, count me in. All right. Qin Shujian nodded in satisfaction. He did not care whether Luo Hu's words were true or false. As long as the other party gave him an attitude, that would be enough. Subsequently, he said, the Sea of Death is at the edge of the Eastern Continent, and Heavenly Abyss is at the edge of the Western Continent. The two of you can go there by yourselves. He waved his hand. 2 rainbow lights flew in the east and west directions. Then, a dense light appeared in the sky above the Sea of Death and Demon Abyss. The area covered by the light is your training ground. The area covered by the light happened to be the range of Heavenly Abyss and the Sea of Death. It was neither more nor less. After all, if it was not fixed, Luo Hu and Hong Jun might pretend not to know and deliberately spread the training ground. The light appeared quickly and disappeared quickly, but the two of them saw it. They nodded slightly. They disappeared into the world. The Demon Clan. Ever since Yin came out of Heavenly Abyss, the Demon Clan had moved closer to Heavenly Abyss, wanting to absorb the power inside to cultivate. However, suddenly, a rainbow light fell between heaven and earth, covering Heavenly Abyss. Such a phenomenon also surprised the experts of the Demon Clan. What happened? Rainbow light descending from the sky. Quickly go and report to my emperor. Although the phenomenon shocked the experts of the Demon Clan, it did not cause a big disturbance. The current strength of the Demon Clan. It was not comparable to before. As the Emperor of the Five Directions, the demon ancestor Sai Hanhai's strength was considered strong among the Emperor of the Five Directions. Now, among the thousands of clans in the world, the strength of the Demon Clan was not much weaker than that of the Human Clan. Because of this, the people of the Demon Clan now had enough confidence to face any problem. There was no need to report. As early as when the rainbow light fell, Sai Hanhai, who was cultivating, instantly woke up. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.